Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? We're getting the stream completely set up here real quick. Only do send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, that'll be listed up here on the TikTok screen here in a quick second, everybody. What's good, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let me get everything set up on the stream here real quick. Alrighty, let's throw it on. What's good, everyone joining in? Alrighty. We got everything set up. Looks like a top admin and official in the Trump administration said they're leaving the Trump administration and they're resigning because of the war with Iran, and that it's because of the fact that there was no evidence that Iran was going to strike the United States and that Israel got us into the war. That is the reason. So, huge news. That is some really big news that just got sent out. Huge bombshell report. So that's what we're going to be talking to Trump supporters today, is why do they support Trump's war on behalf of the state of Israel? We have confirmation. Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting the debates up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. What's good, Ava? How you doing? What's up, Sean? What's up, everyone? What's up, Artie? What's up, Sad? How you doing? What's up, Sanctuary? What's up, Solus? What's up, Jackie? What's up, Spooky? What's good, everyone joining in? Bid Dog, how you doing? What's good? What's up, Hannah? What's up, John? What's up, Courtney? Always good to see you. What's up, Dolly? What's up, Nicole? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Let's bring some people up here as soon as possible. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Let me actually, that's Trump speaking. Let's go on to my second account and let's repost the stream to help get it out to more people. That sounds like a great idea. Let's go do that real quick. The bottom right, that arrow, and then click on the repost, and that should help get it out to more people. Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Wait, is this the person who was really mad at me yesterday? Were you the person that screamed at me yesterday? No? Okay, sorry, this is a different person. The same name as the person yesterday. I apologize. It was the same profile picture with the same name. I was like, is this the person who screamed at me yesterday? I apologize. Let's go on the next individual. It definitely wasn't. Let's go on the next individual. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Let me let the Instagram know that I am live. I am live. Perfect. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual here. Or first individual, I guess. Give it one quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're going to be getting some debates up here. Just got the IG notification. Perfect. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Randy, thank you for the $7. Thank you very much. Hope I can. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, well, I had a couple things I wanted to talk about today with you, if that's all right. Just like a couple different things I want to bring up.
As long as it's relative to the topic, absolutely.
Yeah, so first thing I wanted to talk about was Trump's involvement in Venezuela and now Iran. So first I want to ask you if you supported what he did with Maduro in Venezuela. I assume no.
Oh, no. The reason why I disagree with it is because they just used it as a mechanism to steal oil from Venezuela. They didn't actually benefit the Venezuelan people at all. They just specifically did it for that reason. Plus, U.S. intervention, historically speaking, has led to significantly worse off conditions within the areas in which it's intervened in, historically around practically almost everywhere around the world, does not have a good track record. So, given that that's the case, why would you say that it would be effective in being able to address the concerns of the people in those areas?
Well, my personal opinion on it is that although he committed mass money laundering and human rights violations, they still have the same regime in place now. It didn't really remove the regime, but I do feel like U.S. involvement in Venezuela would be able to help build up the economy there, and overall, I feel like over time that would definitely help support the people of Venezuela and be able to get them in a more better economic state. I just want to know, like,
Couldn't you have
may
achieved the
obviously,
same goal with diplomatic ties?
yeah, I can 100% agree with that. But I think we can also maybe agree that Maduro definitely wouldn't have given up his power in Venezuela willingly. I'm not saying that we did the right thing here with necessarily going in and just taking him, but I do feel like, do you think that there would have had to have been some kind of like forceful, actions needed to be taken to remove him and his regime from power?
Well, I don't support the U.S. forcefully doing that because I don't think that the U.S.'s goal here was to specifically establish democracy or put the rightful people who were elected into that position. Right? I don't think that was the goal. The goal was to steal oil, right? And I think
But
that was very obvious. So I don't even think we can try to portray it as an idea of regime change because this is not regime change. This is literally
but
just ousting a leader, putting the same person who already was controlling it, who was another part of the regime, into the position of power, and then saying, "I'm going to bomb you if you don't give us oil." That's what they did.
well, but okay, so I'm not I don't want to I don't want to say that I'm fully versed on exactly what their plans for the oil is and how they plan to what if at all they plan to give profits, etc., back to the people of
I don't
Venezuela and
trust
like
that at
put
all.
that. Yeah, that's definitely valid, especially with what we've seen in the past, with how politics are in general. But I feel like, just in my personal opinion, I feel like as a country who, we have such great prosperity here economically, and, we have the amazing gift of political freedom and mostly. And so I feel like us trying to support other nations that are under, oppressive regimes is something that I would think should be a goal for us as a country. And obviously, forcefully, going in with military and bombing them to do that might not be the best option. But I was just wondering if you think that that should be a responsibility or something that the United States takes up, is to help people of third world countries that are under these oppressive regimes.
So, of course, it makes sense to help when we can help. But the point that I would say is that regime change in U.S. involving itself militarily speaking has been associated with destabilizing the areas in which it's been involved with. Practically outside of the context of Europe and like a few specific cases, there are very few cases of US intervention actually creating better conditions, especially in the modern era with the context of the Middle East. Right? So I see no good reason for the US to involve
Hmm.
itself on a war on behalf of the state of Israel, a war of aggression on behalf of the state of Israel, right? For literally no reason because we're sending US service members to die. We're spending trillions of dollars on the interests of the defense contractors and of the oil companies, not of the American people as a whole. Because we could be spending that money here on home in terms of people, in terms of their access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, infrastructure, right? Reducing the deficit. This is literally trillions of dollars that we've put into
Yeah,
war in the Middle East, which has not even led to more stabilization. It's a horrible
and
investment.
so
If you realize it's a horrible investment, why would you keep doing it? Plus, why do you trust the guy who literally tried to undermine democracy in our country to try to expand democracy in countries around the world?
okay, and to expand on that, I just want to know, just like, what do you think would be like? Would you think that'd be something better to bring up with like NATO or the United Nations to try and help like deal with like oppressive regimes around the world? Because we know that, excuse me, I don't want to, Al, what was it, Al Khamenei? I'm mispronouncing the last name there, but I mean, him and his regime in Iran, they've ended up killing tens of thousands of protesters, etc., in that country, as well as like just the practices they have there of raping and killing
Do you think we should still be
women.
involved in Afghanistan?
Um, I, Honestly, Afghanistan is a little bit before my time. I'm not fully like I know a decent amount about it, but I can't. confidently say about the current state in Afghanistan? I know it's
Well, let me
under.
inform you about some facts that could be relevant. So Trump is the one who
Sure. Yeah.
originally pulled us out of Afghanistan. He set up the agreement with the Taliban to pull out. The Taliban, right, is an oppressive regime, absolutely
Yes.
unequivocally oppressive. Okay, so
100%.
you by specifically, or not you, but Trump specifically by pulling out of the agreement, setting up the deal to pull out of the agreement, inevitably led to the Taliban taking power. Okay, so if you believe that we should be involved and we have an obligation to be involved, well, then you disagree with Trump's action pulling out of Afghanistan. Do you?
Well, on so under the Biden administration, though, they accelerated that removal and they left our equipment there.
Wrong.
And
The Biden
well,
administration actually extended it to give themselves more time.
but they left like critical weaponry and stuff there that
No, they didn't.
the
So they, they,
Taliban.
they, they gave weaponry to the Afghan government that we were trying to like build up for that long, remember, so that they could
Yeah,
defend
that's
themselves
fair.
against the Taliban, and inevitably it didn't work. Okay, so the Taliban ended up taking over all of those weapons because they took over the Afghan government. Does that make sense? So that's the
Yeah,
reason.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
all the other stuff that we had access to, we destroyed on site or we took back to our country. Obviously,
yeah.
we wouldn't want to
Okay.
like just like give arms to the Taliban, but we thought that they would
Yeah,
use that to defend themselves, which obviously they were able to. They quickly were taken over. No one really expected it to go that quick.
yeah. I do remember when that was happening, and it was like, wow, that it was shockingly quick how
Yeah.
you know the Taliban just kind of came back in right away. Uh, and so, I mean, I guess that makes me question: do you think that countries maybe besides the U.S. or the U.S. in cooperation with other countries should all be working together here, or like I just confused like if you think it would be more helpful or beneficial to let them like work it out on their own because I feel like they've shown that they're not always as receptive, especially these terrorists and Islamist extreme groups aren't as willing to go through diplomatic routes to like that maybe go against what they believe, especially with like rights for women, education, stuff like that in their countries. What do you think would be like a better, I guess, alternative?
Well, the reality that we need to acknowledge is that U.S. intervention has led to a lot of the conditions that we're talking about. So I don't think U.S. military intervention, right, because it's led to this historically speaking, is going to be the way to get us out of that. I don't know. I don't know the way to ensure that this regime isn't in office anymore and to ensure that we have better conditions in these countries. And I would hope that we could find ways. I'm not familiar with that. I just don't think U.S. military intervention is going to be effective.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense?
Okay, that
I
makes
think it's a
sense.
noble goal to want democracy and freedom expanded around the world. I understand the point
Yeah.
that you're trying to get to. I just, again, think that U.S. military intervention is extremely, extremely bad at achieving that goal
Okay,
and
and
actually
then
very harmful, destroys our reputation around the world. I think our relationship with Israel, getting us into all these, like literally wars of aggression, right? I think that destroys our relationship around the entire world.
yeah.
I think that's
Okay,
really
that makes
bad for
sense.
international relations. I think it's bad for our
Yeah,
ability
I
to
would
be able
agree.
to
I would
be
agree.
present on the world stage. I think less people take us seriously when we're just going to do whatever Israel wants from us. That's why when Trump is begging his allies, our allies in NATO for help, they're saying no. If
Yeah.
Biden were doing that, he would get the help. Why? Because again, there was actually a strong coalition, a strong allyship under the Biden administration. Like, for example, with Ukraine, because again, they were doing defensive, not wars of aggression there. In that context, got the entirety of Europe to help literally defend Ukraine in terms of monetary funding.
And to clarify, I'm pretty sure the reason that Trump is like kind of done all this stuff is because I remember he was saying about how they were taking advantage of us. That's the reason for the tariffs and stuff like that. But um, another
Well,
thing I want to
he
talk
did a
about.
horrible job doing that. If you like, think about it this
Yeah,
way: if you have a friend who you think might be taking advantage of your relationship, you talk to them, right? You don't like
yeah,
threaten them. Go ahead.
yeah. That does make sense.
We're,
Yeah.
we're talking about our closest allies.
I would like to also talk about like go like specifically to Kamala versus
Kamala,
Trump,
yeah.
and yeah, I would just want to talk about Kamala. I just feel like me personally and how I see things economically, etc., is that Kamala, a lot of Kamala's
Just say
and
Harris at this point.
okay, a lot of Harris's more specifically and just kind of across the Democratic Party, they had some of them have a more socialist leaning and kind of like some of their economic policies, and I just feel like the the foundations this country is built on uh, are kind of are different than that. And I feel like some of the stuff she did were like doing student debt relief. Although it seems really like good in theory, I would just feel for me and for others that paid for their school out of pocket and or had to pay these loans off over a serious amount of time for people that were able to just go to college and then have their debt forgiven and etc. I see that seems very like kind of just disingenuous, and I feel like it's just kind of like going into a system. And then that would also mean that like someone who's paid fully in for their college tuition then has to pay for someone else's with their own tax money with federal debt forgiveness. I just feel like that seems like a very poor like a very poor move. Although it would help people, I
You'd
just think
rather pay
it's
for Israel's wars?
well beyond that. If like it's that's not what all of our money goes to.
And do you
We
feel the
have
same thing for farmers? Like, farmers get subsidies from the federal government.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not fully I'm not a farmer. I'm not fully sure what exactly they get. Maybe you could tell me, but I'm not fully
Yeah,
educated
there
on
are
exactly what
subsidies
farmers
for
get.
production, whether it be for corn or other types of agricultural goods in the United States. Now, the point that we would say that in the context of student debt relief is because of the fact that these loans have overburdened a society and limited their ability to economically engage in other meaningful ways that are important to starting life, right, towards other aspects in their life. And we think that this level of student debt is harmful to the economy.
I think for farmers specifically, one could make the argument that they contribute. I
Yeah,
think farming.
so you could say there's a positive benefit that comes from engaging in this particular subsidy. Well, that's the exact thing that I'm saying here with student debt relief, because we're talking about education, we're talking about expanding access to social mobility, we're talking about people's ability to be able to, literally buy a house, start a family, things like that. And student debt does limit people from being able to have that monetary freedom to be able to do that, financial freedom to do that. So what
Well,
I'm saying is that we can use this as a mechanism not only to incentivize people in society specifically to go towards less expensive education, right, but also to acknowledge that there could be economic benefits from this that could then extend levels of social mobility and transfer of wealth between generations.
so what I would think would be a better solution personally is doing more regulations and maybe limiting etc. Interest rates on these student loans, because I know that those can be pretty aggressive, especially because they can't be defaulted on. I think instead of just, I mean, fully just giving
That's
debt
the Federal
forgiveness,
Reserve,
if
though. The federal government, in terms of like the people we vote in, aren't going to be affecting that because the Federal Reserve determines that based upon the economic environment.
but if the people that we elect pressure and have pressure on them to make changes, I do believe that there would 100% be conversations had about that. And I also think that if the reason that they have these interest rates, or you have to pay this stuff, is because after you receive your college education, you're supposed to go, theoretically, you go into a career and you build yourself a life where you're able to pay back these loans. And people have done that for years. And so I just feel like if someone is, like in the situation where they've undertaken, too much debt in order to feasibly, I guess, pay it back, I feel like it would be better to restructure the way that we handle these loans rather than just before giving them out, rather than just forgiving them. Because I just feel like I think that would make I think it would be a very poor choice to forgive a lot of these loans that people are building careers in order to pay back. Like that's part of kind of the deal when you take them.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't have an issue with it in terms of the student loan debt when we're talking about this because of the overburdening it has, the lack of economic advantageous social mobility that people have is going to be a limiting factor as well. And also, it's a small portion of the overall student loans. It wasn't the entirety of student loans even.
Yeah. Okay. I see. I
And by the
understand.
way,
And
they
then
even had limitations in terms of getting that through Congress, but or not through Congress because of the courts. But like what I don't understand is that you're willing to say that you would prioritize Trump's economic policy, right? Because Trump's economic policy has created significantly worse off conditions. If you want to specifically reference interest rates, for example, Donald Trump's inflation, right, because of his tariffs that he imposed, right, that literally puts upward pressure on interest rates because of the fact that the Federal Reserve will be less likely to reduce them because of the inflation being above the 2% threshold. Plus, with the war with Iran and gas prices going up, that's going to put upward pressure on inflation as well, which is then going to limit
Um,
our ability to be able to bring down interest rates. But I mean, I also I think that it's possible that the student loan interest rates could be for federal student loans could be set by Congress, and if they could change the interest rates to be lower, that could be effective. But that's not the only way I would like to address it.
yeah, that makes sense. Next, I guess I'll just talk about one of Trump's things that he's been doing and trying to do is no tax on tips, and I think that that's a really strong economic policy, especially for. I know that people
That's
say that he,
bipartisanly supported. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's just bipartisanly supported.
yeah, but that wasn't something that Kamala was using as a
Oh,
heavy base in her platform, and
yeah, she
so
was. She agreed with it.
she might have agreed, but it wasn't
Yeah,
one.
everyone
So
was
one
making
of
a
the main
point of how
things.
she like stole it from Trump or something, even though like Trump would have stole it from Bernie then by that same logic.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that, but like another one of her main things was like I think it was was it $2,000 for first time homeowners to buy like that they would use to own their first home. Was it something like that? If you could,
$25,000 for tax credit for first time home buyers for new homes.
would that not just directly make home prices increase? I just can't
Only
see
for
like
new
the government.
houses, only for newly built houses. But so
Okay,
that would
so it wasn't for older
incentivize the
houses.
building of new homes.
Hmm. But those new homes wouldn't those just be end up being like more expensive if they were already getting I just think they would raise the prices of those homes. No.
Again, for new homes, right? And that's purposeful in the market. Why? To increase the supply.
Okay. And then next, I wanted to talk about him lowering corporate tax. I don't. Is that something that you would support or not support?
You said lowering tax. Would I support that or not support it?
Like Donald Trump like lowering corporate tax. He lowered it from 35% to 21%.
Yeah, I disagree with that because it's a flat tax rate, meaning that for the first 50,000 in income, it is now going to be taxed at a 6% higher rate because it was 15% prior. So I like a progressive tax structure. And I think top marginal tax rates being higher, especially even for corporate taxes, could be effective for increasing wage growth, right? Or incentivizing business owners to reinvest into their company or give out wages to their employees.
Okay, I just, in my personal opinion, I think it's beneficial to have corporate tax cuts, especially because we've seen that the tariffs that he has put in place have brought a lot of money into the United States, like from these tariffs that
Who
I
pays
can't.
that?
The other countries, like when they do their imports and stuff,
Nope.
we tax them.
Nope.
That's what the tariff
So,
is.
nope. Tariffs are taxes on imported goods, and who pays that tax directly is the American business importing the product, and it's passed down mostly to the consumer. 96% of tariffs are paid by the U.S., mostly paid by the consumer.
Okay.
That's according to the Kiel Institute.
Okay. Okay, specifically about the corporate taxes again, like how would not how would lowering corporate taxes, I feel like that would overall improve like economic growth and industry, because like it would I feel like it would what is it, inspire, I guess, like fuel
Well,
more
well,
innovation and
you think
like
that,
growth.
but like you don't really have good data to support that.
Yeah, but if more industry is going to going to be motivated and be able to succeed if
Do you think
with a
tariffs are
lower
good for
tax rate.
economic growth?
Uh, you know, if they're not as aggressive as he currently has them, then they can definitely be beneficial to bringing more money into the country, especially if it's a tariff on foreign countries. And
Well, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. How do you feel about that?
I can't say I haven't seen that
Do you want
specific
me to show
data.
you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll just
sorry, I
pull it
haven't
up
I
on the
haven't yet
screen right
seen
now.
that.
Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll just do that right now. Throw it up
Yeah,
on
no
the
problem. Thank you.
screen. Do you see this?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah.
So here is Trump when he first got in office under his first term. This is
Mm-hmm.
when he left under his first term.
Yep.
This is when Biden gets in office.
Yep.
This is when Biden leaves office. This is when Trump takes over, and this is his administration.
Yeah, so I do remember I don't have like any specific data on this one, but I do know that there were other countries building factories inside of America, and so I know that's something that Trump has been like anti
But
towards. I know that they're like in
I mean,
Texas there
even
are
though that
Chinese
could be
car
happening, we see a
factories.
decline in domestic manufacturing investment overall. We saw a massive boom under Trump's or under Biden's administration, and then a decline under Trump. After seeing
I just
decline
think
under
it,
his first administration as well.
but you don't think that that would be because I think that would have a significant factor of it coming from the the fact that foreign countries factories are being heavily discouraged here. Like I know that there were Chinese car factories in Texas that were producing vehicles and etc. And that's something that he was very anti to because he wanted American stuff. I think that could definitely be a significant factor because they would have Biden would have. I think you would agree he would have supported them coming in to create factories and manufacturing etc
If you're talking about
inside of
like the vehicles, because there were
or
tariffs
yeah
on
and or
vehicles as
any
well.
other like
There are
general
targeted tariffs under
manufacturing.
Democrats agree with some targeted tariffs as well. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's just that they don't
Okay.
agree with the universalized tariffs.
Yeah. And so if you could just universalize tariffs, that's like, but they aren't universalized, are they?
They
Or
are
okay,
universalized.
so okay, interesting. Okay, I didn't specifically know that. Um, sorry. And then an the conservatives in general in the Republican Party also are normally uh more put more emphasis on like individual freedom and I think a smaller government than the Democratic Party does. And
Be
so
specific then. Like what particular individual freedom are you referencing?
like specifically like with gun freedom, like right to bear arms, etc. Those are that's like the main one of the biggest personal
Okay.
rights things that they highlight
Okay, but
as their
like,
thing.
don't Republicans also violate people's access to choose whether or not they get an abortion?
Well, so that becomes an ethics question, as does gun control. But here we're with gun control, it's there's a risk of people letting people buy firearms. There is a risk that those firearms can be used maliciously. But when you choose to have an abortion, you're you're guaranteeing that you're not letting a future human exist, like you're not having like instead of with gun control there's a chance that those guns could be used maliciously. With abortion you're 100% guaranteeing that a possible human to exist will not exist,
No, no, but
and
think about it this way: from a legal perspective, right? You are restricting people's rights to save human life. So, from your
yeah.
perspective, I'm not talking about from the person's perspective in engaging in the action. I'm talking about from your perspective. So, in terms of the action that you're engaging in, so what's relevant to you. So, given that what's relevant to you is that you're restricting rights to save lives, do you think that that same logic will also apply to gun control?
What do you mean to save lives, like
Yeah.
for medical cases for abortion?
Well, I mean, you're seeing it as like you're trying to save valuable lives in terms of abortion by restricting people's
Yeah.
right to get access to an abortion. You could also view it that you're saving people's lives, right, specifically from being murdered, right, literally by these particular types of guns by imposing certain gun control regulations.
Yeah, but so specifically here, what kind of what I said earlier is that with like, not everyone that owns a gun obviously is going to go out and murder someone with that gun. It's a risk that we have with being able to have these guns, but also the reason that we have these freedoms is specifically, in our Constitution, et cetera, is to have the right to protect ourselves in case of a oppressive government again like the British had. We want the right to be able to fight for ourselves. And I think that compared to abortion, I'm not saying that abortion needs to be fully banned period, but I am saying that for abortion, especially late term or um where it's, not for a medical reason, I think it's extremely it's extremely different in the way that those two things function. Because
If
with
it's late
guns,
term, it's just going to be an induction of labor.
yeah, well,
Okay, so it's like
but if it's in the second
that's
trimester, that's
propaganda. That
still
what you're hearing is propaganda because at that point, after viability, they're just going to induce the labor. There's not going to be a point where they're just going to be killing it for fun, right? Like that's not what's happening in most
yeah.
circumstances.
But for some people, they say that oh, I had an abortion because I wasn't ready to be a mother, and
That's okay.
we have
I think there's
programs.
nothing wrong with that. Do you think it's wrong to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, but that's the thing. That's the difference here is that these, future humans wouldn't be brain dead, or if they would,
I'm not
that could
asking
be
you
a
what the difference is
specific
right now. I'm asking you what would you do in this context? Would you think it's wrong?
to what?
Would you think it's
Sorry.
wrong to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, yeah, that would be wrong. There's
It would
things
be
for them.
wrong. You think it's illegal to pull you think it should be illegal to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, and you think it's murder to do that?
No, it shouldn't be illegal. I just wouldn't
Is
be
it
my
murder?
personal. It depends. I don't fully know
Depends.
exactly.
I
Well,
don't think
I
it
don't
does. I
fully
think it's
know
clearly that they're
exactly how
medically
like
dead.
brain. I don't
Brain
know
death
exactly
means they're
how.
never coming back in terms of their sentience, their subjective experience.
Okay, but I've read like books and heard stories in the past where people like
So
can't
there could be a
express themselves or like
misdiagnosis.
they're trapped, but they.
You're thinking a misdiagnosis.
Okay, am I?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I don't really know like the full like classification between those two
You know
things,
there are
but
misdiagnoses of cellular death as well. And that doesn't mean that
uh
we're gonna like not diagnose people as or determine that people are dead because it's extremely rare that in some circumstances that we like mistakenly didn't do so.
yeah,
Like obviously we want to like literally limit that from happening in the very first place, and that's a goal and an intention, and we're gonna do that with either or. But that's not an argument to say that we can't determine that people are dead.
well, I just think with the pro-choice argument, like you're having the choice to have sex unprotected, and if you make that choice then to get pregnant, and I think that like maybe not you're not choosing to get pregnant, but you choose to have sex, and that can result in a pregnancy, and I just think aborting that child then who
Wait, no, but like
has
hold
a
up
life,
before we move into that, let me make my point fully, and
yeah,
then we can get to that.
yeah,
So,
that's fine.
do, do you think that the cellular life is granting of personhood? Just the
Sorry, say that one
cellular
more
life
time.
alone?
Oh, is granting personhood?
Yes.
Well, it's going to be a person like it's not able to live outside of the womb yet, but it is a full like if you let that baby be, it will fully grow and develop into a living contributing. I mean, you don't know who that person could be. They could
So
become
why do we have
you
an
know
obligation to something that will have value in the future rather than having value right now?
well, because it's we're talking about like human life here. It's not like we're talking about like a car or something that you
But
think
we're
is
not
going to
talking
go.
about something that's ever had an experience. We're not talking about something that ever will have an experience if you have an abortion.
But it's still a critical, thing. It's still a life form that will like it's going to have a life
Cellular
ahead of
life.
it.
Cellular life. I don't think that you value zygotes and embryos. Do you?
But I do that they're like
You do?
it's
Okay, so
valuable. Like
do you think IVF should be illegal? Because they
uh
discard many zygotes and embryos per each patient.
um infertility IVF is like for the like where
In
you
vitro
put the
fertilization.
eggs inside. Yeah, where you put the eggs inside of a woman who can't have a child, right? Who can't get pregnant.
What? No, no. So in vitro fertilization is going to be where they have a petri dish. They cause specifically there to be cellular life.
Yeah.
They could have embryos, and they're going to implant right a particular implant that into a particular surrogate, right? That is
Mm-hmm.
determined or consented specifically to being pregnant. Right in this specific scenario, because say for example,
Yeah.
other individuals might have issues with fertility, issues of becoming pregnant themselves. They might not have a uterus themselves, right? Things like that, right? That specifically would be relevant to why they would need like to go through the IVF process. So in that
Yeah.
process, they discard multiple zygotes and embryos per patient. There's hundreds of thousands of patients on a yearly basis. Under your view, you would have to think that that should be illegal if you're consistent
Well,
with this, because of the fact that
well,
it's very clear here in this circumstance that they would be discarding cellular human organisms that, if you were to put in a particular circumstance in which they could become sentient in the future, would be able to be people like us, right? But
well, it's
obviously, at
important to
that
recognize
point,
that
they're
they
not.
aren't fertilized yet. So like
They are
because they aren't
fertilized. You don't know what
well,
zygotes and embryos are. That's already
okay,
after
well,
fertilization.
okay, well, I would assume that they wouldn't that they choose to put the correct zygote or embryo or IVF, whatever. I'm not exactly sure how that whole process works because I've never done it, but I would assume that they are putting whatever is going to be most safe for the mother in there, and so I think that would be a very a contributing factor into what they choose to um, actually end up putting in, and then what they discard would be what would could cause a complication, etc., or be have long term effects like Down syndrome or whatever possible risks might be. And I think that going to abortion that's a valid reason to want to have an abortion is if you are able to if you know that there's going to be a complication that's life threatening to you,
Okay.
or you have a child that is going to be like severe like not able to function correctly, or would like have a terminal condition with them that would make them die or would cause them to die quickly. Those things like are reasons that can give you like a reason to have an abortion,
Can you
whereas
have a reason to have an abortion for like financial reasons? Right? Like you are
well,
not ready
so
to
we
have a
have
family yet.
programs. So we have programs to be able to, put your child up for adoption and put it into the foster
Yeah,
care
but like
system.
you have to pay for birth, you have to go through the context of all those medical expenses, you have the risks on your body, right? For what? For a cellular human life that, if you had an abortion, would have never been sentient in the first place? I don't see the big issue. Like, I think that's ridiculous. To say that people should have to undergo all the medical risks associated with pregnancy and birth, and specifically they would have to pay for all of those things, right? Simply just because of the fact that they became pregnant, I think is ridiculous, especially when we're talking about them getting an abortion when it's literally a cellular life. It's not sentient, never will be sentient. It's a cellular life. It's like a zygote or an embryo, and you don't think people are committing murder by discarding those. So like I genuinely don't understand your argument there, because you're arguing like, oh, it's just like in the cases in which they're like, for example, not viable in terms of the zygotes or embryos. That's not true. There are viable zygotes and embryos that inevitably they don't use because they already had one that worked, and they don't need to
Hmm.
use anymore. So like they could discard them in those circumstances, and I see nothing morally wrong with that. Under your view, you think that's murder, and you think they should go to prison, right? If you're consistent with that view.
No, no, that is definitely a valid aspect on that. Hmm, that is interesting, and I guess for IVF specifically, that would have to be different. I don't exactly know what you could, put into place to make it, universal across every situation with like a pregnancy, et cetera, is going to be different. And, a reason for wanting an abortion. But I think just wanting an abortion just because, you don't want to give birth is just, I just feel like that's so like, that's just taking away the opportunity for someone to live a life, like that. I just can't imagine like why that's something that you would want to allow to happen. Like that person can grow up and end up becoming like, your best friend or something. Like it's just like it
Uh,
seems like such a like you're stopping something from
Imagine saying
happening that
that like when someone uses contraceptives. Like
but
you're
this is
reducing the
different.
likelihood of your possible friend existing in the future. Like, is that what you're arguing? Like what?
Well,
What? That's just crazy to say.
but
That's
the
a
difference
great
here is
thing,
that
insane thing to say. You like okay, think about it this way. Like people always say, "Oh, if you get an abortion, you're potentially limiting someone who could cure cancer from existing in the future." Well, also you're potentially limiting a serial killer from existing, based upon that same logic. Okay, so I don't think that something amazing could happen from this is really the argument for that, to say that like it would be much above like the average person, for example. I think that's a pretty ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, but if you think about it, a significant amount of people, actually, basically everyone isn't gonna be a serial killer, but a significant amount of people are going to grow up and create relationships
I said cure
with people
cancer.
in their
The
lives.
point I was making is that like there's going to be some amazing good thing that's going to happen. Well, I mean, you could say this about anything. Like, does that mean every single person when they date they can't break up because they could have had kids together?
Well,
Like,
no,
what? That
and
makes no
what you said
sense,
about using
right? Like, think about it this way. Think
contraceptives.
about it this way. If my parents chose not to date, I wouldn't exist. Would it have been wrong for my parents to choose not to date?
No, but like if your
Oh,
parents
okay.
were
So
dating,
engaging in actions that prevent human beings from existing in the future without them like limiting them from existing or violating their rights anyway isn't wrong, because all you're doing in that scenario is limiting a potentiality from existing, which is totally okay. There's
but
nothing
if
that
your
already
if
existed.
but
You're
if your
only just
mother
limiting a
chose
potentiality.
so if your mother chose to abort you in the third trimester, like that would be awful. Like
Dude,
it would be like a loss. Like
that's after the point of sentience, and also at that point there would be an induction of labor. I already told you this. Plus, under with Roe versus Wade in place or without Roe versus Wade in place, right after viability, it's left up to the states. So this whole like propagandistic talking point of, oh, Democrats late term abortion, Democrats federally speaking are going to bring about more late term abortion. That's just a complete propagandistic lie.
okay, well, disregarding the late term, if your parents aborted you at all, that would still be like a serious loss. Like it's like I mean, like people like I you have love you have a girlfriend. I think, right. I feel like
Yeah,
I
if
heard you
my
talking about
parents
that before.
chose not to
Like
date, the same thing would be true. We'd be living in a different reality.
exactly, but they did, and because they did, and you ended up in the womb, and like your mother,
Okay, but like my
raised you
parents had
inside
no
of her. Like,
obligation to date each other.
but but if you're carrying a life form inside of you, you have an obligation to give that life form, give birth to it, and give it a life, not just
No,
murder it.
no, you don't. Why
Well,
not? It's not
that's
sentient.
the
Why not?
discussion here. That's what
Why?
we're
Why? No.
trying
Why
to
do you? Why do
discuss.
you if it's not sentient?
Because it's like saying, oh, like you can throw away a piece of paper because it's not sentient. But that piece of paper isn't gonna come come into the world 9 months later and be like a member of society. But you will. Like that's the distinction here. Like just because it doesn't, like just because you don't have it like in that
Have you ever
moment,
watched
or
Rick and
like
Morty?
yeah.
Okay, Rick Sanchez makes a gun that can make everything around him sentient, or whatever he shoots sentient. Okay? Does he have an obligation to shoot every object around him?
Well, obviously not, because it's like
But
that's
it could.
that's
But it could be a sentient napkin.
but you but the
But it
thing
could
is,
be a
it'd be like
sentient napkin. He has an obligation to bring about the sentient napkin.
but it'd be like shooting the gun, and it takes 9 months for it to fully take into effect, and then you stop it before. It's just like you have humans that are like
Yeah, would that be
future
wrong?
humans.
Would that be wrong, right, for him to not shoot the objects around him because they potentially could be people in the future or could
Well,
have
no, that'd be the
sentience?
same thing as saying like, oh, is it wrong to not have sex with every woman you see because you could create babies with all those women? Like, obviously not. That's like
That's a
a
ridiculous thing
turnaround
to say.
argument.
That I don't know. I don't understand that
Absolutely
comparison.
ridiculous. Well,
I don't
you
understand that
said
comparison because what you're saying in this circumstance, we're talking about shooting a gun, right? A gun is not a person, right?
well, I'm saying like I'm referring to like the gun as like the same thing as like getting a woman pregnant,
Well,
or
I know. You're
like
referring to
it'd
a
be
woman as an object.
okay. That's not what I'm trying
That's
to do. If
exactly
your
what you
women are
just
not
did, though. Like
objects,
I'm not trolling. I don't know why you made that comparison.
I'm just saying that if you're thinking about it like that, your women have, when they get pregnant, they have a future human inside of them. And I just, it's just, in my opinion, I guess, obviously, I will never be able to change your mind. Obviously, I don't know if anyone could, which, is fine. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I just
You
think
say future.
to,
Wait, could I change your opinion? The future person. Why do you have an obligation to uphold a future person? Under your view, essentially, you do believe that people shouldn't use contraceptives because there could be future people that could have existed if they didn't use contraceptives.
That's different. This is
Like,
post fertilization. Like the egg isn't fertilized before you
but
use a
like you're not saying
contraceptive. You
anything
know,
is
like
necessarily valuable at that point because you said it's future going to be valuable. The same thing could be said to be true in that circumstance. Then you're going to say it's wrong to pull out.
um, I just this is I feel like it's just kind of like a roundabout argument. Like we could just go back and forth about the same stuff
Well,
over
you're
and over.
saying
So
you value just future, right?
sorry, say that again.
So you're saying you value just the future alone.
Well, no, I mean it's the whole process that goes on during inside of the womb to develop this child. Like not just like the future, like it's also like all the things that are happening at the same time. Like it all goes into creating that person. Like
What other things
uh,
do you value?
other than the future. What do you
Yeah.
mean? Like I'm confused. Like what do you
Yeah,
mean? Like
with the zygote, with an embryo, with the cellular organism, what is valuable about it at that point?
well, the fact that it's a human. Like what else? Like at the end, like at a bare minimum, it's just like it's still a human. Like I guess I don't know. I mean, it's still a human. That's how I feel about it. I mean, I know that there's a lot of people that disagree, but I guess that's just like a
Okay,
moral
so
question.
do you think
Or
it's wrong to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead? They're still human,
but
but
that's
they're a
different.
dead human.
That's different. But that's different. So it's that's and I specifically said earlier, if you had um you were going to give birth to a child that would be like that, brain dead and not function, like not there at all,
Yeah, if they wait,
that would be
if they're brain dead, yeah, that's incredibly sad
yeah,
because they died.
horribly, horribly, and it would be a medical, acceptable reason. I feel like to justify having an abortion. I feel like that would be something that would be, um, would be an exception to be able to have an abortion. And so,
Wait. You think it's okay to have an abortion if the fetus is brain dead? Is that what you just said?
yeah, yeah,
So what?
that would be a
So then, really, all you're saying that's valuable is the potential.
well.
Again, do you see what I mean? Why would someone have to give up their body, risk their life, risk literally their medical autonomy, right? And a bunch of their financial resources for just the potentiality? That makes no goddamn sense to me.
I think that when they chose to have sex, or when she chose to have sex, that she signed up for that as a risk.
She signed it. Wait, say that again? You're
Like
saying
it's like when she
when someone
chose,
engages in sex, they sign up for that? No, they don't.
they sign up for the risk that if they get pregnant, they're going to have they have to deal with the
Yeah,
uh
and that could be getting
if
an
you get pregnant, you
abortion.
have to have medical bills. What?
Wait, wait. You say medical bills? No, they can get an abortion. That would reduce the medical costs.
Exactly, but what we're talking about is if abortion wasn't allowed
Well, yeah,
or
but
wasn't.
abortion should be allowed.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I guess I just disagree, and
So you're
everyone's
saying that
entitled to that.
people should have to undergo that level of cost.
If they have a fertile and um like I guess how should I say viable child that's going to be born, yes, they should. That's part of the risk. That's what, like, when you have unprotected sex, that's part of
Wait. Are
what,
you
like,
assuming it's unprotected?
what do you mean?
Why are
Like when
you
you have
assuming
sex
it's
at all, I
unprotected?
guess. Sorry, yeah, no, you're right, condoms can break. That's 100% valid. Having sex at all, that's part of, you risk getting pregnant when you have sex at all. And so
Okay.
that's like a bare minimum risk that you take. And so
Okay, but that doesn't mean that
choosing
you should be forced to go through a pregnancy and incur all those costs when you can get an abortion if you want to.
Well, that's the exact thing I'm saying is that it shouldn't be allowed because of the fact that, that fertilized egg inside of you is going to become a human, is going to become
Yeah, and
a
who
a
cares
person
about
with
the
relationships, etc.
potentiality?
Because it's already happening. Like it's happening now. It's not like they're. It's
But
not
it's
like.
potential.
But
It's
it's
just
like saying,
potential.
oh,
You're saying someone should be forced to go through a pregnancy for just potential. You're
that's
not
like.
even
But you're
saying it's
saying.
currently valuable.
But we force kids to go to school just because of the potential that they might make something of themselves in their career. We
But
force
that's
kids to go
because
to
they
school so they
already
can.
have something established.
Exactly.
You
The
you wouldn't
mom
you wouldn't
already
take a
has a
rock to
fertilized
school,
egg.
sir. You wouldn't take a rock to school, right? Because a rock does not have the capacity to gain knowledge, right? You wouldn't take a plant to
Exactly.
school. That's not how it works.
But that human does have the ability to gain
Not at
knowledge
that
in
point.
its way.
No, it doesn't. There's no capacity. So if you get an abortion, there would have never been any capacity at any point in time.
But but the whole point is that you've started the creation of a child that will. And that is like one of the most beautiful things, I feel like. And you know, your thing with like the rock or whatever, it's far different. It's like taking a child who hasn't never been to school. We still take them to school because they have the potential to use the
They can
knowledge that
gain
they
knowledge
gain.
because they're sentient. They're aware. They can
Exactly.
gain knowledge.
But
The
I'm not
point I'm
saying we
making is
send.
that you don't take like an entity that can't gain any knowledge to something to gain knowledge. It makes no sense. Like a rock cannot gain knowledge. Okay? You wouldn't take a rock to school because they can't gain knowledge. Does that make sense? For example, the point that I'm making in general is that it does not have these current values at all. There's nothing established. So for the future of it, it's just potential. For the individual in which we're talking about for the kid, it's not just potential. They already have the ability to gain knowledge.
But like what you're saying is that they don't have any knowledge of, say, math before. They gain like by going to school, they have the potential to gain knowledge on math and sciences. So that is something, and that's something that we force
They have
children to do
potential and
is.
capacity. You're misunderstanding. They don't have capacity. In the scenario that we're talking about for the zygote and for the embryo and for the fetus, but prior to sentience, it doesn't have capacity, but it does have potential. Do you understand the difference?
Yes, but I guess that might just be, I guess, an example that's not good enough for you. But I just feel like
The kid in the
that's
scenario where we take them to school, they have the capacity. Do they not?
well, but they don't have the capacity to learn like advanced calculus with nothing before. They
Yeah,
need
that's not
the
why.
process
That's
before.
why you don't take fucking like kids to advanced calculus. What are you talking about? You're just actually justifying my
But
point without realizing they didn't have that
no,
specific
because
value yet. You're not going to take them into that area when they don't have that specific value yet, or even the capacity to be able to do so.
but like a unborn child doesn't have the capacity yet to learn, I guess is what your point is. But it will in the future. It just as a child who's first going to kindergarten doesn't have the capacity. There's no
Okay, I think you're
kindergartner
getting
on the
confused with
planet.
these examples. Okay, the point that I'm making is that there is no value that you have at all placed in the context of the zygote at all. You're just saying you value this potential state it could get to in the future. But if the point is that specifically it's not going to meet that potential state in the future because an abortion would occur, would you even say it's valuable?
Because an abortion would occur in the future, it's not valuable, is what you're saying, or what you're asking me to answer.
Yeah, if this would prevent that from ever happening in the first place, and that was the only thing in which you considered to be valuable, what did you actually value inevitably after the abortion actually occurred in the first place? It never achieved anything that you would have valued
But
other
the
than
whole point is that
potentiality.
abortion wouldn't be allowed, and that we'd be able to, see that child have a future.
We would have been able to see them have a. Okay, so it's just going to be another. You're just going to care about potentiality no matter what. Let me ask you this question, okay?
Sure.
Do you so? What risk of death does someone need to have in order to be able to get access to an abortion under your view? In order for
I'm
it to
not
be a
exactly
medical
sure. Like,
abortion.
yeah, so I don't know exactly what like what specific things in a pregnancy make it so that it, like, I'm not sure if like a
Let me
position of the
specify.
child
If there was like
would
a
come out.
5% chance of death from pregnancy, do you think they should be able to get access to an abortion?
Well, I think that's in like, isn't there inherently just like, even if there's no, like, isn't there already like a small level of
Yes, there is a
like,
risk with
wouldn't
every
there be more than
pregnancy.
5%
But I'm asking you,
just every pregnancy?
if it were 5%, do you think they should be able to get access to an abortion legally?
Well, if that, I think that's lower than just the inherent risks of any pregnancy ever. So no, I don't think so.
You don't think it so you don't think someone with a 5% chance of dying should be able to get access to to an abortion legally?
I mean, I
You think
think
someone should have to undergo a 5% chance of death for a zygote or an embryo that's never been sentient and never would be sentient if you got an abortion?
one sec. I'm searching up what the
Maternal
risk of
mortality
death.
rate is?
Yeah.
Let me just let
So
you know that's lower. It's lower than 5%.
yeah, it's very extremely low. Yeah, I see. Okay, so
It's not
when you
extremely
so
low, but it is lower than 5%. So the point that I would make is that
it's
you're okay with literally 1 in 20 women dying.
well, it was looking okay. I might be on the wrong source. I'm on UPMC. It says that there were 22.3 deaths per 100,000 live births. If does that sound right? I don't want to.
You said how
If
many?
that's 22.3 deaths per 100,000 live births is what
And in
I'm
what
seeing
country are you
in
referencing? Is that
2022.
just in the U.S. overall?
Oh, that might not be the US. Hold up, sorry. Let me specify. Yeah, it says 18.6 to 33.6 per 100,000 live births, according to 2022 to 2023 data.
Yeah.
If
Are you
that
on CDC?
sounds right. Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah.
If that, yeah, I just want to make sure that checks out before
Yeah.
I go on that. So what you're talking about with that 5% thing, that is, compared to 33 out of on the high side of 100,000 death, that's a significant increase in comparison. And so if it's that significantly increased, then that is a valid medical reason to have an abortion, is if your risk of having a birth complication that could
So if
result
it
in
was
you
5%, you
losing your
do think they
life.
should have legal right to get an abortion?
I'm it seems low, but seeing how much higher it is compared to what the average is, that would mean that there is something significant causing that raise in
Wait,
probability.
you're then saying that like you don't think a 5% chance of death in the past, you thought that wasn't a justification specifically to get an abortion, but now you do?
What do you mean? When did I
Because
say
you
that?
because
Well,
you
I
you
didn't know. I
compared
didn't know
it
what the
to the
statistic was.
average likelihood?
Well, what I specifically said is that if there's a significantly raised risk compared to what just the base risk of having a death
Yeah, but you
during
didn't see a 5%
childbirth.
chance of death to be relevant in the beginning. So I mean, sure, if you are saying now that you do think that that should be allowed, the point that I would then make is that at what percentage are you then going to be able to determine someone should be able to get legal access to an abortion? And are you saying for some individuals they should be able to get access to an abortion, right? Even if their risk is undetermined?
So I'm not exactly sure how doctors. I mean, I know that there's some methods, but I'm not exactly sure how doctors go about determining what the specific risk of
Sure.
death is. But I assume that no matter what, they're probably able to get some kind of like preliminary um uh I don't know, like baseline on what the risk could be, right? I would, that seems like something that they would be able to do, right?
I don't know what you're saying there. Say that again. What?
I'm just saying, like doctors in general, before when they're going through checkups and etc. on a woman who's pregnant, they have a baseline
Of like
prediction.
what
I'm
the
sure.
likelihood is?
Yeah,
I'm
on
saying
what kind of like.
I'm saying if the doctor can't determine the risk, the level of risk, should they be able to
Well,
get
in the
access to
United States,
an abortion?
does that happen? Like, is it? I don't think
Are
that's
there
likely in the United
circumstances
States.
where the risk is undetermined? Yes.
Okay, and so if you're in a situation where it's undetermined,
Where they don't
but
know.
yeah, where you can't say specifically, but it's going to be higher than normal, then that could be an argument that you can make on a reason why you should be able to have an abortion. But if it's
So just if you
you
know that
don't.
it's higher than normal. Okay. So then here's my question. Do you think specifically black women, because on average they have a higher likelihood of maternal mortality in this country, do you think that they should be
Hmm.
able to themselves get an abortion because the rate or risk of maternal mortality is unknown to them as a person? Do you think that they're justified in personally getting an abortion themselves because they have a known higher risk of maternal mortality than average?
Yeah, I don't want to go into like I don't want to say specifically, like, oh, like different races, I guess, should be able to have, abortions differently. I think we could, if we were able to create like a just a universal, like based on the averages across the entire nation with all women. I think that would be better than, specifically classifying, oh, if you're black, you have
But it
this
seems based
different
upon your
reasons.
reasoning there, you said it would have been justified. If you know specifically that it's undetermined and, right, there's a higher than average risk, then you should be able to get access to it. You said that there's an argument there. Okay, so
Yeah,
then
for
why
sure.
wouldn't that argument apply in this context?
Well, because it's becoming more specific, and I think that we should, if any feasible rule was going to be put in place about abortion, it'd be really important to make it so that it was a general rule and not something that's like, oh, this specific race has different, leniency on getting an abortion compared to this one. I
Wait,
think
but
it would need to be
you're
something.
just saying you don't like the outcome, not the fact that you don't like the reasoning. So I'm asking, why do you accept the reasoning in one scenario but not the other?
Well, so if a black woman was going to have a higher chance
They
of,
do.
I mean,
Not,
yeah, okay.
not, they can. They do in this country
Do you know why that is? Is just because they like,
because
do
of
they go to
systemic
like,
racism and because of a
okay,
lot of
wow,
biases
okay.
that are passed down historically speaking, and which lead to the treatment being worse for black women. If you specifically see that if black women specifically have black women who are surgeons or doctors, right, that if it goes away, that disparity.
Okay, I personally can't speak on that. I'm not exactly sure about doctors giving worse medical care to black people.
Yes.
That seems fairly, in my opinion, kind of absurd. Why would anyone want to do that?
Okay, so it just sounds
Um,
absurd instead of actually like looking into it. It's
I
really
mean, I
annoying to have a
definitely.
conversation with someone that's not even willing to look into what you say, but rather is just going to dispute it because it doesn't feel good to them.
Well, I didn't dispute it. I'm not saying it's
You're
not true. I'm
disputing it
just
because it
saying.
doesn't feel good to you. That's why. I understand it
Well,
doesn't
I'm
feel
just
good
saying
to you.
I don't know
It
anything
is an
about that.
uncomfortable truth. I totally understand.
I just don't know anything about it right now. I honestly couldn't tell you
I
if
get
it's
it,
true or not. But
but it's
if we're
true. That
saying
doesn't
that
mean
is
it's not
true,
true.
if we're saying that is true, I mean, the black women have a higher percentage of abortions than white women do, and so I think that, there's definitely racial differences and cultural differences in how these.
These disparities are created specifically by a system that's existed that's disenfranchised the financial, right, the financial abilities, right, specifically for black people in this country because of the fact that there's literally been the burning of Black Wall Street in Tulsa. There's been specifically literally been, right, mass murder, right, of black Americans in this country. There's been limitations in terms of what specifically investments black Americans can make in terms of redlining that have existed in this country that have passed down historical disadvantages to black people in this country, financially speaking. That's why there's a difference in per capita levels of GDP, specifically for black Americans versus white Americans, and also why you see specifically how that can carry over to whether or not people would be able to get access to an abortion to a greater extent. Because finances are a very, very large reason for why people might get access to an abortion. So if there's a financial disparity based upon past historical injustices, obviously that's going to explain why there could be more people getting abortions today based upon the fact that, again, right, there's a financial disparity.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's definitely a valid point.
So if you
I
want
guess
to
I don't really
reduce
have anything.
abortions, why don't you like try to like provide care for people who are in need to reduce the likelihood of them needing an abortion or choosing to get an abortion themselves rather than forcing people to go through a pregnancy?
Well, I think that the two would go hand in hand. I mean, if you were going to put, more restrictions on abortion, then there would have to be, the other stuff too. You can't like that's, you don't just make someone quit smoking,
But you want to know
fully.
something
There's
crazy
other
though?
stuff too.
That doesn't exist because Kamala Harris was expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, 3,600 through them being 5 years old, 3,000 through them being 18, and wanted to expand access to childcare and healthcare in this country. Whereas Donald Trump didn't have a plan for childcare, didn't have a plan for healthcare, and literally didn't want to expand the child tax credit to the same degree that Kamala Harris wanted to.
But if you were giving, children money at different stages of their life, such as birth at 18 years old, etc., one, that money, comes from, the American taxpayers, and two, that would also would how would that? I just want to know how that would cause things to not become more expensive because people are just like just granted basically just free money for just being alive. Like how would that not cause prices for certain things to increase?
How would what? How would you think what would cause prices to increase?
If you were just to give, someone or a baby like, money at birth and then money at 18 that goes into like
These are
like a
tax
trust.
credits, yeah. So it does put upward pressure, right, specifically within the economy in terms of demand, but that wouldn't cause much inflation.
If you but So what would the total be if like calculated with like, compounding interest, et cetera, on the like what they give, like when they're 18, how much do you know how much they would have? Like,
These are tax credits, so reductions in
oh,
your
oh, oh,
tax.
oh, oh, okay, I see. So you're using taxpayer money to fund
I'm giving
the
people
ability for
back their
someone
taxpayer money if they have
that
kids
just
to help them take care of their kids.
but would that not make other people have to pay more taxes to, be able to
Yeah,
maintain?
and I would like to increase taxes on individuals that have income over $400,000 a year in order to be able to compensate for it.
Would that not cause people like that to just move their, say their like business to like say the Dominican Republic or something like that, and or sorry, that might be a bad example, but some other country and base their headquarters there so they don't have to pay the US tax that's that high?
I'm talking about individual income. So if they are still living in the US, they're taking individual income. If they're not and they're trying to evade taxes through other means, then we should legally do that, like go after them for evading taxes.
Mm-hmm. And that money, but then that money would go to other people. So it would just, but I feel like that would hurt industry in a way because you're you're making it so people's take home pay would be less. And so because of that, people are putting in, people put in a lot of work to, make more money and have more take home pay. And so if you raise taxes on those people, you're taking more away from them and hurting their ability to live their lives,
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you
So
see
I
what I'm
would
saying
rather
there?
tax lower income individuals less and higher income individuals more to be able to pay for social services.
But those higher income individuals arguably have worked harder to be where they are than someone who's making a lower income than them. Would Is that something that you agree with?
Not necessarily. But like the even so, right? I think that you can like the inevitable reality is that we have to tax someone. Would you rather tax lower income individuals or higher income individuals?
Uh, well, obviously, higher income
There you
individuals
go.
have always had a higher, tax on them, which is fine. But
No, I'm just
in
asking you. I no, don't answer that way. I'm asking you a specific question. Tax has to be placed on somebody. Lower income person or higher income person, who do you pick?
everyone, that's part of the system. But what I
Yeah,
am saying though
but
is
who
that
do you think it should be placed on more?
higher income individuals,
Okay, that's exactly what I'm saying.
exactly. But when you
And Donald
raise it
Trump's
so
doing the
much, and
opposite.
then
He's shifting the burden from those that are higher income to those that are lower income by imposing tariffs, by replacing tariffs or replacing income tax with tariffs, percentages of income
well,
tax with percentages of tariffs.
Well, I would disagree that because of some of his other economic policies, which I know I mentioned it before, but no tax on tips. That's a way that you're, allowing lower income
Hey, dude, I
Americans
don't know
that
why you
rely
keep
off
bringing that up.
tips.
I've already told you that's supported by both sides.
Yeah, but that's specifically something that Trump has put
Yeah, and that's
in
not
action.
different from what Democrats would have done. So I don't
Yeah,
know why
but
you're bringing
Biden
this
didn't
up
do
as
it
a
all
win
four
when that would
years
have
of
happened
his
either way.
presidency. But Biden didn't do it his all 4 years of his presidency. So
Yeah,
that
because
there's
that relies on Congress to get it
okay.
passed.
Well, there were 4 years where he had an opportunity to do that and he didn't. So
Okay,
it's
so and there were 4 years that Trump had in his first administration. Did he get that done? No, he didn't. So that's not an argument.
okay. I mean, I
Is that
guess,
an
but
argument? Because if it was an argument, then you wouldn't have voted for Trump because he didn't do it in his first term.
well, it wasn't something that he campaigned on in his first term.
Oh, was it something that Biden campaigned on? No, it isn't.
No,
It
but
was
it's
something that Kamala Harris campaigned on. Try
yeah,
again.
but with the Biden administration and the Democratic Party as a whole, they're very tax the rich, give more to the less fortunate, the middle class, the
Yeah,
poor.
so I'd rather tax rich people than lower income people. You've already conceded to that.
Yeah, and
That
Trump
is
is
literally what Democrats are saying, and you're supporting Trump, who wants to tax lower income individuals disproportionately more, while taxing higher income individuals disproportionately less.
but but with Trump's policies, when he still taxes higher income individuals more than lower income individuals. He hasn't raised taxes on low income individuals in
Yes,
the
he did.
country.
Tariffs raise taxes on everyone in the country, which includes
But
low income
he's
individuals.
but he adds things like I know you hate it, but no tax on tips, or not hate it, but you don't like me saying that as a Trump thing.
I don't know why
But
you keep saying that after I've already responded. Like, I genuinely don't know what's going through your mind.
I mean,
Why?
I
Why do you
guess,
keep
but
doing that? Like, I
I'm just
genuinely,
saying,
is that like the only thing you can mention? I've already responded to this like 7 times.
I know, but what I'm saying is that that specifically like combats, the
It
tariff
doesn't.
thing. Like,
It doesn't at all. It doesn't combat tariffs at all because it was supported by both sides, Democrats and Republicans. Harris also supported that, and Harris would not have imposed tariffs. So on one side, you have no tax on tips and tariffs. The other side, you have no tax on tips and no tariffs. Which one's preferable?
like, I mean, definitely you would want to tax more for people that have more money.
So do you support no tax on tips and no tariffs, or no tax on tips and tariffs?
I think tariffs are important.
No, they're not. They're horrible.
Well, we've brought in a
You
very
just argued that
significant,
tax cuts were good, and then now you're advocating for tax increases.
but but tariffs in general have brought a lot more have
Don't say it.
created what they've created many new trade deals and are
No,
being
they
able
haven't.
to, but they've changed the way that other countries are
We
trading
had
with
trade
us.
deals with all these nations prior.
Yeah, but it's changing them to be more beneficial in
I
our
don't
favor
think that they're more
moving forward.
beneficial. I think our trade is worse off. We've seen the worst job growth in the past 4 years. We've seen lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. Lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had lower real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. What's better off?
Hmm. I, but okay, but how much money have the tariffs brought, to the government so far? Like it's a lot.
Aren't they gonna have to pay all of that back because it was unconstitutional?
Well, that's to be decided. I don't know
True.
exactly
It
what
is
their
to be
plans are
decided
for
on.
that. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what will end up happening with that, but whatever does get decided, that could be, a serious uh you know
So do we even
negative.
have that money yet? No, we don't. Do we even know if we're getting that money? No, we don't.
But I can agree that like what he did with like the 100% tariffs on China and stuff like that's all like very extreme, and it's not helping diplomatic relations at all, right? But I think that, tariffs on some level are a really good leverage opportunity for us to renegotiate trade with other countries.
Okay. So I don't think that it's good leverage against our allies. I think that destabilized our relationships with our allies, and that's evident right now because they don't want to help out Trump.
Okay, but
And also, how do you
and
feel about
so
him tariffing penguins? Like he put a tariff on an island with only penguins on it
well,
that had no
so
imports and no exports.
Trump in general has done a lot of like very random, like very, very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just very like, I
The
guess
penguins were
random. It
fucking our
makes no
country
sense.
over. Do not let the
No,
penguins
no,
destroy this country.
that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is like he does consistently do, and like with his whole like truth social ranting and stuff, he does a lot of things that aren't, you know, don't really make any sense at all if we're being frank. But there's
He just tried to
still,
say that he doesn't want his president with a learning disability, and he tried to say that he doesn't like Newsom, and Newsom shouldn't be president because he has dyslexia. Okay? Trump has literally said we should look at a disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He's looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes twice in the same sitting. So he's literally and he also literally said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Biden.
I mean,
He's
he
the one that's
said,
dumb. He tried to say that Gavin Newsom was dumb because he's dyslexic. Like what? 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 He says
well,
that's the hard line for him. But it's okay for Trump to do all of those things. It's okay for Trump to be a rapist. It's okay for Trump to undermine our democracy, our constitution, our rule of law, our core fundamental American values.
yeah, no,
So
I mean,
all of
I'm
those
not
things
here
can be
to defend,
overlooked, but
Trump's. I'm not here to defend some of, the bogus things
you're
that
not here to defend Trump.
Trump's. I'm not here to defend some of those things that he said that are just, frankly, that are just absurd. But I am here to say that the things that he does, such as like him going lower on the taxes on corporations. I know I already said that before, but that's just something that I know a little bit more about, and I can't personally speak on the other stuff. But if you raise higher costs on these businesses, it's gonna raise prices for people and
Tariffs
can lead to job cuts
heighten the
and
costs
more.
on businesses, and you're okay with that?
Tariffs do? Well,
Yeah, they definitely
yeah,
do.
but
Yeah, tariffs are one of the biggest ways that you can impose higher costs on businesses.
yeah, but
That will cause higher prices. So ask any economist, who do you think's policy is more inflationary, Trump's or Harris's policy? Every
say that
economist will
again.
probably tell you that Trump's policy was more inflationary.
Oh, well, but what tariffs do, they help keep companies inside the US, and it stops them from going to countries outside of the United States for cheaper labor out there for their factories. It causes industry to refocus itself inside of our country and giving more jobs to the citizens of our country.
So we've had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. How's that going?
Because
One,
we just started these things. Like, these things take time to
a whole
fully
year,
flesh
and
out,
yet
and
we've still seen worse job growth. We saw better job growth under every year under the Biden admin. Why didn't it take long under Biden's admin?
well, the thing is to build full new industries and infrastructure inside of our country that was previously based outside of our country. That takes time, and so
So then
we
why hasn't
it's a
in
full
order to build more
process.
infrastructure, don't you need more investment?
Exactly.
Well,
That's why I know Saudi Arabia has a large investment in the United States. There are investments
didn't
going
I
on in the
just
United
show you
States
that
still
real private fixed investment is lower in the country for manufacturing?
because of the fact that we've ended up having to restructure. We're restructuring the way that
This is
we
investment.
do.
This is investment.
Yeah.
I thought you said if the investment will then lead to there being more jobs in manufacturing, more production in manufacturing. How can there be more production in manufacturing if there's no increase in investment? I'm not even looking at the
Well,
industry's production. I'm not even looking at manufacturing jobs. I'm looking at the investment. Okay? That's why this is
yeah,
so
but
bad, is because it's disincentivized investing in the United States. Why? Because it's increased the cost of manufacturing in this country because of many materials that come to this country or now have a higher cost on them because the tariffs have been placed on those materials. And secondly, right, it's not very certain that the tariffs are going to stay in place in the long run. Anastasia, thank you so much for the galaxy. Right? And also, the third, Donald Trump's imposing of tariffs has put upward pressure on the prices overall on the entire market, then imposing conditions where there's less likely of a chance that we're going to be able to decrease interest rates, therefore disincentivizing investment as well.
so what I would say is that right now, the the reason some of the things you talked about are highlighted as the core problems in our economy because of these tariffs. The fact that things that we need to produce, the things that we use, are imported from other countries and have the tariffs on them. That highlights a specific problem we have, and how what Trump's main goal is to get those things produced inside the United States, and that does require a lot of infrastructure, etc., and a change in the way that we manufacture things. And so, as those changes, go into effect, and we're able to create, steel, things like that, do more of that
We had steel
inside of our
tariffs.
country instead of outsourcing it. What?
We had steel tariffs. So universalized tariffs don't stimulate production like that as much as targeted tariffs do. Because targeted
Exactly,
tariffs
but
then don't place tariffs on all the different industries that this sort of manufacturing process will rely upon, then increasing the cost of that manufacturing process.
that's the thing. For now, what we're doing is we're trying to recenter the way that we don't have to use. That the whole point is that we're de-incentivizing corporations from outsourcing their materials, and we're trying to encourage more production inside of the United States of those materials that are being tariffed. That's the whole
But
point
again, we're not
of
seeing
the
that though.
because like because the even though the prices are rising, we're rebuilding like the domestic industry, and that's going to help us make long-term like economic individualism. Like we're going to be able to be like independent and powerful on our own
Why do we
without
need to be
being
independent
put,
from our allies?
because our allies might not be our allies forever, or places like China where we heavily depend on, who
So like for
if
example,
China,
Europe, we won't be allies with Europe in the future. Is that because Trump's going to
well
destroy our relationships?
we get more from China than we do from Europe. And if China were to say invade Taiwan, which is something that is definitely a possibility in the future,
Who's going to buy their
we would
products?
be. What do you mean?
If China if China decides to go against the United States entirely, go against Europe entirely, who's going to buy their products?
Well, the thing is, they've basically cornered the market in how to get those items cheaply, and so the whole point is we're trying to reshape the way that we do things to recenter that industry inside the United States, so that we're not so dependent on them in case of something like that. You know,
Answer the question: who will buy their products?
well, as it is now, people would still be forced to because they don't have the same they don't have the same production capabilities that
Okay,
China
so
has right
inevitably
now.
speaking, they rely upon selling their products to us.
Well, we rely on them more than they rely on us.
Why do you say that?
Well, because China ships and does business all across the globe and not just in the United States. And although the United States is a major, most
Not
significant
just the United
factor,
States,
it's
also in
still
Europe. If we're allied with Europe and the United States, that takes away a huge portion of the market share that they were upholding prior, which means that they're overproducing and it's taking away from their economy. They would disenfranchise their economy just as much as we would disenfranchise our economy. So both powers don't
exactly, and
have an
that's something that
incentive to
we
do
want to
that.
prevent.
Both powers don't have an incentive to do that. So I don't really see that happening specifically with China. I think there's more of a likelihood chance of that happening with Russia, when it has.
Definitely, yeah. And so, especially with Russia, I know that places, I think it was Germany, relied very heavily on their oil or gas from the pipelines that they had. And so, because of the Ukrainian war, that placed a strain on countries like Germany to be able to get gas because of the sanctions, etc. And so, although they want to show support for Ukraine and create the and enact
And they still
sanctions
did
on
support
Russia,
Ukraine.
exactly, but 100%, but it did create a strain on them to get gasoline because of
But
how
you
heavily
think
they
that's good
relied.
because then that's going to build up their domestic industries.
Well, that's the thing we're trying to prevent. We're trying to prevent ourselves from being in a situation where we have no choice but to put ourselves in a situation where we're heavily struggling because we're in a
But aren't
conflict
you
or a
causing
disagreement.
us a struggle right now?
Well, our current struggle right now is not as bad of a struggle as it would be if we were fully becoming had to become enemies with someone like China. Our problem would become far worse then, rather than proactively, you know, causing a problem that needs to be
It's
fixed
like you're
now.
getting ready for direct war with China.
No, but it's helping us as a country be able to be self-sufficient and not rely as heavily on someone like China whose
Yeah,
whole,
but we don't.
communist
It's not just China.
view.
Like, why are we placing tariffs on every country?
Exactly, because things come from all over. So China's just like a big, like a large example of that, because we do get a
So it's
lot of
not
things
just
from
China.
China.
So it's going to be a bunch of other countries, not just China. So the whole argument that, oh, China's an adversary, they could take this away from us, is not just the only argument. Do I understand that from a national security perspective within certain industries? Sure, but that does not mean every industry that we need to do that.
Well, I can definitely support maybe taking it more
I have
gradually, but
no
the
issue
end
with doing
goal
that
of
with
this,
certain critical industries. Does that
yeah,
make sense to
and
you? Do you agree with
yeah,
that?
no, that does. No, and that's great, and I would agree with that. But maybe we're moving too quickly with it. But the end goal here is to make it so that we're not too heavily reliant on any countries around the world that for their products,
Alrighty.
etc., especially for manufacturing.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna ask you one more question, then I'm gonna go on to the next person here.
Yeah, that's
Is there
fine.
anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Um, well, recently, what he's done with the whole Epstein thing, I'm interested to see how that progresses. I think that's all very disgusting. It's of course, um, it makes me very very much question if I can support someone as a leader and not support who they are as a person, and it becomes like what moral line do they have to cross where it's inexcusable, and obviously having inappropriate relations with minors is filthy and would cross that line, and I
Okay.
would like to see
So, what about him being credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate?
yeah, I'm not I don't know that exact case, and that's definitely a serious problem. And right now, because he's someone that is currently the president, and I want to, and because I supported him previously, although like I wouldn't support him in the future, because he's here now, I think it's important that we support and try to make the best of our
So,
current
can you answer?
situation.
It's like, would you still support Trump? Would you still vote for him if the election were today against Harris, given that you know that he's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate?
It's not as much about Trump as it is, in my opinion, about Kamala for me,
Kamala.
because I just wouldn't feel comfortable. I just don't feel comfortable with Kamala's economic policies,
Kamala.
and so I wouldn't want to. Like, obviously, I hate the things that Trump has done. If allegedly with minors, etc. That's
So you
awful.
would still vote for him because of what policy?
It's so difficult. It's really hard because
It shouldn't
I mean,
be.
as I said, I just don't support the way that Kamala planned to lead the country, and
Kamala.
Trump.
So
Trump.
what about Kamala Harris's policy means that you'd vote for someone credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate?
Well, I want to be careful what I say here to not misconstrue how I feel, but Trump's disgusting relationships or whatever that allegedly happened with, or I guess in the settlement case with minors, doesn't affect the way he leads the country. I wouldn't, no,
You
it
just
doesn't.
said that was something that would get you to stop supporting him, but now it's not. So name one thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him. Because apparently you'd vote for Epstein if you were running for president.
Well, no, that's not what I said. That's very,
Well, I
like,
mean, you
that's
just
very
said that if he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files, you'd still vote for him.
well. If it was between him and someone who wasn't as extreme as Kamala is, I think
Kamala's not extreme.
she, but her
How is she
whole role,
extreme?
but the way that she poorly handled the border under the Biden administration when it was her responsibility,
She
and
did not have control over the border.
but it was something that she was specifically put as a lead.
She was not border czar. Oh my god, dude. The propaganda is so prevalent, dude. It's just like, I'm sorry, but did you do any research?
What do you mean, like
Like, you just
before coming
believe that
here?
she was a border czar without doing any research?
No, but
Because if you
but
look it
her
up,
as the vice
nothing
president.
justifies that at all. Like, all you have to do is one fucking Google search.
But her as the vice president, she does have a say in what goes on, like
No, she
how
doesn't.
we
She has to be
handle border
granted that
control,
authority by
etc.
Biden. The only thing she was granted authority for was to go to Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. And she did that. Over $5 billion in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here by building up their economic infrastructure.
Well, yet we still we saw so many illegal immigrants come into the United States that
How many undocumented immigrants do you think came in the country?
it was several million. I don't have the exact number.
There was less than 4 million. Okay. And that was due to the economic insecurity, due to the pandemic and inflation.
Biden.
Alrighty, well, you look that up. I'm gonna thank some people real quick. Rebel,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you so
fine.
much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's really ridiculous, though. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I know you got to get them to realize that it's rather taxing them than taxing themselves. As well as Jennifer, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. Thank you. Interesting how the people worried about potential zygote are never concerned about the potential of a pregnant woman. A potential of a pregnant woman. Uh, Potential of a pregnant woman. Maybe she's the one who could cure cancer. An unplanned pregnancy and abortion bans force her to drop out of school. That's true. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Selena as well. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said birth isn't the only thing that makes pregnancy risky. FFS, I'm pro-choice nurse, mother, and Christian, by the way. Very true. Very true. There are plenty of other risks, medically speaking. Totally agree. As well as Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Ramona, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Veronica, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, please do, Veronica. I would love examples. Thank you so much, Veronica. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ivy, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. And for the $12, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I bet. I bet so. I bet so. I'll have to ask. Randy, thank you for the $7. And Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Thanks so. At this point, that's what he's arguing. Deja, thank you for the $11. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? I totally understand. I totally get you there. And that's exactly why there needs to be something to address that, and exactly why there needs to be funding into initiatives to be able to research that, which the Trump administration has defunded, which is absolutely horrible. As well as Toby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you said, as a doctor, I can confirm that there's significant systemic racism in medicine, both clinical and biases, and the erasure of non-white people in studies and stats since the birth of modern medicine. Our entire medical research and education is based on white people. Very true. Well, thank you so much, Toby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give 2 W's for them in the comment section right now. As well as Ronald, thank you for the $13 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear that happen to you. I'm so sorry to hear. I'm glad that we can provide community here for you. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Ronald. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. I think I am fully caught up there. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah, I see. I looked up how many that number checks out. Just wanted to see for sure, and then with her role with the diplomatic efforts in Guatemala, Honduras, etc. It just going to other countries and having. I guess I don't know. I see what you're saying. I don't. We don't really need to get into it. We've talked for a while. I appreciate you talking to me and us being able to have this debate together. I had fun, I guess.
For sure. I hope you keep looking into these things.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Alrighty, for sure. You as well. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Linwood, thank you so much for the appreciate the $10. Thank you. They were really respectful to me directly, but they definitely got me to what's called on the edge of my seat on countless things. I think that maybe they could change their mind, but geez, dude, some of those things there are like crazy. That's okay. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual here real quick, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, hold on 1 second.
Okay, for sure. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Today, Harris.
Oh, okay. So the next individual, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year
2006,
and what month?
November.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. You just give me one quick second. A few people to thank on YouTube real quick. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I should be on live for another 2.5 hours or so. Just letting everyone know. Let me catch up real quick here on YouTube. Viral, thank you for the $2. Love, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Thank you very much for the appreciate. Thank you, of course. Thank you for the you're amazing. Thank you so much, Crazy Horse. As well as Shu, thank you so much for the appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very true. Thank you so much, Michael, as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Bridget, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. As well as Bernie, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Bernie, again, thank you for the $2. Shu, thank you so much for the $5. And for the $5, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That is very true. That is very true. There's definitely a very, very high mortality rate. As well as Chalupa Batman, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section right now. Yeah, that's definitely something that we could definitely bring up to them. Shu as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Keone, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Shin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I said Kat. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but Kat Abu's election is today. Definitely make sure to go out and vote. I think she has a good chance of winning, too. So definitely make sure to go out and vote. Janae, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. FDR, thank you for the $2. And Linwood, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, so there are a couple different reasons. I could go down like 2 routes. You can tell me which one you'd like. So, like, I enjoy that in the Trump administration and just in the right-wing party in general, it's going to be a party that is more focused on agency and accountability, meaning that they don't blame like their circumstances and their environments for problems. That's why you see differences in the justice system. Generally, like in the left, they're looking for more rehabilitative and more like lenient sentences that aren't placing as much accountability onto people that are actually doing the crimes.
Like pardoning violent
Um,
rioters who beat police
that's
officers
why
on
you see
January
things
6th and
like
calling them
that's
patriots?
why. Give me a second, please. Please let me respond. Please let me finish my point. I mean, also that's why you see things like DEI movements that are there to try to make up for circumstance and environment, as opposed to this idea of an America with opportunity and with the goal of making a systemic, like, fair standing ground where everyone has the same amount of opportunity to grow. That would be one route. The other route would be like immigration. Trump actually followed through with what people wanted. Trump actually got immigration done. And I can also go down like abortion. I think abortion is wrong. So you can really go on whichever one you'd like.
Okay. So did he pardon violent rioters who beat police officers, and did he call them patriots?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, he did. Did that inspire more accountability?
Did I what?
Did that inspire more accountability?
Did that inspire more accountability? I don't think pardons in nature are about accountability from people. That's a
Yeah, it's like the
president
opposite.
making choices about who he wishes to pardon.
Yeah, it's the opposite of
Yeah, but
accountability.
that's not people taking accountability. That's not people taking a victim mindset. That's the president handing out pardons to those people.
Yeah, because he was blaming the environment and the circumstances and not specifically his own behavior. For example, the 2020 election, he was blaming the quote-unquote rigged election, even though there were audits in every single state indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Here, the way that I'd say is like this. It's not that I'm saying that there's no instances in which the right-wing party, or even just in general in life, where you can't blame your circumstances. You obviously can blame your circumstances at time. It's about what type of general drive do you have? What's like your perspective and worldview? And I don't think the worldview and perspective of the right-wing party is going to be like to do that, basically.
Well, I don't think the left-wing party is going to be that we only are going to apply a responsibility on behalf of like the environment. Obviously, we apply it to individuals and circumstances, and that's why we hold Trump accountable. So it's like, I think you're strawmanning our side when you say that we're only specifically going to be like blaming environment and we're never going to be blaming personal actions.
Not even never. It's just a perspective and worldview that I noticed is in the left. That's why it's hard to substantiate, really. Like, I can point to the broader drives, the broader, like,
So if you want to,
traits of the Democratic Party.
so then mention specifically what about Kamala Harris would mean that you would support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. So can you mention 2 policies of Kamala Harris's that she advocated for that you disagree with?
I mean, I know specific policies. I know she was in support for DEI. I know that's a movement she wanted to
What
continue, and I
DEI
don't like
policy
that.
did she support that you disagree with?
I don't know a specific DEI policy that she supported.
So
Are you
there's nothing.
denying
It's just a
that she
buzzword.
supports DEI?
So it sounds like it's
Are
a
you
buzzword.
denying that she supports DEI? Are you denying that she supports DEI?
I think that the DEIA that she supports
You're
is totally.
taking the negative.
I think it's totally justifiable. I think there's nothing wrong with it. And I think the way that you're referencing it is just a buzzword. You don't even know what specific policies
Great.
you're mentioning. Whereas the DEIA
No,
that's
I'm not
typically
mentioning it
mentioned
as a
is going to be
buzzword.
expanding the
No,
interview
please.
base to ensure that people specifically are looked at
That's
of
not true.
marginalized communities that are historically not looked at in the interview process.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's not what I'm saying. So I was explaining that the principle of DEI falls into that broad principle that removes agency and makes you a victim to your surroundings and not a product of your actions. So basically, what I'm saying is that supporting
Wrong.
DEI,
Can I
I
prove
don't
you wrong
even need
there?
you to have a specific. Please let me finish. I let you finish. When you support DEI, even if you don't have a policy, or even if I can't name a policy, we know that she supported DEI. You affirmed it. You didn't take the negative. You said, yeah, she does, and I think it's good. So I think that that sort of movement in America is just not going to be good for society.
Sir, you can't tell me what fucking DEI policy you disagree with. It's a buzzword to you. It's not even a specific connotation of
Did you hear
something.
what I just
You don't
said?
even know what the fuck it is. You don't even know what this DEI policy
hear what I
is.
just said?
Now, for example, DEIA policy
Did
would
you hear
include.
what I said?
I did, and I'm responding. DEI.
I said it doesn't
Stop-
matter if
Stop
there was a
cutting me.
specific
You just
policy.
got. You just
It's
got.
the
You were
sentiment.
interrupting me after literally getting so mad that I cut you off once. How mad, dude? This guy's such a double standard there. Now, the DEI policy that she would support would include, like, for example, right, like literally sidewalks that include the ability for people specifically who are who are using a wheelchair to be able to get on top of the sidewalk, right? Like, that's DEIA. Did you know that? Did you know that we have DEIA policy that's been targeted at helping disabled people? We have DEIA policy that's targeted at historically helping out women. We have DEIA policy that's historically targeted at, supporting every community that's been disenfranchised, right? That's what she supports. That's what I support. And you can't mention a single policy that you disagree with her on behalf of DEI policy because it's just a buzzword to you, okay? It's not a specific connotation that you disagree with.
Not really. It's not the buzzword.
Yeah, it is a buzzword to you. Does that hurt your
There's a
feelings?
specific meaning and sentiment that I am disagreeing with, specific worldview and perspective. That is a result. Please let me finish. That is a result of DEI, meaning people like affirmative action. She supports affirmative action. I don't think affirmative action is helpful. I think it is wrong. I think on a moral level and also on a practical level, it's just not smart. So no, like, I don't think having to have a specific policy is what matters in this situation, in this example I brought up. The point of bringing up DEI wasn't to say that I disagree with people to be able to get on sidewalks or that I think it's bad that she wants to do that, but it's to talk about the general sentiment on the left and with Kamala. So that's what I'm saying when I bring up DEI and when I bring
But
up
you have nothing
cases like
specific.
judges.
There's nothing
With
specific. What do
Irene
you even
Zarutsko, for
disagree with in
example.
specific? You're just saying, in general, I disagree with DEI. What specifically?
You asked me.
Do you
You
even
asked me,
know?
I just explained affirmative.
You
I
don't have
said
any
affirmative
specifics
action.
to explain. You're not explaining
let me
shit.
finish.
You're like
Please.
generally
I'm
giving
explaining
words.
right now.
You're
You don't want
generally
me to
saying
explain
things.
because you're talking over me, and because you're talking
Oh,
over
now
me,
you don't like
you're not
it.
hearing me. What I was just explaining was how, yes, the sentiment of DEI does explain does support the broader principle of removing agency. When you want things like affirmative action, when you want
What is removing
When you want
agency?
things like affirmative action,
You've already said this
removing
all.
agency.
I already know what you've
meaning
said.
That the world. Great. So then respond to it instead of saying that I need a specific policy or that I'm being too broad. I'm not.
These
giving
are
you the
general
reasoning behind
claims.
my
When you
general
make these
principle.
statements, they're general claims. That's why I'm asking you to clarify further. What does removing agency even mean?
Removing
In this
agency,
context.
yeah, it's having this idea that having this disposition that you are a product of your environment, that you are not a product of your own actions. And I just think that
No one's
general
saying that.
principle.
No one's saying that. Right?
We
We're not
are with
saying
things
in
like
all.
affirmative
No
action,
one made
like
it.
just
I already
that.
went over this with you. No one said in every single circumstance that it's going to be a product
Neither
of your
did I.
environment and not due to any personal decisions. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I also never said in all situations. I was clear that it's a
Okay.
general
Wait. So
disposition
wait.
that they have,
You
which I
already
think is
agreed that this
harmful.
is true
I
in
said this
some
many times.
circumstances. You already agreed that this is true in some circumstances. So it seems like we agree. What's your disagreement?
My disagreement is the general disposition and how it's harmful to society. How many times do I have to say that? It's not
Yeah.
about in every case.
So
I'm
do you see
saying
how
that.
general
Obviously
this
not. That'd be
is?
weird if
Do you see
every
how
case
general
was.
this is? This is what I mean. This is why I called it general, and I said this is bullshit. You don't even know what you're referencing. It's just like the general
Yeah, so
idea
there's a
that people
difference between
specifically have, that
you're
this
saying
is
you
the way that they view it, is what I disagree
you
with. You don't
can
even know what specific policies you disagree with. The specific way of
yeah.
the way that they view it is actually going to be the most important thing. It's not that Trump's a rapist or that he's literally undermining our
Okay.
democracy, our constitution, or core fundamental rights of this country, but I specifically care
Okay.
about this little
Please
one
calm
thing that
down.
she
Could we
specifically has this general deposition
please
towards
could we have like a
DEI
calm
policy that she
discussion?
doesn't even know is a single DEI
Huh?
policy that I disagree with her on, or any ideological belief in specific. But general deposition.
Okay. So I have a question for you. If somebody has a general claim, does that make it not like worthy? Doesn't that make it not carry any weight? Is that not a valid
This
reason?
carries no weight in this conversation because I can't even engage with the view if you just say that you generally disagree with the way that she views it, and I don't know anything in specific in what you're disagreeing with.
So I'm telling you, what are you looking for specifically? Like a specific policy?
So are
Like,
you
why do
asking
need
me
that
for?
in order to
So now he's
respond?
asking me for his own specifics. Do you
I'm
hear
asking
this?
clarifying questions. What do you want?
Yeah, you're asking me to answer the question for you.
Clarifying questions.
You're asking me
I'm
what
trying to make you.
specifics.
I'm trying to get you to
You
be satisfied
you
with my
unironically just
reasoning,
asked
but
me
you're
to
not
answer the
liking my
question.
reasoning. No, I'm not. I'm not. I don't even know what question you're asking me. That's what I'm telling you to restate.
I said a specific DEI policy or a specific ideological belief on DEI that you disagree with.
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action is shot down by the Supreme Court. Not even a policy she supports.
She doesn't support affirmative action.
It's unconstitutional.
I have a question. Does she support affirmative action? Because you're dodging around it.
No, because it's unconstitutional.
Where did you hear that she doesn't support affirmative action?
Because it's unconstitutional, and they can't further to get affirmative action passed if it's unconstitutional. Not allowed.
Got it. Not allowed, but you don't know whether or not that's what she wanted. Okay, fine. Regardless of that, I also said things like, for example, with Irina Zarutska case, I'm not blaming that on Kamala, obviously, but I'm blaming
the
it
what
on a
case?
more
Sorry?
leftist. The case of Irina,
Wait, so if you're saying it doesn't have to do with Kamala Harris, what specifically about Kamala Harris do you disagree with?
yeah, what I'm talking about is this disposition on the left, which Kamala will be a
Okay,
part
so
of.
you can disagree with a disposition on the left without simultaneously, or while simultaneously acknowledging that you could agree with Kamala Harris's policy more. Like what? Do you think you can't disagree with the left if you are in support of Kamala
No, I
Harris?
just see her as a part of the left, and I see her as
Okay,
more
so?
ascribing to these ideas I don't like.
But like what specific ideas? Just like the general disposition.
Yeah, it's a broad argument, but there's nothing wrong with making broad arguments.
I just don't know what the fuck you're saying, man. You're not making a clear argument that's able to communicate what you're saying to other people if you can't be specific in any context. You have like your general script wrote up, and then whenever I try to
No,
ask you about
you're
anything
right.
relating
I
to your
don't
general
have.
script,
No,
you
you're
can't even
100%
answer it
right.
at
You're not
all.
denying.
You like
I
wrote this
like how you're not
thing.
denying though.
You literally
Like I
wrote
did.
this thing before, and you like
I
read the
did not
thing,
write
and then
anything.
immediately when I question you anything on the
Why
thing
do you
that you
think I
read
wrote
out, you
something?
can't even answer any of it.
Dude, I don't know why you think I wrote anything. Why do you think I wrote something?
It sounded like you read something off earlier.
I wasn't reading anything off.
Monotone
I'm
voice,
giving you
maybe.
this. Sorry?
Maybe it was just your monotone voice. I apologize.
Okay, fine. That was weird. No, I'm just giving
How
you
is
my
that weird?
reasoning. No, to start talking about my voice. It's fine. So I was just explaining how my reasoning basically, and yes, my reasoning is broad, which is why I don't have specific examples. Like I don't have specific examples to give you at the moment, but you're also not denying what I'm saying. You're not denying this to be a general take that the left has. You're simply not denying it. I don't know why you're
Do you
like
agree with DEI
you're not.
policy
It
at
sounds
all?
like you're agreeing with me.
Do you agree with any DEI policies?
I don't agree with any policies that discriminate based on race
That's
to
that's not what DEI is. What is
like affirmative action.
Can you tell me what DEI is?
That DEI stands for diversity, equity, and I forgot what the I is. Inclusion.
And accessibility.
Yeah, the A would be accessibility. Okay.
Okay,
And
so
very often those types of policies end up being used to do the types of policies I described, where they go to, where they discriminate based off of like minorities, like ethnic minorities.
So
and then
I'm
they
not
choose
advocating to discriminate. What we're
basically
saying in
feel
terms
better.
of DEIA policies, for example, would be like expanding the interview pool to ensure that it includes individuals, right, specifically that have not been historically looked at in terms of the interview pool.
So
Not
how
to
does
not
what does it look
specifically.
like
So
in
that's
practice?
inclusion. That's inclusion, not discrimination.
Yeah, I have nothing wrong with inclusion. I just explained that I have a problem with discrimination, which I think is a common result and application of DEI policies today.
Okay, so what DEI policies does Kamala Harris support that lead to discrimination?
Yeah, I just explained. You already know I don't have specific policies to point of her DEI policies.
Okay, so then we can't
but I
even have
am
this
simply
conversation with
saying,
you because this is just an irrelevant point. Then you
do
can't
you
even
want to move to
justify the.
abortion? Do you want to move to immigration? I could do either of those.
I mean, you
I
don't
had a
have an
broad
argument you can
for
justify here. Like that, it's just like a general like disagreement. Like that's not even like an actual specific.
yeah, but you don't even seem to be disagreeing with it, which is the strange part to me.
I am
We
disagreeing
can
with
speak
it.
in general.
Have I
it's
not
fine.
disagreed with this multiple times?
You said that it is true for some cases, but not all, and you think that like a majority of the time that's not the worldview they take on the left?
Yeah, I think a majority of the time they're not discriminating against people. Yeah, definitely.
No, I'm not talking about DI and discrimination now. I'm just talking about my general principle in the first place. The principle of agency versus product of environment, that one. So
I don't
like,
think
you
you can generally prescribe product environment or agency in the context. I think it's contextual to the circumstance. I do think that there are some general things in terms of systemic problems that are going to be specifically environment, right? That are obviously going to be relevant that we acknowledge and talk about. But I don't think that's incorrect in our analysis because we acknowledge those descriptive facts of reality.
got it, that's fine. So I'll ask you this. I'll ask you a very broad question. You can choose whether or not you want to answer it. Which party do you think does that more? Which party do you think does more victim blaming? More product of the environment?
More victim blaming? The Republicans.
The left or the right?
The right.
Okay, fine. Since I don't have specific examples right now to
I can give you
argue with you on
specific
that.
examples of the right engaging in victim blaming. Like, for example, Donald Trump saying that he wouldn't engage in sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistaking her with his ex-wife. We can also point to the fact that like Trump supporters will try to say that she made this claim that she thinks grape is sexy to justify this, which, by the way, she didn't say. Which is, again, blaming her. There's also people who say that they won't accept what she said because, again, she didn't come out right away. Again, blaming the victim for not coming out right away. Again, given the society that they don't believe them in the very first place. They're the ones that led to that.
All right.
Do you want me to keep going?
Okay, fine. So, in my opinion, no, that's fine. That's enough. I'll respond. So, the way that I look at it is different. Like, I don't even look at just a specific character of Trump, for example. I look at the left as a whole. And as a whole, the left, for example, wants higher taxes. That very idea in and of itself is that all the people who are, like, let's say, lower earning or who need more help, that those people are all products of the environment. And that's why we need to tax higher. Like, on a very like fundamental level, literally on one of the most basic economic policies on the left versus the right, I think that the right is already more agency driven, more you start and you're on your own terms.
So I think this is embarrassing because we're only advocating for higher taxes on income over $400,000 a year. We're actually advocating for lower taxes on low and middle income individuals, especially people who are growing families. So it's really about where
So
those
how does
taxes
this
are placed
negate what I'm
on.
saying?
Donald Trump wants higher taxes by imposing tariffs. So does that mean you don't support Trump because he supports higher taxes?
No, I don't support tariffs, happens to be, but that's not.
No, but you
the
don't
point that
support
I'm
Trump
talking about.
because
You're not
he
negating
supports
the point
higher
that I'm saying.
taxes.
You're not negating the fundamental point.
Wait, you just said no, I am. You just said you don't want to support Democrats because they support higher taxes while simultaneously saying you support Trump even though he wants higher taxes.
No, I'm not
It's just
saying he
about
wants
where
higher
those
taxes.
taxes
I
are
don't
placed
think he
upon.
does.
That's relevant.
Really, I have a question. You said that he's lowering the taxes for the rich, right?
And he's increasing
Great.
taxes on the
So
poor.
I like lower taxes.
He's increasing taxes on the poor, though.
So you think that the amount of taxing is the same? You think that he's taxing more than Democrats are taxing?
Yes. Tariffs are not the policies that Democrats would have supported, universal tariffs. So it would not be imposing a tax on individuals that literally aren't being taxed because they don't pay enough into the systems, or they don't make enough in order to be able to pay
Got
into the
it. So
system because of the standard deduction.
I understand. So when you look at someone like Mamdani, or you look at like the left in general, you look at the left and you're like, yeah, the left is
See,
less
he's not even going to
taxing
specifically
than the right.
respond to my point that it's about where the taxation is placed, but he's going to completely ignore that and try to pivot to something else. How about you respond specifically to what I just said?
I'm not pivoting. I'm explaining how my principle applies to the party and group of people that I'm talking about.
Can you respond to what
and
I
you're denying
specifically
them
said,
every
and then
time.
you can explain that if you'd like?
About the placement of taxing?
Yes.
Ask the question. I need to rehear the question.
So taxes are going to be placed regardless. It's just about where the taxes are placed. Donald Trump wants higher taxes for working class people and lower income individuals. Democrats only want higher taxes for income over $400,000 a year.
Got it. Where did you get the idea that it's all the same amount of taxing? You're superimposing that.
I never said it's the same taxation. I said taxation is different, but they're both advocating for higher taxes. Trump wants higher taxes on low-income individuals, middle-income individuals, and everyone, whereas Kamala Harris only wants higher taxes on the very richest Americans.
Yes, and who wants to take more taxes, period? Because that's the principle that I'm talking about now, is who is asking for more money from people with money.
Donald
Who's
Trump.
asking for more taxes? Trump or Kamala?
Trump, because Kamala Harris wanted to maintain all of the tax cuts applicable to income earners under
Like, if we answer
$400,000
this
a year.
honestly, like, we all know that the left broadly is... Yeah, but a left-wing, like, what's the word? Candidate is going to be usually asking for higher taxes or just more spending from the government.
Dude, he's like just not even engaging with the point. Kamala Harris should have added $4 trillion less debt-related spending according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget on a central estimate comparing their different plans. Secondly, she wanted to maintain
so
all
why
of the
didn't you
tax
say-
cuts. She wanted to maintain
didn't
all
you
the
say
tax
less
cuts
taxes?
applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and only wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. So although you could say, generally, I feel this way about Democrats, this is specifically what was true about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, okay? So refer to it based on what's true about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and not what's true about other people. That is literally not relevant at all. The election was Kamala Harris or Donald Trump.
I'm just trying to speak, and you're right that it is broad. So I can't, especially with taxes, which I was just bringing again as a sentiment to describe the left a little more, caring for like we said, product of the environment as opposed to product of your actions. And if you disagree with that, if you don't think that the left does that more than the right, that's fine. Like I said before, I won't be having specific examples to back that up. I tried to bring the broad example of taxes, and you're saying that doesn't. With Kamala, you're saying that no, Kamala actually would have done less taxes than Trump, which I'm not so sure how you can support that perfectly. You gave me like your examples, or how it actually would practice, but that's fine. I can move on to abortion.
So I know that you
immigration.
gave me examples and
So-
justifications for what you're saying, and I didn't provide jack shit, and all I provided you was a trust me, bro. But I'm still going to continue believing everything that I just said without any justification or evidence and without any examples to
didn't
be
give
able to
you a
back it up
trust me,
at
bro.
all, even though
I
you've
asked you
given
if
me
you wanted to
examples
agree with
proving
me
me
or not.
wrong.
I actually asked you if you agree with me or not. You said no. I'm not going to try to convince you on such a broad thing that most people agree with. But that's fine. If you're not going to agree with that, that's totally fine by me. Like I said, I have other reasoning to support.
I
why
gave
would
you
support him.
specific examples to demonstrate that Kamala Harris wanted lower taxes on working class people and only higher taxes on income over $400,000 a year, whereas Donald Trump wanted higher taxes on everyone by imposing tariffs. And then you're like, you know what? I'm just going to completely ignore that. I'm going to act like I didn't hear that at all. I'm just going to say that Trump is the greatest for low taxes in America. Democrats are the worst. They're the enemy within. That's essentially
No,
what you
you're
just
not
did.
really tracking.
Actually, intellectually
You're
engage
not
with
really
my points.
tracking.
You're the one actually like failing
Yeah, so you're
tracking
not
here.
really-
Nice projection there, buddy.
You're not actually hearing me. I brought up the taxes
Projection.
again to give a broader diagnosis to the left and to the right about agency. Unless you're denying that the left usually wants higher taxes, then you're agreeing with my point. You're just bringing up that specifically with Trump and Kamala, you believe that Kamala would have taxed less.
Yeah, because
I
you're
don't know
trying
how
to
that would look
argue
like
that
in
Trump is a
practice.
preferable candidate because of this. And I'm telling you, that's incorrect because in this circumstance, Kamala
No.
Harris supports lower
So
taxes
you're
than
not hearing
Trump.
me.
You're
So
you're not listening.
not actually.
Regardless
You're
what's
really not
true
tracking.
about the general on the left or the right, that's fucking
You're really not.
irrelevant. Literally irrelevant. You're completely not tracking. I've already explained this to you. That is completely irrelevant to the conversation about whether you support Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I'm not asking you whether you're a liberal right now. I'm asking
Yeah,
you
the
if you
problem
support
is
Trump. You are not comprehending the
The
conversation
problem
at all.
is that whether or not I support Trump is actually going to be. This is downstream, way downstream from the upstream thing that I brought up. I'm trying to talk about.
Are you trolling? Are you trolling? Are you rage baiting
No,
me?
I'm not.
There's no way. Like, dude, do you understand? Can
Do you
you at
want to
least
debate abortion or
no?
immigration?
We're gonna finish talking about this first.
I already
Can you
explained.
concede?
Sure.
Can you
I
concede?
feel like I already gave my arguments.
No. Can you concede? Right on the point that we just talked about, or do you even know what I was? Can you actually restate back to me what I just said? The
What do you
argument I
want
just
me to
made.
concede to?
Restate back
What
to
do
the
you want me to
argument.
concede to?
Restate back the argument I just made.
Sure. So you're saying that in actuality, Trump is going to add more taxes than Kamala. So therefore, according to my reasoning about Trump, about taxation representing more about whether or not people care about being a product of the environment or a product of their actions, that Trump would actually be caring more about being a product of your environment based off of taxation. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and you're trying to say in general, right? The people on the left want higher taxation, and people on the right want less taxation. Therefore, you're going to support Trump because of this, which is stupid because in general, right, just because this could be true doesn't mean that you specifically are going to be then supporting Donald Trump because of this, because in the scenario with Donald Trump, he supports higher taxation.
Great. So I restated your thing correctly, right? Now let me explain to you why the thing that I restated correctly, your argument is wrong. The problem is that I'm not actually talking about whether or not actually taxing the people makes you like suddenly care more about being a product of your environment. That sentiment, that drive, that motivation, I still believe is more present in the left-wing party. Even if Trump did charge more taxes, that doesn't mean the motivation is present. That's a non sequitur in your argument. You're
It's
saying
not a non
that
sequitur because that was the main argument that you were
it
determining
is.
specifically
No,
as the basis for
not
whether or not they
really.
were removing agency. What other aspects are
Yeah.
okay? So you think
I'll
Kamala
explain.
Harris removes
Because that's a
agency?
broader
So how about this? I'm
worldview.
going to ask you
Could
a
you let me
specific thing
finish?
here.
'Cause you're
No,
not
no,
letting
no,
me
because
finish.
I'm asking you a specific thing here.
You know
How
I
did
got
Kamala
this
Harris?
right on you, and you're not
how-
liking it. You're not.
Yeah, how is Kamala Harris removing agency to a greater extent comparative to Donald Trump in the policies that she advocates for? Answer that question. Like, be specific. I'm asking you a specific question. How does Kamala
Well, I'm
Harris
getting
remove
muted, so
agency
I'm not
more
being
than
able to
Trump?
answer. Okay. So I already explained. I don't have specific policies to back that up. I'm talking about a drive that I notice is present in the left. And no, it is a non. I want to counter what you said earlier. It 100% is a non sequitur to say that if you are taxing more, that therefore you are saying that it tells me something about your drive and your motivation.
That's not at all. You were the one making a claim. Actually, you're now calling your own argument a non sequitur because you were making the claim that arguing for more taxation means they wanted to remove agency and they had that motivation to a greater extent. That's actually was your argument, dumbass. I can't even believe I'm talking to people like this.
It's actually
You just
funny
made that
'cause
argument.
If you let me finish my point earlier, I was going
Go
to address
ahead.
that point.
Go ahead.
gonna
I did
say
let you
how-
finish speaking there. You
I was
literally
gonna
stopped
address that.
talking.
You didn't actually. Yeah, now you did because after you had to interrupt me, make me lose my train of thought.
And after
That's
you
fine.
finished making the point, you sounded stupid, and I called you out for it. Try again.
Okay, sure. So I'll explain to you how it's different. So I think it's actually in a list, in a laundry list of things that the left do, just in general, that I've seen, that show that general drive, that general disposition for. Okay, fine. Woke up, so now you're making fun
Hey,
of my voice
brother.
crack.
Hey, dude, the same thing
Um,
happens to me, and I'll laugh when I do it too, okay?
Okay. That's chill. Anyway, I was just explaining how I don't think that it is causing. I don't think I don't look at the taxes and say, oh, that's what's causing the left wing to have that drive. I look at that and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a result of a worldview that they have on a broader level that does actually lead to those kinds of policies. Also with policies like affirmative action. Also with policies like how they work with the justice system and the sort of punishments that they hand out on the left in the justice system as a cartel on the right. So all of those together tell me something about their worldview which, for example, Trump adding tariffs and potentially making taxing higher, according to you, doesn't tell me about his drive and doesn't tell me about his motivation. But regardless of this, I know I'm not going to convince you of this general principle applying more to the right or to the left. And no, I don't have specific policies to point to. So if you don't agree with me that that's a general principle on the left, that you see more on the left and not on the right, then that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just giving you my reasoning.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm
I'm
not sure
sorry.
what else you're looking for.
Your thought process breaks down when we bring up specific examples. It's like you can't actively apply this to any real world circumstance. Because whenever I give you real world circumstances of the justice system, specifically in Donald Trump, specifically pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers, you can't identify any motivations from that at all. But the general ideological beliefs that liberals hold comparative to conservatives, oh, you could definitely determine the motivations there.
Yeah, one president pardoning certain people does not tell me about the motivations
That
of
Trump
the party.
has? I'm not talking about the party as a whole. We're not talking about the party as a whole. We're talking about Trump. I'm not asking you, do you support the Republican Party? I'm asking you, why do you support Trump? You don't understand the conversation you're having right now.
What part
Oh
am I
my
not
God, dude.
understanding?
Do you think
What part do you want
the
me?
background
You didn't
behind me
ask the
says why
question.
do you
You're just
support
making
the
a
Republican
statement.
Party? Do you think the background behind me says why do you support the Republican Party? Do you think that's what it says behind me?
Why do you think that that's what I think is what it says?
Because you're making an argument about your support for the Republican Party as a whole and not about Trump. I'm asking you, I'm talking about specific circumstances about Trump, how he specifically has pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and I can determine motivations based upon that. And you're saying somehow that is not a good argument or somehow that was a non sequitur, but you specifically
really.
determining
I can
motivations
explain.
specifically from
Yeah, no,
Donald,
I can
from
justify.
generally people on the left, that's completely okay. And you can
Yeah,
make those
I can-
determinations, and that's
I
not a
actually-
non sequitur
okay, fine.
at all to the why you
I
support
can-
Trump.
I can justify.
What?
Sure.
If anything,
Okay.
your
Do you want me
original
to
argument
respond,
was
or
a
do you
non
just wanna
sequitur,
talk?
and mine is on topic.
Sure. Okay. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'll explain now with the January 6th. So the way that you talk about the J6ers and Trump pardoning them is that therefore it must mean that he's like has some motivations of anti-agency. That's not necessarily true. I think that what he thought was happening in those cases were cases
No,
where he-
anti-accountability. That's what I said. You're
Please-
misunderstanding.
sorry, anti-accountability. What he's saying over there is that it was a miscarriage of justice. He just doesn't believe that those.
Then why do you
people
commute
were
their
sentenced
sentence?
correctly. Then why what?
Then why not commute their sentence?
I don't understand what you mean by that. Meaning,
Do you know what the difference
trying to
between
explain-
pardoning and commuting a sentence is?
is that shortening a sentence?
Yes.
Great. So pardoning means he doesn't believe that they were supposed to be sentenced at all, and he thinks it was a miscarriage of justice.
Yeah,
How does
so
that negate
so
my
the
point?
people who were convicted and beat police officers and are on video doing that, you believe that they shouldn't have been sentenced at all?
No, I never said that. I was just.
Well, that's what
explaining
Trump
how
did. That's
the
what Trump
people
did by
he
pardoning
pardoned
them.
Could have very well been because he believed it was a miscarriage of justice, and that
Yeah,
therefore
so then he
doesn't
could have
inform me
commuted
about
their
his
sentence,
motivations.
genius.
You're interrupting me again.
Because
I'm
I just
I'm
explained this to you and you didn't
commuting
understand. You're not
versus pardoning make a
tracking.
difference in this
You-
case,
See, the
because
reason
of
why I'm interrupting
miscarriage
you
of
is
justice.
because you're not tracking the conversation. Okay? They could have
Which
commuted
part?
this if they think that there was a wrong determination, specifically of the justice system. He could have commuted the sentence to another. He decided not to do that. He decided to fully pardon
Or
them.
pardoned.
You don't know the difference between a commutation and a
I
pardon.
did. You just explained it multiple times, and I'm explaining pardoning could also be a thing that someone applies if there was a miscarriage of justice.
No,
Meaning that if they think they were wrongly sentenced, then you pardon them.
that makes no sense in this context because the fact that we do
How?
believe that they did commit the crime. We do believe they did assault people. They
Not
assaulted police
according to
officers.
Trump. Not all of them.
Okay,
he doesn't
so-
believe that all of them assaulted police officers, or that all of the people that were sentenced.
He believes
deserved
none
it.
of them.
Clearly,
Well, then, under your view, he believes none of them did. So even DJ Rodriguez, who he pardoned, who drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer, who admitted to doing it, who pled guilty, you think that he's not guilty?
I don't know about that specific case. I don't like assaulting police
Well,
officers.
you're
I think it's
claiming
wrong.
no
They
one
have to be
assaulted
as
police
well.
officers on January 6th because they
That's
were all
not what I'm
pardoned.
claiming. What I'm claiming is Trump's motivations weren't about a worldview generally based on accountability, but one based off of what he believes was a miscarriage and a wrong sentence. So he's trying to pardon us
Wrong.
for the sentences.
That is such a
there,
stupid
isn't
way to
there.
interpret this. Unbelievably stupid way to interpret this. Obviously, this is absolutely him undermining accountability because the fact that he believes people who did his own actions that he wanted them to do on January 6th don't deserve accountability for the actions
never
they
said
engaged
to
in.
assault
Do
anyone,
wait,
so I know
do
why
you
you're
think
saying that.
you, in order to make this argument, you have to say that there was no one on January 6th who beat cops?
Why do I have to say that?
Because otherwise, then you're saying that they specifically were still upholding accountability, even though he pardoned people who beat cops.
I think he could have wrongfully pardoned some people and rightfully pardoned other people. Why are we making this
There we go. If
oversimplistic?
there were wrongful pardons of individuals who beat cops, isn't that anti-accountability?
Yeah, but it could have been a mistake. It doesn't inform me about his.
What, you say a
like I said,
mistake?
it doesn't
It is
inform
not a
me
mistake.
about
What are
his
you talking?
motivations.
He just accidentally auto-penned it?
It doesn't
Is that what you're
inform
saying?
me.
He made a
There's lot of
mistake.
people.
It was a
There were a
mistake.
lot of
He
people-
he
there were
accidentally
a lot of
pardoned these
people
people when he
arrested.
signed the literal
There's a lot of
documents of
people
each
arrested
individual
and
person's
sentenced
name to
on
pardon them.
J6. Yeah, so there's a lot of people arrested and convicted on J6, which means that there are going to be a lot of different cases to go through. So it is very easy.
You are a joke. I shouldn't even debate you. You're not a serious person. He accidentally pardoned violent rioters who beat cops? Are you fucking trolling? You don't accidentally pardon people. What the fuck are you saying?
We're trying to get
That
down
makes
to his
no damn
motivations.
sense,
The
dude.
burden is on you to explain
What
the
is this
motivation of-
bullshit? What are you trying to
accountability.
sell me right now, dude? Holy fucking shit, dude. You say that with a straight face like you are not saying bullshit.
Bro, I'm not doing any of that. I'll explain.
You are. You're saying that with a straight
I'm
face?
really not.
He accidentally pardoned
Okay.
them? Are you kidding me?
Accidentally, that's not the term I used.
He mistakenly.
Yeah, meaning that he pardoned without like full review or without as much thoroughness as he should have, possibly. And I'm not even saying that he did that. I don't know enough about the case. I'm trying to explain the burden that you have to explain to me how that tells me more about his motivation, his drive, and his worldview.
Because it shows that he was not wanting to hold the individuals that did his bidding on January 6th accountable for the very obvious crimes they committed. The fuck?
Did his bidding.
Like, I'm sorry,
What
like,
was his bidding?
do I
What
need
was
to
his
get the
bidding?
crayons out? Do I need to call
was
Miss
his
Rachel? I think we need to call Miss Rachel, Chut. I think we need to call her.
What
She
was
needs
his
to
bidding?
explain it in child terms to the guest right now how literally
What was
reality
his
works.
bidding? You said did his
Literally,
bidding.
yeah, they wanted it.
To assault police officers?
Yeah, he wanted them to go to the Capitol. Yeah, I think that was a part of that. He wanted them to go to the Capitol to pressure Mike Pence to certify false slates of electors.
Yeah, I know he did that. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you about the assaulting police officers part.
Yeah,
that you said was his
that's a
bidding.
part of the intimidation.
Ah, okay. Intimidation means to assault. Okay.
You don't think assaulting cops on January 6th would be a part of that if he pardoned them? Like the fuck? Like, dude, it's like you don't have cognitive
you
thought
said did his
processes.
bidding.
He
It
just
says
doesn't have.
you were
Whenever it
talking
comes to
about what you wanted
criticizing
him to
Trump,
do.
he doesn't have
You're
cognitive
claiming
thought processes.
incitement.
I guarantee
You're
if all of
claiming
these things were
incitement.
true about a Democrat,
And it's not, and he never.
I guarantee if all of these things were true about a Democrat, he'd be able to acknowledge this. Because it's true about Trump, his cognitive function literally ceases to exist.
Okay, like I said before, I don't even know about the J6 pardons. I don't even know what Trump's motivations were. The burden, like I said, is on
You didn't even
and
research
it's
into like
fine.
the largest attack on our fucking federal government in the modern era.
No, I didn't. That's correct. I didn't research into the specific pardons that he gave out. No, I don't think anyone on your chat did either. Who's telling me I'm using ChatGPT? And no, I didn't bring up J6 to the commenters. You brought up J6 as an example that would inform me about Trump's worldview and about a general worldview that doesn't take accountability for your actions and doesn't believe that your actions has a result in the world and that you're a product of your environment. And I don't think that that informs me about his worldview in that regard. You can tell me it does, but you haven't given me a convincing argument why it should. You just told me about how for the people that he pardoned, let's say incorrectly, that did actually assault police officers, which I don't know about because I actually have to look into those individual pardons. You're telling me that should tell me that he has a worldview that says you are a product of your environment more than a product of your actions, and that's not convincing.
No, the general point that I'm making is that he's willing to throw out accountability. That was the point I was making from this. He doesn't give a shit about accountability
Okay, fine.
as long as you're on his side.
Even if I were to concede about the accountability point, that's not the point that I'm making. That's not the broader principle that I was arguing the whole time.
That's
The broader
irrelevant.
principle was about understanding
You
whether or
brought up-
not you are a part of your environment or not.
Sir, you said accountability, did you not?
I'd said it in conjunction with those things, so I don't know why on earth we just
Yeah.
isolate accountability.
So when you say, because I have to talk about multiple things to establish the argument. You understand that, right? I'm arguing against all of the different aspects, so I individually argue against each of the different things.
Yeah, but you just left it at that, and you didn't
I
explain to me
didn't
how
just
that
leave it at that.
supports
I
an
gave you
idea of
other.
being a product of
I
environment.
explained other things to you. It's just we were stuck on this because you're a dumbass and you were sitting here trying to say the stupidest fucking shit
You
in
didn't
defense
get
of
to the
Trump.
other part of the conjunct.
So yeah, we did, by the way. I
You're
did
not hearing
explain.
what I just said. I just said that you didn't address the other part.
I did.
You
You
to say
couldn't
that you brought
mention any of the
examples
DEI
showing
policy.
how he denies
I was showing
accountability
how
doesn't get
broadly in the
into
justice system
doesn't
he
get
doesn't
into
give a shit
his
about accountability.
ideologies.
These are the things that
You're
you brought up.
interrupting. You're not letting me.
I was finishing my statement
You're
and
not
you were
letting me get
interrupting
into
me,
it.
dumbass.
Yeah, I know, but you're not getting to the part which I brought up.
You just immediately are going to
Okay,
pivot
there's
and
plenty of
change the
interrupting
topic as
this
soon as I
time.
prove you wrong.
I'm
You see
trying not
that?
to interrupt now unless you specifically say something or misrepresent something I said.
You're lagging though.
What?
Yeah, you have a little bit of lag.
Point of interrupting what you just said.
You have a little bit of lag right now. That's why, dumbass.
Sorry, let me try to move. Sorry, let me try to move. That's fine. We don't have to be angry at each other. I'm not angry at you, Parker.
Well, Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Sarah in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sarah. I
Alright,
really
so
appreciate it. Thank
you
you.
wanna move
Nicholas,
on
thank
to
you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Give some W's for Nicholas in the
You wanna
comment
move on
section
to
right now.
immigration?
For the $20, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he's a bit ridiculous. I don't think he needs that. I think he's just purposefully trying to be a bit ridiculous and pedantic. Thank you for the You're Amazing. Thank you so much, Crazy Horse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cheryl, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. That is very true as well. Thank you very much. Anthony, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Brandon, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Brandon in the comment section right now. Anna, thank you for the $6. And Sammy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I know it's literally constantly changing. Thank you so much, Kenzie. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Jenny, thank you for the $5. Ronald, thank you for the $1. Yasmin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. And you know what? I think the guest should really stand on his own reasoning here, and he should be blaming himself right now for how badly he's communicating his argument instead of trying to blame everyone around him for not understanding it.
I don't think I did much of that. That's fine. I came off of a flight. Like, I'm very groggy right now. But regardless, I'm happy to debate on the other points as well if you don't agree with me on the point of believing you're a product of your environment more than a product of your own actions. You can do whatever you want.
So, like in terms of being a product of environment more than own actions, I think that can be true, right? And that still doesn't make the left wing analysis incorrect.
Okay, wait a minute. You're making a big turnaround on me. You're telling me, wait, you think that the left-wing party might be doing that more than the right-wing party?
That's not what I said. I said it can be true, and it doesn't mean that the left-wing analysis is incorrect.
Yes. Do you think it is true or it isn't?
Do I think it is true that we view that people are a product of their environments more than specifically the right wing? Sure, we could view that to a greater extent, but that is not a
Oh my
relevant point
goodness.
to the general points that we are, or the specific points that we're bringing up. I've already said this earlier
My
in the
goodness.
conversation. I'm sorry that you weren't tracking the conversation. I had already said this earlier in the conversation. Did you not know that?
Okay. I'm not gonna complain about whether or not you said this before now or whatever. You
I
did make
did
the
though.
concession so
Can you
clearly.
concede? Can you concede that
fine.
I've already said that?
I don't remember, to be honest, anymore at this point.
Okay. Well, I did. I've already said that.
Okay, fine. So now I'll explain why I don't think that's helpful for a society, because you asked me, even if that were to be true, why does that matter? That's the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I think when you're living in a society where everyone is blaming their environment for their circumstance, what ends up happening is people take very little of the action that they actually can do in their life to make the changes that will positively affect them and make them not have those complaints. So I think when you have a society so hyper focused and so set onto the idea of the society and the circumstance of the world I'm in is what's causing me to be in a bad situation, I think that that's unhelpful, and I think that that leads to a ton of bad outcomes.
So just because in general the left might view people to be a product of their environment more than a personal actions themselves does not mean that they are saying that we cannot view that someone could specifically do something personally that's wrong, right? We can do both. So your argument doesn't actually justify that you can't walk and chew gum at the same time here. That makes no sense. No one decides to
Yeah,
completely
no.
ignore personal responsibility just because we also acknowledge that there are some things that can lead people to acting this way that are independent of their choices themselves.
I agree.
is an
but I
incorrect
totally agree that
analysis
it's
on
not
your
mutually
behalf.
Exclusive. Yeah, no, I never said that it was mutually exclusive. I said that that sort of narrative results in a society, in a people very often, and you see this all the time. You see this with people who get arrested multiple times, they never go to jail, and then they go out and they commit more crime. This is a result of the type of narrative and thinking that comes from the left wing and not from the right wing.
So you're saying that people not being taken, you're saying the left wing is less law and order than the right wing. I disagree with you.
That's not what I'm saying. I just brought
Okay.
an example of how, when you believe that sort of narrative, I was responding to your point about whether or not it's mutually exclusive. I agree it's not mutually exclusive, but I think that that sort of idea festers in a person. And when you have a political movement that is so strong on taking advantage of that, and they point to all the things that are disadvantageous in people's lives, and they look at those things and say, look at all these bad things, this is a result of this person or this person. And I know you're going to bring up immigration in a second on the right wing, but in the left wing, they do this all the time. They say simply because you are a minority or simply because you are this. And I'm not denying that there are bad things that can happen as a result of that. And you may be, there might be some systemic things. I don't think there are systemic things much anymore. And if there are systemic things, it's a problem. But they believe in things like affirmative action, on not just bringing it to zero, not just putting it to neutral, but actually
Why do you
putting
keep
it to
bringing up
favor
affirmative action
the
after
people
we've
in
already
minority.
told you that it's not supported and it's literally unconstitutional?
It was just a product of the left wing. Whether or not it's unconstitutional, whether or not it got sentenced at a certain point, this was something that the left wing advocated for. It was something that I'm pretty sure you and Dean advocated for at some point
No.
when you guys were talking in a Jubilee debate about
Nope.
whether or not affirmative action and DEI should be a thing. At
Nope.
least Dean did. I don't think you did.
Neither
Dean
one of
did
us
do it.
did.
I remember Dean did.
Nope.
He was arguing how it's the same thing as having the what's it called, the electorate in
That's
like
me.
the
That was me against Charlie.
oh, that was you. I don't remember who it was with.
Was it against? Who was it against?
I don't remember. This is a long time ago.
Okay, so if it was against Charlie, that was me.
Okay, fine. So you're saying, okay, you might be using it just to say that, like, to counter their argument. That's fine. That's not whether or not you or Dean specifically advocated for it isn't actually the point. The point is
Yeah,
that it is a
I think
product of the left wing.
that DEIA does not necessarily include affirmative action.
Okay, yeah, if it's literally just being like inclusive, that's fine. But you also brought up things like diversity and having like diversity mandates. These type of things
I didn't bring
don't
that
think
up.
are helpful. No, I know you didn't bring that up, but that's often a product of what we see. We
So
see it in
the
like
the,
the film
the
industry.
so
And we see
diversity
in
mandates
places like
that
this.
could be
Again, this is a
relevant.
product. Please don't interrupt me. This is a product of left-wing thinking. Is the point that I'm saying.
Okay. So the point that I'm making, at least in that context, is that there can be expansions in terms of the interview process to ensure that we are looking at broader communities. It's not to say that people just get into these positions because they're of a diverse background. It's that everyone is looked at and included. There's diversity, equity, and inclusion, that everyone is given the same sort of opportunity. So you tried to argue that you care about everyone getting the same opportunity, but I don't think you actually believe that. And that's why you don't agree with me here.
No, I think everyone should have the same opportunity, but I don't think that when we're seeking diversity for the sake of diversity and we get rid of a meritocracy and we start making sure that there's like diversity
I'm not
mandates,
advocating to
again,
get rid of
things that we see in
meritocracy.
the
What are you
film.
talking about, dude?
Please, I'm
What
not
about what
telling
I
you
just
your-
said was getting rid of
I'm not
meritocracy? This is a
telling you
complete
about
straw
what your
man.
position is. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm talking.
Respond
again
to my
about
position then. Jesus
the
fuck.
products of the idea. No, because I'm
Who
not
advocated to get rid of meritocracy?
Because
Like,
you're representing the left wing party, which is doing that. So whether
no,
or
they're
you
not.
hold
No,
that
the left
specifically
wing is
isn't the
not
point that I'm
getting rid of
saying.
meritocracy. What are you talking about?
Again, affirmative action is a result of which political party? The left-wing political party or the right-wing political party? If you answer honestly, then you'll say the left wing. The same thing with like diversity
That
mandates.
doesn't
which
mean
have
that they're
existed.
complete. That doesn't mean that because there's something that has come out of the left wing that specifically has a little bit of disagreement with this, that means that the entirety of the left wing is 100% diametrically opposed to this. What are you talking about? How is it even relevant?
I'm not saying it's 100% diametrically
God, I
opposed.
hate
I was
you.
just saying that that was an accepted belief and that that was like a mainstream position on the left wing during like Biden's presidency. Now maybe it's not so popular, but it was like that with a left wing like president, Democratic president. So when you have that, I'm just trying to point out how different ideologies infect society, and I don't think that ideology which comes from the left was helpful to society, and I made my reasoning clear.
Okay. Do you want to intellectually engage with any of my points, or are you just going to keep saying the same bullshit, stupid things over and over again? I've already heard you say,
You're telling me
I'm
that you
generally,
don't
I'm
like
saying that the
affirmative
left wing
action.
has these particular views that I disagree with.
I was explaining again. Like, all that you said, your points was, I don't agree with affirmative action. I don't think every left-wing, like, person agreed with affirmative action.
I
Those were
really
your
just...
points, right?
Okay.
What were your points? What points do you
What are
want me to
you
respond
arguing
to?
against me on? Can I hear an argument against me, please?
Yes, you're supporting the party which broadly supported those ideas.
Dude, argue specifically against anything I've specifically said.
Which specific thing do you want me to counter on?
Anything I've said. Literally a single fucking thing. God damn it, dude. It's so annoying talking to this person. I want a single thing I've argued to you to argue against that, please.
About not having inclusion or not having, like, what do you want?
Anything in specific that I said.
You said a lot of things, and I want to hear a specific thing.
Oh my god, man.
Point that
I'm
you
gonna
said
go
to counter my
crazy,
argument.
bro. I'm gonna go crazy. You can't even do it. You can't even
Please relax.
fucking save your damn life. You can't even fucking argue against a single damn thing that I said. You're arguing against broadly things that are not even relevant to either Kamala Harris or me. Okay? The person that was the last nominee of the Democratic Party. Please, give me an argument against something that I've actually said myself.
Sure. So you think abortion should be done until sentience?
No,
And
not by pivoting. Not by pivoting to a different topic. Jesus fuck, dude. I can't do it, man.
So I
I
think
can't do it,
motivations and
Chad.
drives-
You can't do the
So I
shit,
think that the
man.
motivations and drives of
Holy
Kamala Harris,
fuck, man. I can't do it.
Yeah, sure. So I think that the motivations and drives from Kamala Harris.
Oh my god, I'm going crazy.
Please don't. I don't know why.
Because
I
you're a
don't know what
horrible
you want
person
me
to
to do.
debate. You don't actually engage with anything that I've said.
Yeah, all that
Dude,
you
I don't
said
get
was that you
frustrated with
approve
every
of
person. I
affirmative
talk to
action.
people every single day. This is my job.
All that
You
you
are
said-
you are a frustrating person to talk to because you don't actually engage with what I have to say.
I think I know why you're frustrated. The problem is that
I just told
gave
you.
a broad argument. The things I gave a broad argument, and you're telling me that you disagree with specific things like affirmative action, or that you think that DI should only include things like broadening the interview process and not about like specifically having mandates. But again, I explained how that might be true, but Kamala Harris and the party that she comes from is one where they have this motivation and this drive and this internal worldview that is going to be leading to those types of outcomes.
Hey, I'm a Democrat.
That's what I'm
That doesn't
saying.
mean I
So you
agree
might
with all other
disagree with that.
Democrats. Kamala Harris is a Democrat. That doesn't mean she agrees with all other Democrats.
I
She's saying
know.
Democrats
I'm
have
not
had
saying
certain
she
view.
does.
That means that Democrat has this view. Then means that because, broadly speaking, Republicans thought that gay marriage shouldn't be legal, that means Donald Trump believes that. Because in the Republican Party platform in 2016, right, it specifically said that. That then
That's a
means
great
Donald
example.
Trump, right, doesn't support gay marriage. Is that your
That's
view?
a great example. That's a great example. If I were to look at that example, I would say the right-wing party is probably on a broader level more traditional, and that would be a justified conclusion. And that's the point that I'm making here as well.
So are you?
yes,
Are,
can look at
is it
things.
justified to
Even
not
if they-
support Trump because of that?
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Even if they do actually support gay marriage, but because they come from a party that broadly didn't a while ago, you can make the assumption justifiably that they are more traditional than the left-wing party and that individual is going to be more left-wing. It's okay.
But is
to
that
make broad
relevant
claims
towards
and general
whether you vote
arguments.
for Trump or not?
Yeah, it is. For example, if Trump was a Democrat, then I wouldn't be able to make that same assumption.
God damn it, dude! I hate my life, dude. When I engage with people like this, dude,
I
this
think
is-
you'll have a much better time
it's
if
the
we have a
worst
specific
thing ever,
argument.
dude.
I can have
It's
a
the worst thing
specific
ever.
argument.
For example, let me ask you this question:
I
if
can have a
Kamala
specific
Harris
argument on
and
abortion
Donald
if you'd
Trump
like.
they just swapped political parties, nothing about their policies changed at all, would you vote differently?
That's no. Obviously, if I knew that stipulation
Okay.
before, where they were
So
the
do you
same
realize how this is
person-
a stupid fucking point
no,
to make?
That's not stupid. No, because when
It
you know the
is because
stipulation, if they
because
were-
under that argument
No,
you
let
would
me
have to
explain.
change your position.
Please let me
You'd have to
explain.
say now
Please
because
let me explain.
Trump is broadly no. You'd have to
You don't
change
even
the
want me to
argument.
respond. You don't. Even
I'm
want me to
speaking still, dumbass. You'd have to argue that because Donald Trump is associated with the Democratic Party, because he's a part of the Democratic Party, that then means that you would broadly not vote for him because of the fact that broadly the Democratic Party has done this. There's literally no distinction. Because it's not the specific policy supported by the individual candidate. It's the broader party as a whole. You would
Just
have to
let me know
change
when
your
you want me
vote,
to respond.
dumbass.
So let me know when you want now. Okay.
Now, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So again, you're made a stipulation where if I knew he was identical and had all the same policies and all the same actions, if we switched parties, would you then make him vote different? That's obviously within the stipulation going to be a problem. You're already making the condition that he's going to be identical as if he came from the right. That's the point that I'm saying, is that it's not identical. The point is that where you come from tells me a bit about who you are. So obviously, like, if he was the same person and just on the left, then that doesn't change anything. But if he actually like aligned himself with leftist ideology, then and he actually like
Oh wait, so if
fought in
they
that
align
political
themselves with
side.
it, so now your
You
view
please
is
let me
that they
finish? I let
individually
you finish it.
now your view is that they individually have to align with it. Do you see how he quickly
You just-
shifted to
You
that?
just don't.
You don't even
you
realize
just
it.
Don't let
Oh
me
my
finish,
god, my
do you?
brain hurts, dude.
You just
It's
don't let me
because you don't
finish.
even know how the conversation's going in yourself. It's like you're like fucking 10 fucking steps behind me. It's really annoying. Jesus Christ, go ahead, man.
Okay, I heard your point exactly. I know that you're trying to say how I should look at the individual candidate. And I'm saying that while you look at the individual candidate, in addition to all the things that you look individually about the person, you are allowed to make some general assumptions and some general assessments, and that's fine. And the point that I'm making is that the general assessment on Kamala Harris is that she was residing in the leftist party and fighting for it for a long time, and aligning with many of those ideologies and
Yeah, Trump used to be a Democrat too.
supporting for them.
Trump
So,
used to be a
okay,
Democrat.
Okay, you're that doesn't negate what I'm saying.
It does.
So yes,
You said
but he
she
also
did this
fought
for
the
a very long
Republican Party.
time.
He switched. There are differences in factors that you're just
has she
telling me I
changed?
shouldn't think about.
Has she changed her mind over time?
I'm sure she has, but she hasn't
So
switched.
then
parties
like this
Trump
whole
has, for
argument that
example.
like historically in the past she's been involved with the Democratic Party is not an argument against her, dumbass.
Goodness, are you saying that you
Tina,
can't
think of
make
the
general
galaxy.
assessments whether or not they're from the Democratic Party or from the Republican Party? That there are no general
No, you're not going to
assessments
use
you're allowed
that
to
to
make?
wholly. You're not going to use that to wholly define an individual.
I'm
You
not
could
saying
use
it's
it.
wholly defining. I'm saying it's
You
partially
are.
defining.
No, no,
No,
no.
I'm not. I said, for example, I disagree with her idea
But like,
that people have a
dude,
right
the reason
to
why you're
abortion.
not saying it's
That's
partially
a very
defining is because you're
specific
saying this
thing.
is a fucking reason why you support one candidate over the other. The reason why you're not
Yes,
saying it's
one
partially defining
reason.
is because you're saying it's the reason why you support Trump.
That's a very different. I said it's one reason, and I said there were multiple routes, and I said that in the beginning of my conversation with you, Parker.
Yeah. So, again, that's like me making a claim. You know what? I support Kamala Harris because I generally agree with Democrats more.
Yeah, and that would be a normal claim to make.
That's
That would be a
all you
very normal
said?
claim.
So, by the way, your entire argument could be reduced down to
No,
saying,
because I was more
I agree
specific.
more with
No,
Republicans,
because I was more
therefore I
specific.
support Trump, was that one of the statements that you made. That could reduce down your entire statement.
No, because mine was more specific than that. But the
Now you're
thinking
saying your
behind it
statements were
falls under the
specific and
same
not
assumption.
general. Interesting.
Yeah, no, the specific ideology that I was referencing wasn't just being a Republican or being Democrat. It was a specific thing I saw within the Democratic Party that I didn't see within the right-wing party, and that I saw more in candidates like Kamala and less in candidates like Trump.
Ari, you know what's crazy? It took us 58 fucking minutes to go through that. It took us 58 minutes
I totally agree with you. That's
to go
crazy.
through that.
Can
That's
we
why
get
I'm
to
not
abortion
talking to you
or,
anymore.
like immigration.
I'm not talking to you about a different topic. The fuck? It took us 58 minutes to do that. Are you kidding me? I am not wasting my time. Jesus Christ, I'm not spending the whole rest of my stream debating you. That sounds like hell. Oh my god, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Talking to him was like the worst. I genuinely, out of any person I've ever talked to, one of the most annoying people I've ever talked to. That was torture. Like actual torture. I actually do not like that person. I don't say that about every person I talk to. That was horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
1 second.
Okay, if they were a Trump supporter, make sure to send a guest request back. You had a bunch of background noise, so I didn't think you were there. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. My brain like actually hurts, bro. Like it's actually like annoyed. I'm like purpose like genuinely on the inside I feel actually annoyed. I rarely feel that way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, what's up? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I was just gonna join and say, I hope you have a good day. I don't feel like debating right now.
Okay. Vanessa, by the way, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't understand. I really don't get it. Doesn't care. Like, I brought up personal examples of how these things are relevant. And, like, he just doesn't care about the personal examples in which they're relevant, but does care about them in broadly. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Carrie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Many are. And he just literally denies that. We're going to get the next person up here, though, first, before I thank people. Oh, my God, dude. So this next person up here, do give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do sports. I'm sorry, that was my friend in the background.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
07, December 17th.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second.
Yeah, hold on, give me a minute. Let me go somewhere quiet.
Alrighty, for sure. I'll just mute you. In the meantime, just unmute whenever you're ready. Oh, you already did. Okay, Ronald, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Ronald as well, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. And Ronald again with the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Kimoni, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Tyler, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was brutal. Infexus, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Kenzie, thank you for the $5. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Nicholas, thank you for the $20 again. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me thank some people over on the YouTube real quick. Dude, I actually like...
Yeah, take your time, take your time.
Yeah, just give me one quick second. Alrighty. As well as Vanessa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Give 2 W's for Vanessa in the comment section right now. Thank you very much, Vanessa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's ridiculous. As well as Pauline, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Carrie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $5. Fit Dad, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Shlupa Batman, thank you for the $10. I do need the elevation fund. That needs to go right now. Ramona, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. VJ, thank you for the $5. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Silver, thank you for the $5. Spicy, thank you for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give 2 W's for them in the comment section. How to, thank you for the membership subscription. Julian, thank you for the $7. Thank you very much. Yasmin, thank you for the $5. Mike with the $2. Zach, thank you for the $2. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trash Panda, thank you for the $5. Zach, thank you for the $2. Philly, thank you for the 2. And PNW, thank you for the $2. Beehole, thank you for the $2. Zumba, thank you for the $10 as well. Philly, thank you for the $2. Trevor, thank you for the 5. And the Blessed One, thank you for the 5. I think I am fully caught up. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize, everyone. I do apologize. I think I am fully caught up, though. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
You know, let me be honest with you real quick, Parker. You know, I did for like a while, but you and Dean like really changed my mind. Like, actually, bro, like I really appreciate you guys. You guys are good at what you do. You know.
Hey, well, Worthy, I really appreciate you very much. I am looking for debates right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. That's exactly why I do what I do. And honestly, to be honest right now, does lift my mood a bit, to be honest. So I'm going to go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Elections held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, first off, I think he's the better option.
Why?
Kamala. I don't feel like Kamala could run the country good. I don't know. I just think Trump was the better option.
Okay. What makes you think that Kamala Harris would do worse running the country comparative to Trump?
I mean, I just think she's like a fake lady. She ain't like cool, you know?
A what?
She ain't cool.
Okay. You think she's not cool and you think she's fake. What makes you think she's fake and what makes you think she's not cool?
Well, Trump has aura. She doesn't have aura. She like laughs like a weirdo. So like I feel like Trump has
Are you
aura because he
trolling?
got like shot in the ear. No, I'm being for real. He got shot in the ear, so that's cool. He has aura, and I think he's doing good with he captured the
So
Venezuela president. That's
let me
aura.
clarify. Did you support Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
But like Donald Trump didn't have aura, bro. He didn't get
Look,
shot
he
in the
did.
ear.
He said, yeah, but he said he would arrest her. That was aura.
Okay. So you're just trolling.
No, I'm being serious.
No, you're not. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's
Blink
up,
your time, Parker!
Dasuda, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Bit, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Parker,
I bet
just
it
wanted
does.
to say that guest 3 guests ago was in.
I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates. Keanon, by the way, thank you so much for the $50 for having to deal with the last 2 callers. Yeah, it's been a bit brutal. Well, thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Keanon. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, it's so kind of you. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he has better immigration laws. He's securing our border.
Okay. Like, could you name like an immigration policy of Trump's that you like?
Basically with ICE, of him detaining the people on our country safely.
Did you know that 95% of those detained have no violent crime committed?
Where'd you find the statistic?
From the DHS.
Could you give me a second to look that up?
Yeah, go ahead. So what I would say is that they should be focusing on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and anyone in the country who's undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship, because we want to incentivize people to go through a quick legal process. And these are individuals that would have gone through the legal process if it were quicker enough under our system right now, but because it's not quick enough currently, it incentivizes them to not go through said legal process.
So actually, it's 73%.
What's 73%?
How you said most of the people that
That's no criminal record. I said violent crime. Alrighty. In the meantime, while he looks that up, give it a quick second, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everyone. Alrighty. To give it a quick second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people, as always, everyone.
Okay, you're right. It says 5% were convicted of violent crimes. So I said 95% were.
Yeah, so what I would say is they should be focusing on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, rather than people just coming here for a better life.
Also, you do talk about how Trump is a rapist. Where's I don't understand that.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, amongst a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury.
Okay, and do you think that makes him like a bad president?
Oh, absolutely.
So
I think it should be
Washington...
illegal. I think it should be illegal for anyone to run for president of the United States if they've been held civilly liable or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone.
So since George Washington owned slaves, does that make him a bad president? Did that make him a bad president?
Yep.
How?
Because I think it's wrong to do that. And I think that obviously is going to be indicative of their horrible moral character.
Yeah, moral character, but what about as a president?
Yeah, like I think
Uh,
that would be obviously evidence that they were a horrible person.
It doesn't mean you're a horrible person all because you own slaves, though.
Yeah, that means they're a horrible person, right?
For owning slaves.
Yes.
All right, I don't understand that one.
Do you think someone's a horrible? You don't understand how someone could be considered a horrible person for owning people as slaves?
Yeah.
Are you trolling me? I feel like you're
No,
trolling me.
I'm not trolling you, man. How?
I'm going to the next person. I'm not taking that seriously. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hey there. I'm 28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I also think you're nothing but a big heap of nigger shit.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone.
Yo,
What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I was just Loki sitting on the couch waiting to go live in accordance with what we talked about this morning, and I was kind of getting bored, so I thought I'd just join up.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Alrighty. Let's go on the next person. I've had some really annoying debates today. Did you hear the last person I debated at all?
No, I caught like your first 45 minutes, and they weren't that bad. But I mean, did it get annoying after that?
Yeah, I think it got annoying after that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'll support every president that we'll ever have.
Okay, if
that's
the
in
election
office.
was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm part of the conservative or Republican Party. I definitely pro Second Amendment, pro life. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Trump's been my favorite president, and I don't think that he's the best. And honestly, I think it's all just a big what do they say in The Wolf of Wall Street? A finazzi. It's all fake. What do you think about Israel? That's kind of what I want to talk about.
Yeah, I disagree with our relationship with Israel. I think it's destabilized our relationships all around the world, our reputation all around the world. I think it's brought us into forever wars in the Middle East that literally get us to spend trillions of dollars on wars in the interests of defense contractors and oil companies in the state of Israel and not the American people as a whole. And I think we've even had a top Trump advisor, or not advisor, I can't speak right now, Trump top admin that specifically just literally resigned because of the fact that they started a war with Iran, a war of aggression, when they weren't going to attack the United States and on behalf of the state of Israel.
Yep. That all makes sense. But why do you think Kamala would do a better job with all that than Trump has?
I think she wouldn't have gone to war with Iran. That's a good
You
example.
don't think so?
Yeah. I mean, under the Biden administration, they asked Biden to do a preemptive strike against Hezbollah because they thought Hezbollah was going to attack the United States. And Biden said, no, we are not on your side on offensive conflicts and wars of aggression.
Right. I want to talk about something that we can go back and forth on because it seems like we don't disagree too much on, foreign affairs with the Middle East. Too bad. Or no, I won't even say the Middle East. I'll say Israel because it's the main.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump then? If inevitably speaking, you disagree with that.
The Second Amendment to me is one of the most important things that we can have. And I think the leading cause, this might be wrong, but the leading cause of death in America is abortion.
So the leading cause of death for our youth is gun violence. Abortion couldn't be the leading cause of death for our youth because we typically only classify born children As youth, not to mention that I don't really care about fetuses
So,
getting it.
so whenever
But I
whenever a
wanted
mother
to
with
point
whenever
out
a
something.
mother
Alright, he's
is
gone.
4 months into pregnancy and is shot in the head, is that a double homicide or is that just one?
Yeah, I think it's a double homicide, and I think that view is compatible with the pro-life
Correct.
worldview as well.
How is
Sorry,
that?
the pro-choice worldview.
How does that make any sense?
Because the definition of murder is the unjustified termination of a human life. I acknowledge that the fetus is a human life. I just don't think that it has moral value due to the fact that it can't deploy first-person subjective experiences.
Okay,
And
so
because it's
whenever
Can you
so
stop cutting me off?
yeah, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, anyways, just to get back to where I was. So the reason why I'd argue that that's double homicide, and I'd also argue that that's compatible with the pro-choice worldview, is because the definition of murder is the unjustified termination of a human life. I don't think that it's unjustified in the context of abortion because the fetus doesn't have moral worth within my eyes, as well as it's dependent upon the mother's bodily resources in order to sustain its biological life. However, if an unconsenting third party were to terminate the life of the mother and the fetus, or just the fetus, it would be unjustified because it's without the consent of the mother, not because the fetus has moral value. And because that would still be technical unjustified killing of a human life, regardless of the fact that that life doesn't have moral value, unjustified because it's unconsensual on behalf of the mother whose property rights over the fetus, it is thereby technically murder, right? So that's how the double homicide view is completely compatible with a pro-choice view.
Yeah, so I disagree because say you were to be 90 years old, you can't live on your own, you can't talk, you have ALS, you're completely a vegetable. Do you think it's okay in the United States for someone to pull a plug on that person without them making the decision themselves or even the decision themselves?
So the argument isn't that abortion's okay because it's dependent upon the life of the mother. The argument is rather that abortion is okay because it can't deploy first-person subjective experiences, and because it's dependent on the life of the mother, the woman therefore has the right to, expel said fetus from her womb.
So first person subjective experience is what you're going with.
Yeah, that's most commonly understood as like sentience or even consciousness. I think that colloquially we could use those terms interchangeably.
So you think abortion is okay up until what? The entire time?
Well, so I think that elective lethal abortions are okay until sentience at around the 23, 24 week point. But pragmatically, I think that they should be legal all 9 months.
Okay, so do you remember when you were 1, 2, 3, even 4, maybe?
No.
So
Maybe my earliest
no,
memories
you
are
don't.
like 3 or 4.
You had no sense of consciousness until you were around 5 or 6.
We're not saying
So
memory. We're saying
what you're saying,
experience.
stop cutting me off. What you're saying is that somebody needs a consciousness, or what was the terminology used?
Conscious is fine.
Consciousness. So how is it not okay? This is going off what you're thinking, is that somebody needs human consciousness to be considered life and to be considered valuable is basically what you're saying. And I think that's absolutely terrible because a 1, 2, 3-year-old has no sense of consciousness, has no sense of memory, has no sense of anything really. And by going off what you're saying, if they were still in the mother's womb.
Yeah, newborn babies, they don't have experiences. No
Right, and also
experiences.
so-
1-year-olds, they don't have experiences at all, right?
So is it okay to kill a newborn baby?
The standard that this guy is using to determine that 2-year-olds don't have consciousness is because we don't remember being 2. Do you remember what you ate for dinner 3 weeks ago?
No.
So therefore you ate dinner 3 weeks ago unconscious.
He was not sentient actually 2 weeks ago.
That has zero correlation.
Wait, you just said no memory means you were not sentient.
That's not what I was saying. No memory and no consciousness is 2 completely different things.
So then why did you ask me if I remember in order to justify the position that I wasn't conscious at 2?
Because you're not conscious as 2. You have no recollection of
Wait.
any of
So
it.
was the question, Dean? Do you remember being 2 relevant?
I know what I did 3 weeks ago. I know who my family was. I know everything about my life.
But you don't know what you ate for dinner. Therefore, you were specifically unconscious when you ate dinner.
That I wasn't unconscious. That makes no sense.
Okay, so you could be conscious without remembering it. The same way we'd argue. Okay, that sentience actually emerges at very low levels at 20 through 24 gestational weeks in womb.
What'd you say? Sorry, you cut out.
You could be conscious without remembering it, the same way that we'd argue alongside neuroscientists, by the way, that sentience emerges at low levels at 20 through 24 gestational weeks in the womb. And that's not just our opinion, that's the neuroscientific consensus.
Oh, you swiped out of the app.
Oh no, am I still here?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. Let me
Also,
think.
Parker, you're not wearing green, bro.
Yeah, I actually am.
Oh! Boom!
Cooked.
Yo, I actually gotta save my green for later. I'm just realizing this now. I actually can't wear green on stream because I gotta
Thank you,
save it
Kat.
for later.
Appreciate it. Yeah, dude, that's
So-
brutal.
Oh, is Dean? Is that like the famous Dean?
Yeah, it is the famous Dean.
Oh shit.
I don't know if I can retain this as a prescriptor there, but whatever.
Yeah, it is. It is the famous Dean. I'm definitely using that term.
I'm debating with the big dogs. This is tough. What else can we talk about?
What were you just trying to argue?
I don't think it's. I think abortion's wrong. That's just what I think. I'm trying to think of something.
Okay, but like, do you think it should be illegal?
I think it should be by the state.
Okay, why?
The same way everything else.
Do you think
Like, I
murder?
think-
Do you think? Do you think abortion is murder?
No, I take that back. Oh, do I think abortion is murder? Yes.
Do you think abortion should be, or do you think murder should be left up to the states?
No.
So then why do you think abortion should be left up to the states?
Why do you think abortion should be? What do you think it should be?
I have the same view as Dean. He's already told you.
Was that who I was talking to the whole time? Was that Dean or you?
Yeah, that was Dean.
Oh God.
Did you not hear his voice, bro?
Oh, I can't tell the difference. I'm in my
Okay.
car.
Santana, I'll respond to your message when I pop off this stream, dude. That's crazy.
No.
Yeah, someone sent me a message and they said that the message I sent to you was pre Grinch pants reveal. Yeah, thank you, Kenzie. Appreciate the $5. That's funny. Yeah, people were trying to pinch me for not wearing green.
Yeah, bro, get cooked. See, I just, I don't know. Actually, I've talked about this before. It's kind of TMI, but I have hyperhidrosis, which just makes me a very sweaty boy, so I can't wear my green shirt on stream or else it'll be
Oh, I
soaked.
got something that I want. Actually, I want to hear.
I get
from
you, bro.
guys.
Do you have any other green?
this
Like,
is-
do you have a green hat, Dean?
I do have a green hat, actually.
Wear a green hat.
Hell yeah.
I got a question for both of you guys. This is like completely off topic, but I'd like to see what y'all think about this. With the Charlie Kirk assassination, do y'all think that guy did it?
Tyler Robinson?
Yeah.
Yeah, all best evidence indicates that at this point, but
Yeah. But do y'all believe the best evidence, really? Y'all believe what they're giving us?
well, I mean, I do believe in general, but like, is there any specific point you're disputing?
Well, I just think the whole story is weird in of itself.
Okay, like what aspects of the story are you saying that you dispute?
Well,
Listen.
I think what was the gun that he used, or they said he used?
I'd have to. I think you're thinking the 30-06, which is something that
Yeah,
they said that
30
he
it was
didn't
a
actually
30-06.
have. It wasn't
Listen,
the actual. I'm pretty sure they said he didn't actually have that gun.
Listen, bro, all I'll say on this topic is that a lot of people are getting a lot of attention by saying things and giving no evidence for it. Like, I saw a video on my For You page with like 3 million likes about some like younger dude saying that he's in the industry and he knows what happens in politics and whatnot. And
Oh,
like,
I know exactly what video you're talking about.
yeah, and like I won't lie, bro. You know, it was like an entertaining video. Like, I definitely see where this guy was coming from. Like, it could totally be right, but like simultaneously, he just said it right, and now like millions of people are treating what this random guy says as fact. So I don't know. I think that there's a lot of potential misinformation being thrown around.
And
No, I
it's also
agree.
very
100%.
lucrative to do that because it gets a bunch of viewership. So obviously,
Oh
like,
my
I mean, I think there are legitimate things to be like, oh, this is weird, but I do think that it's being a lot of like over exacerbated sometimes to try to
Right.
get viewership from.
Because it gets so many views, bro.
It gets so many views. It's unbelievable. Like 3.6 million likes on that video. I saw that earlier. That's nuts.
It was like posted 2 days ago by like a no name. It was like his third video ever.
Yeah, on like a whole new account. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why do you think Kamala would have been better than Trump?
Kamala, because she advocated for $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. She wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. She also advocated for a public option, expanding access to healthcare in this country, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket. Things like that, which I think are incredibly effective and beneficial for the country. Whereas Donald Trump says literally brought us to war with Iran. He has caused the economy to be significantly worse off in terms of real GDP growth, real median wage growth, real domestic manufacturing investment, job growth, right, etc.
Shit. I gotta hit the books, bro. Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about, to be quite frank with you.
Well, the point that I would make then is that obviously you should do some more research, hear out both sides, see what argument seems better to you, and I think inevitably speaking, you're going to fall on our side. Just genuinely consider both sides, because I do think that like it's very obvious at this point, like all good evidence points against him. You can still be Republican and be against Trump as well.
That's what I said at the beginning. I'm gonna support whoever's the president, whoever's in office, no matter what, right? And I think
I
that's
heavily
fair to
disagree with
say.
you there. If you lived in Russia, would you say the same thing?
No, but we don't live in Russia.
Exactly,
And
though.
it's
But like, if
completely
something like that
different.
happens, inevitably speaking,
Yeah,
then you would
I
still
get that.
support
If
the
it's, like,
president under
if
that view.
it's-
That seems absurd to me.
If it's here, let me put it in this way. I want every president that's in office to do well. I want them all. I'm not gonna sit there like beginning of election or January 1st, whenever the president comes into office, I'm not gonna automatically say, no, I don't support this guy, no, I don't like her, I don't like him, and completely turn my back to them, right? I'm gonna support whoever the president is, and hope that they do well for our country no matter what. But then again, if they're 2 years in and, it's like the stuff with Russia that's going on, or North Korea, or Venezuela, or whatever country it might be, if it gets to where things like that are popping up, then obviously, no, I'm not going to be supporting the president anymore.
Did you support Biden?
Yeah, I supported Biden when he was in office. I didn't vote for him,
Even
though.
with his cognitive decline?
Yeah, I didn't want him to be in a cognitive decline, but I was still hoping that he was doing good.
So what you mean by support is you hope that they don't harm the country. Like or they do good for the country. And if by that
That's fair to say,
notion,
though, is it not?
it seems like everyone would say that, but that's not what we mean by support, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Is it seems like you're equivocating on your terms here, right? Like, imagine that you worked the job and like your boss was like an asshole, real big dick. You know what I mean? Like just complete asshole, like rude to everybody. Cut your hours, right? Like clearly, we could agree that this isn't like a boss that you'd support, and you'd say that you want another boss. But simultaneously, we could also agree that like we both would hope and wish that this boss like changes their ways and starts treating you the way that you're deserved. But like that doesn't mean that all of a sudden you support the boss, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, you could say I don't support Donald Trump. That's fair to say.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, then.
But
Thank you very much, man.
Not in like the way that y'all do.
But we're not. So by support, so you wouldn't vote for Trump against Harris, for example, if the election were held today.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dude, did you see that Nick Fuentes is like saying that he's gonna go liberal and that he's telling all of his followers to vote for Democrats in the midterms.
Yeah, I did see that actually.
Dude, what
That's
the hell, man?
that's accelerationism on the right, by the way. They
Yeah,
think
that's
they
yeah.
they think for some reason voting for Democrats will bring about right-wing people more. So,
Yeah,
they're crazy, but like maybe on this one we should let them be crazy here because maybe this
Yeah.
actually like will be beneficial for us here.
Yeah. No one tell them that they're wrong. No one tell them that they shouldn't vote liberal. Yeah, right.
Yeah, like obviously they still should vote liberal, right? That's kind of funny. Dude, that's actually insane, bro. And the accidental W, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's like they're doing it for bad intentions, but it has a good outcome.
Yeah.
Like, dude. Like, that's just so funny, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20 years old, brother.
And do you support Trump?
I currently do, yes.
And if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably still go for Trump, honestly.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I just felt like he was the better candidate, and he's more reliable as president since he did run a term than Kamala. And Kamala was kind of an embarrassment because all she talked about was falling off coconut trees and shit.
That's not all she talked about.
No, that's what she talked about.
Donald Trump looked up at an eclipse twice with his bare eyes. He talked about nuking hurricanes to fight them. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Biden.
Is that true?
Yes, all of those are true.
He said that one in an interview. That's so crazy, bro. Just think about that real quick. How delusional is he to think that that he actually won California in the election and then Gavin Newsom rigged it? Like, dude, can we agree, Shade, that he is so delusional for that?
Okay, I'll give you that. It's impossible for a Republican to win California at this point.
Yeah, so like it's crazy that he would say that. And also like him raw dogging the eclipse, saying that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
But to be fair though, I kind of did it too, but I only did it for like 2 seconds. Raw dogging the eclipse.
Okay, well,
Oh,
I mean,
God.
you're a Trump supporter.
No,
You're a Trump
God.
supporter.
Hey,
It's
man,
not-
to be fair though, I was curious.
To be fair, you didn't have scientists right around you telling you that's a bad idea.
Plus, I'm autistic, so I'm a slow learner. Like legit, not even joking.
Well, I don't think your autism would have been the reason why you specifically looked up the eclipse. I think it's more that you just didn't know that that could be harmful, probably. That's the explanation. Trump did hear it from scientific professionals beforehand.
You think so?
Yes, absolutely.
Huh.
Because he was holding the protective glasses. He was literally holding them. Like,
Maybe he wanted to test it out first.
like that's what makes this even
You guys
dumber.
convinced me. I'm voting.
Is that you can literally see Trump looking up, and Melania has the glasses on, and she's using the glasses. Like, dude, come on, this guy's ridiculous.
Oh.
Do you want to tell me why you support Trump?
Well, I think he was just a better candidate altogether, considering
How?
that Kamala worked under the Biden administration and she didn't do her job perfectly. Not that I say that I don't agree with anything from her, because I usually like to agree with both sides on certain things.
Can you name
Like,
one
I
thing she
feel
did
like
that you
he-
disagree with?
What?
Can you name one thing she did that you disagree with?
I think the illegal immigrant problem is probably the main one that I disagree with.
Okay.
That's the big one that I disagree with. But there are a few things that I do agree with her, which is helping middle class people, of course.
Okay, but
and
like, what
helping
did she
them.
do in relation to undocumented immigrants that you disagree with?
Well, she didn't watch the border very good, considering that a
It
couple
wasn't
million
her
people.
deal to do that. That wasn't her
Yes,
authority.
she was the border czar, though.
No, she wasn't. That was a made up
She
propagandistic
was.
talking point from Fox News and Newsmax. I'm not trolling.
Nah, I think you are.
No, I'm
No, it
not.
was. He's right. It was a made up title to describe something that was like half true.
Fake news.
So it was true that Biden delegated her the task of working diplomatically with southern Latin American countries and some countries in South America as well to increase their socioeconomic standings to reduce incentive for migration in the first place. And with that, she was pretty successful. I mean, she reduced immigration from Guatemala upwards of 50%, right? But then the Republicans got a hold of that, and then put their half-truth, half-lie spin on things. And the next thing we know, according to Trump, she's the border czar that was controlling everything. And notice that narrative was only propagated when she started running for president. Before she started running for president, and then Biden was in the race, it was all Biden's fault. It was Biden's open border, all his fault, right? But if she was truly the border czar all along, it wouldn't have been. And the reason why they never said that is because, well, she wasn't truly this border czar all along.
But doesn't the left also blame Trump on some stuff too?
Yes.
Why do people blame Trump for like the ICE problem, even though Obama was way worse with ICE than Trump currently?
Even if Obama was way worse than Trump, why would this entail that we can't blame Trump for the way that ICE is operating under his administration? That argument doesn't follow, but I would dispute that claim.
Can I ask you, why do you dispute it in that claim?
Did you want to answer, Dino, or I can answer if you'd like?
Go for it, Parker.
Okay, yeah. So Trump actually is disproportionately deporting more people, 1.1 million for Trump so far, whereas we saw 3.1 million under the Obama administration, under the 8 years. So you're comparing 1 to 8 years. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, also, so proportion on a yearly basis. Trump deported more people. Secondly, he's deporting people to a greater extent without due process. They literally allowed for ICE to not use a judicial warrant, to search and seize properties and to take things. They allowed for ICE to literally racially profile people, right, specifically, which I think is also harmful, alongside taking into consideration that a federal judge determined that they specifically were violating the due process rights of undocumented immigrants in this country, and even people who are legally in this country. For example, they also detained, without due process, Mahmoud Khalil, who's a legal permanent resident, for over 100 days without due process, simply for expressing his pro-Palestinian advocacy, right? Which is obviously absurd.
Okay.
But let me also point to other things more broadly than that. Also, like, disproportionately, Democrats were going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent.
Okay. But also, this current administration does it too. But I can understand why you're upset about Trump's handling of ICE, considering Alex Preddy and Renee Good. But I was upset when they were killed, but I couldn't fully blame ICE for it because I feel like it was both parties' fault. Considering,
what?
Well, you gotta
how
you gotta be the mediator in it. You gotta look for proof first. You can't just say, "Oh, ICE bad, they killed person."
How is it both sides' fault?
Well, Renee Good came from Missouri, drove all the way to Minneapolis, right?
What did she do that was wrong?
So driving means that you lose
No,
your
you're not.
life?
Am I right? She drove from all the way to Missouri to Minneapolis, but she just wouldn't get out of the car, even though the officers told her multiple times to step out of the car, and she didn't. She drove off and hit an officer.
So was she from Minneapolis?
No, she was from Missouri.
You're wrong.
She's from my home state.
Yeah, in 2025, she had moved to Minneapolis.
I don't know about that. I've been hearing she's
That
from
is a
Missouri.
fact. You're just, because you just probably heard something from Fox News or from Facebook.
All right, yo, Parker. I'm gonna go ahead and start my stream, man.
For sure, man. Have a good stream, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you for having me up for a bit.
Of course, bro.
Peace out.
Peace out. Peace out. Do you want to engage with the point I just made?
What was the point again? I forgot.
That she lived in Minneapolis?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'm just confused with both news outlets because I don't really watch the news anymore because both of them are just very biased to each other.
Sounds like you're the one with biased information. I mean, I just can give you sources that indicate that she specifically was from Minneapolis. Like, she literally lived there.
Okay.
Can you tell me something she did that was wrong?
Not getting out of the car, even though she was just told multiple times to get out because she's resisting arrest currently.
So she didn't get out of the car, even though she was told to get out of the car. She was told to leave, yet she did leave, and you're mad that she left. Also,
well, it's just the way that
she was in that position for less than 3 minutes. Okay, she allowed for cars to go past her. There's no reason for agents to be pulling her out of the vehicle in that scenario.
They didn't pull her out. They were like 5 feet away from her door just for her to.
Wait, they did try to pull her out. They were literally trying to pull her out by opening up the door.
No, they were not.
Yes, they
there
were.
There were multiple angles of the video.
Dude, this guy has not watched the video. This guy's not watched the video. They were trying to open the door, and they were trying to get into the vehicle. What are you talking about?
No, they were not.
You want to bet?
Bet.
How much?
Nothing, because I don't really bet, but I'll bet on this.
Okay, then how much?
A penny.
An actual amount.
1 cent.
$100.
Fuck no.
Because you're gonna lose it.
No, because you're greedy.
How am I greedy for saying that you're wrong here?
$100 from a random ass person that came here to debate.
Yeah, because you are clearly wrong. I'm getting you to either be like, oh yeah, I definitely won't do that because I'm not confident enough in this position.
No, I'm very confident. I just won't bet. It's that simple.
No, I'm confident that you're going to clearly, in the scenario, not take the bet because you're going to lose if you do take the bet. And if you do take the bet, then you'll owe me $100.
You owe me $100?
Because I know I'm right. I've watched the video 1,000,000 times.
Why in the world would you watch the video 1,000,000 times?
Because I've talked about it on stream.
Sounds fucking boring.
I have to debate you idiots on it because you guys were justifying it.
Hey, don't call me an idiot. That's not very nice, man.
Oh, did that hurt your feelings?
No, it's just not very professional of you.
You just called me greedy, did you not? That's not a very professional of you.
Yeah, but you called me an idiot and I'm autistic. That's kind of offensive, man.
What?
I thought you guys liked us.
Dude, I'm sorry. You're being ridiculous. Can you actually engage the points I've made?
Can you say sorry?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, you did. You called me an idiot.
Okay, that's not wrong.
Yeah, it is. You called me an idiot for no reason.
It's correct.
How is it correct that I'm an idiot?
You're willfully ignorant here.
No, not you are.
That's what I literally just proved. You're literally, like, the video, in the video, you can visually see that they were trying to open up her car door. Okay? So that's why I'm saying you're being willfully ignorant, because blatantly, it's objectively true. Okay? I can play the video for you.
All right, sure.
Okay. Are you going to believe it once you see the video, or are you going to say it's a fake news video?
I wouldn't say it's fake news.
You wouldn't say it's fake news, but would you think it?
So you're going to have to show me the multiple angles of it.
I won't have to show you multiple angles to justify the point that I'm
Well,
making.
and that's what's the problem, because you won't show multiple angles. You're only picking one side.
I can show multiple angles. I just don't need to in order to justify the point.
What?
Yeah, is that a complicated thing to you?
No,
I'm justifying the point to you that they were trying to open up the vehicle.
Types of the videos of the incident. Because you can't just go by one video and say it's their fault. You need to watch all the videos and all.
Hey, dude, I understand for the determination in terms of that. I'm specifically talking about the fact that they opened up the vehicle door. They were trying to.
But then you're rejecting my
There's
offer
still
and
many
watching every direction from it.
Irrelevant. The point is that they were trying to open up the fucking car door vehicle. Or car door. Do you want to see? I gotta...
Holy
Jesus
fuck.
Christ. It's because it's been a while.
Let's
I
not
have
use
to-
the Lord's name in vain, brother.
Jesus Christ.
Is my Lord and Savior.
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ,
Is
Jesus
my
Christ, Jesus
Lord and
Christ, Jesus
Savior,
Christ,
brother.
Jesus Christ.
He loves you, brother.
You're so cringe.
How's it cringe?
Because you felt the need to say that?
What, to say that I love God?
In the middle of me just like randomly like trying to pull this up, yeah?
Okay.
Here, I'm pulling up the video just because I'm trying to get the specific part of the video. Oh, here we go. Alrighty. And I can show it up on the screen. You see on the bottom. You see this agent right here?
Over the next
What did they just do?
6 seconds.
What did they just do?
Okay, I'll admit that he was trying to open it, but you gotta look at the other angles and how long
Thank you for the
they
concession.
were trying to get her out.
Well, yeah, you can if you want to watch all of the other angles, watch the New York Times one. Look up video analysis of ICE sheds light on contested moments from New York Times, and you can watch the whole analysis they made. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because it's like 7 fucking minutes.
All right.
But can you concede now?
All right, sure.
Okay, so you do concede that you were being an idiot.
Okay, maybe.
Okay.
But you gotta admit that you need to watch multiple angles of the video, so you can't just like admit that they're in fault. You need to
Of course, of
full
course, in order to make the
information.
claim that you need to look at all the different videos, right? Yes, of course, that's important to look at. And you know what you determine when you do that? That Jonathan Ross is a murderer, because the third shot is the one that killed her. When he took that shot multiple feet to the left of the vehicle, the left of the driver's side of the vehicle, okay? Even if you did consider the first shot justified, she would still be alive today if it was just that shot that was taken.
Well, yeah, I didn't support her getting killed, but at the same time, she shouldn't have tried to drive off, including her wife telling her to drive. And
I think that her driving off in this scenario is not evidence she should have been shot. That is ridiculous to make that type of argument.
I didn't say she needed to be shot.
Well, she was murdered, and you should say that they should be held accountable for murdering her.
Well, yes and no, because that's why I'm saying both are in the wrong, because her wife told her to drive, and of course the ICE officers shot her.
Yeah, and that's bad, right? You don't want that to
It's
happen.
bad for both.
Yeah, so then explain to me how it was their fault, though, right? You're trying to argue that it's like their fault. It's not their fault for literally like doing what they did, because nothing they did justified them being killed.
Well, as I said, the past couple of times, her wife, right outside, was telling her to drive away.
Yeah, and
you
that's
can literally
and that's
hear it
and
on
that's
the clip
still
saying, "Honey,
not
drive,
that's
drive,
still
drive."
that's still not justification that she should have been shot.
And it's still not justification for her to try to drive away.
Say that again.
And it's still not her justification to try to drive away.
So again, in that scenario, she is absolutely justified in being able to do that because they have absolutely no authority to literally pull her out of the vehicle.
Oh, there's a guy that's named Gage. He said hi.
Why the fuck did you randomly say that?
I don't know. I just wanted to. But anyways, let's get back to it. So, as I was saying, her wife told her to drive away. It's not her justification for her wife to tell her what to do, even though she was being told by multiple ICE officers to fucking stop her. You know what I mean?
Okay. So, it is not someone's fault specifically for driving away in that circumstance because not complying is not justification for death. And it's also not a cause for death that they didn't comply. It's ridiculous to say that.
All right, fine.
Okay, so then tell me why you still support Trump. They left. Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Well, I don't know.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It still says it's the other meetings in progress or something like that.
Okay. So the next individual, only do send a guest request. Again, if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people, as always. Let's get this next person up here real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request. Again, if you meet that criteria, listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
I used to.
So they don't anymore. Let's go to the next individual real quick, everybody. Only do send a guest request. Again, if you meet that criteria, listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next individual. Only do, again, send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Sammy, think of the $10. It is so wild that people think comply or die. It's actually insane. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request. Again, if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, it's not accepting them. Let's try to get this next person up here. I do apologize, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. It's, for some reason, not accepting people up here right now. Do you give us a quick second to get someone up here? Alrighty. It's not accepting that person. Let me try the next, everyone. Do give us a quick minute. We're trying to get someone up here. I do apologize. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Faceless, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
How do you feel about ICE deporting Mexicans?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. We are just trying to get someone to debate up here, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I do apologize, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I do apologize, everyone. It is literally, we're not getting like any debates right now. They might have just all gone to Dean's Life, to be honest. That is very possible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
No.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Oh, I just saw that they got accepted. You know, one of these days we should just try like Facebook or something, like the Facebook, and try to go live on there and see if we can get debates on TikTok or debates on there. I feel like we get some crazy debates there. Like I feel like trying something other than TikTok might work sometime. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. What's up, how old are you?
Yeah, what's up? 34.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
Well, first off, I'd like to say he's getting rid of all those filthy niggers and Jews.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only just send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, how old are
Why
you?
do you Israel?
Fetus. Faceless, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Faceless. Let's go on the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up, how old are you?
What up?
How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's one of the best presidents ever.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Oh, there's too much to talk about, really. Why do you support the other side?
You said there's too much talk about. I'm asking why. Like, what specifically? Is there anything in specific you could mention? They left. Are you serious, bro? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Somewhat, yes.
Elections held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
To be honest, it's more of the left is kind of radicalizing me towards not supporting them.
So you're radicalized against supporting Trump?
The attitude, like I feel like people kind of in the middle like me are kind of demonized if we show any sort of support for, Trump or someone conservative.
Okay, so you're saying because of the way like I act, for example, you support Trump.
I also and also in general I support his policies within the world and immigration.
Okay. So wait, what about the way that I conduct myself?
I mean, I've just seen so many times of someone. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There's certainly many people on the right who are disgusting people and who are very disrespectful. But I've seen plenty times. I mean, you and Dean, who like attack someone like kind of in the middle like me, because I mean we're looking. To be honest, I'm not like I'm not in love with Trump, not at all. But I just feel like a lot of times you guys attack anyone who's not completely sided with you.
So are you saying you need a safe space?
No, I'm all right.
And by attack, do you mean you debate people that disagree? Or what do you mean by attack?
I just feel like, I mean, for example, your chat, I mean, every time someone comes in here who shows any
Wait, so is it my chat or is it me?
It's everything on the left.
So it is me. So then what about what I'm doing?
I feel like sometimes you're not very respectful.
Okay, so I'm a little bit too disrespectful. Okay. Trump's a lot more. Do you think Trump is more or less disrespectful than me?
Oh, he's a lot more.
A lot more. So then you're turned more towards the left because of the right's disrespect than you are to the right because of the left's disrespect.
Policies do play into it too.
Okay, so what specific policies?
I highly disagree with allowing millions of immigrants coming into the country undocumented, and I completely agree that there needs to be a process to make this more simple and to make it more fast. But guess what, Parker? There hasn't been a single candidate who has made it more fast and made it more simple for the most part. I mean, and that's why you had millions of undocumented immigrants come into the country under Biden and Harris.
Yeah, so did you know that there was a bipartisan border bill where Donald Trump specifically called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill? Did you know that? It would have literally made the legal process go quicker and it would have secured the border. But Donald Trump specifically said, oh, we're going to get more when I get into office, which he clearly didn't do because they didn't get legislation.
Can you explain that more to me, what that would have done?
Yes, it would have literally secured the border and it would have made the legal process go quicker for asylum.
Okay, but you're asking me if I would have voted for Trump or Kamala. And to me, what happened, and I'm not saying that it was completely Kamala, but what happened under that administration was a complete and utter disaster and failure to secure the border in any sense.
That was because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill. That would have been long-term legislation to address it. Secondly, there was also economic insecurity around the entire world that led to more people coming to our country. Kamala Harris raised over $5 billion in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon that economic insecurity. So what could she have done to address it?
Let's look at other examples around the world. Take El Salvador, for example, a country that has highly followed within the conservative and Republican immigration stance that you need to deport anyone who is a criminal or who is not in the country legally, and they have completely cracked down on crimes. And El Salvador has gone from the most dangerous country in the world to the safest country in this hemisphere.
Yeah, I know you're citing the source from Bukele. You understand that, like...
I travel to these countries. I travel all around Latin America all the time. And from my experience,
I don't see how that has to do with anything that we're talking about, because that same policy would have put Trump in prison.
Yeah, you're right. He was extreme. Bukele was very extreme in that sense. But the alternative of letting millions of undocumented immigrants into the country...
Wait, no, so do you support Bukele's policy that would have put Trump in prison?
In his specific circumstance, I do. In his specific example, his specific country, yes, I do. I think that it has turned around his country for the better.
Okay, so but like you don't support that in the U.S.
Would you disagree with that?
So would you support sending like undocumented immigrants to a CCOT in El Salvador?
Oh, absolutely no. And I will say that the process.
How do you feel about hundreds of people being sent to CCOT?
CCOTS is at the prison in El Salvador.
Yep. It's literally a concentration camp in El Salvador for terrorists.
I would not support any undocumented immigrants going there if they are not the worst of the worst.
Yeah, so I mean that's what the Trump administration has done. Given that he's done that, would you say that you wouldn't support Trump anymore, or like is that something that's not disqualifying?
Like I said, it's not black and white for me. There's a lot of things that I have not supported with Trump, and there's a lot of things I haven't supported on the other side. But I feel more radicalized to be more conservative and Republican than the other side of the spectrum, just because I just don't like the way that the left is conducting themselves personally.
Yeah, but like you can't tell me what in specific, because everything that you mentioned so far is something that's worse on the right than it is the left.
Well, like I said, to me personally, allowing millions of undocumented immigrants into the country was a massive failure. One of the largest failures this country has seen, in my opinion. And you can point fingers. Oh, it was Trump's policies before or whatever, but the fact of the matter is that you couldn't get it done in 4 years.
Again, that's because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill. The bill would have passed otherwise. So
Right,
I don't
but
understand why you just
never did
completely
it for
ignore
almost
that.
anything. You can use that reasoning for almost anything.
No, I can't. Because Donald Trump is the one who explicitly did that and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Okay, I'd have to research that more, I guess.
Yeah, look it up. Trump literally said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Okay, I'll look into that. Also, I generally agree. For me, this administration is I like less what Trump is doing, and I like more what Marco Rubio is doing in his job.
You know that like they brought us to war with Iran on behalf of the state of Israel, right?
I don't feel bad for Iran, and I don't think that it's a bad thing going to war with Iran.
So you support fighting wars of aggression on behalf of the state of Israel? Will you enlist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't support that, so that's what happened.
I see it differently.
How?
I see it that we have an extremist, extremely religious country in Iran who views their religious views as superior than the rest of the world. And they are willing to do whatever it takes for their religious mindset to be on top. And this culminates, and then, you know, everyone's seen the videos of them chanting death to America. And this is not just a small part of their culture.
Okay, that doesn't mean we go to war with them. What are you talking about? They were not going to strike the United States, and we're doing this on behalf of not our own interests. These are not our interests to go to war with Iran. And if you do think it's our interest to go to war with Iran, why don't you enlist?
If it came to it, I would. But right now, there's no boots on the ground. There's no
do it right now. Enlist.
Parker, listen to me. There's
well,
no
will you
boots on the
commit
ground.
right now that if there are boots on the ground that you'll enlist?
If we needed reserves to be called up?
No, not if we need reserves. Given that there are boots on the ground, will you enlist to be on the front lines?
No, I would not.
Why not?
Because we have an army who is specifically trained to go there.
I know, but you support this military action, this war of aggression. It's not like just a defensive war. You support this war of aggression. So why don't you put your own life on the line for this war of aggression?
Can I explain why?
Yeah, go ahead.
I support it, like I said, is because they're an extremist country. The regime there is, in my view, extremely dangerous to the United States. I mean,
Could you say the same thing about Russia?
Yes, you could say the same thing about Russia.
Do you support the U.S. going to war directly with Russia?
Not right now.
But at some point in the future?
I believe in supporting the democratic nation of Ukraine, yes.
Okay. So do you want to spread democracy around the world? Is that your goal?
That's not my goal, but I much prefer a world filled with democracies than extremist religious regimes.
Of course, but like the extremist religious extremes exist because of the fact that we've been overthrowing democratic elections around the entire world and reinstating military dictatorships, right?
Yeah,
for for quote unquote U.S. interests.
That's one valid point, and I'm not going to say that the actions of the United States 50, 60, 70 years ago were something that I view favorably, but here we exist in a world where, because of our past actions, we now have to deal with these extreme. I mean, look at 9/11. I think that Iran is a ticking time bomb for another.
So then stop involving ourselves with it, and you understand that we're going to better our reputation around the entire world.
They were still chanting "Death to America" when
because we have a continued relationship with Israel where we're continually doing this. If we stopped defending Israel, if we stopped supporting them, right, I guarantee we'd have a significantly better relationship with the world.
And so you think that we should completely cut ties with Israel?
Yeah, I think that we should condition them to stop supporting these wars and these conflicts, these offensive wars of aggression. And anything that we can do to prevent them from doing that would be good. We need to see them more as an adversary than an ally.
I don't know if it would be beneficial to us to see them more as an adversary, but I certainly agree with you that we do not need to align with them, and I think that they have become too influential in our country. I would agree with that. However, I kind of lost my train of thought. So you can
So the point
continue.
I'm trying to say is that we should be trying to limit them from engaging in wars aggression around the world because I think they're the brokers of limitations of peace.
You believe that Israel is,
Absolutely.
and what I would say
Who
to
started
that
this
is
war with Iran? Who's brought us into conflicts over and over again in the Middle East? Israel, 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 Israel. Every single one is Israel.
and in Parker, I would agree with you that Israel has too much influence. But guess what? Israel has become so ingrained in our country, inside of our politics. That's not a possibility without some massive cultural change.
That has happened. That massive cultural change has happened. You can't deny it
Right.
anymore.
It's dangerous, in my opinion, though.
It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous for us to be like, dude,
Okay,
what Israel is doing is horrible for our country.
In some senses, I would
What
agree.
you're doing is not in the interests of the American people. We are focused on regime change forever wars all around the world rather than being focused here at home on problems that we need to fix here at home. Trump doesn't have a healthcare plan, a childcare plan, a housing affordability plan. Trump doesn't have plans to address the affordability crisis in this country. Why?
Okay.
Because he decides to spend more time focusing on spending billions and trillions of dollars on wars around the entire world for the state of Israel rather than focusing here at home for the American citizens.
Parker, would you agree with that the Cuban Missile Crisis was the closest we've ever been to destroying the world?
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you, Ron. Sure.
I mean, would you? Yes or no?
I mean, there could be other points that were closer. I'm pretty sure there's other points that were closer. Like there was this one point where, with the USSR, they were like one person away from launching a nuclear weapon, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
They had greenlighted the launch of a nuclear missile in the Cuban Missile Crisis. And one Russian.
I think we're thinking of the same thing. I wasn't sure that was specifically Cuba, but
it's
yeah,
from the Cuban Missile Crisis.
I know what you're referencing.
So in my eyes, having these regimes such as Venezuela and Iran, it's in Cuba,
We didn't change regimes in Venezuela. In Iran, right? We still haven't got any better regime in office.
No, we did not change regimes in Venezuela. But I would say that so far, it has been beneficial to our relations. What we did in Venezuela is beneficial to our relations with Venezuela, and two, I mean, time will tell, truly, but I think that it has been beneficial to the people of Venezuela. I think
How?
that
In what material way? Because I think we just stole from them.
I disagree.
Yeah. So what specifically is better off?
Well, unless you know something that I don't, what I've seen so far is we took out their extremist dictator, who made life in that country extremely bad.
We kept the same regime in office. We just put the vice president up.
And I think that our actions have laid down, like, if you don't put in a better system for your citizens, for the people of your country, we're gonna have to come into your country again. And if you go back and buddy with our largest adversaries in China and Russia, we're gonna have to come in and completely wipe out your regime. And I don't know if you saw, but just recently we opened up our embassy again in Venezuela for the first time in many years. And I didn't see these.
You said so you're gonna constantly give them the threat of our involvement. So we're constantly going to be involved around the entire world.
Unfortunately, Parker, America's prosperity and power has come in the form of policing the world.
It does not need to.
It does not need to, but right now that's the state that we're in.
I don't think, historically speaking, that the conditions that have led to our economic prosperity has been from that always. I do think that in some circumstances it is, but not always. And I do think that we can prosper without that. And I think we should prosper without that.
Our involvement in World War II certainly catapulted us to the premier power of the world.
That's because of the fact that we were the main industrial base for the entire world, when the entire world lost a lot of that because of the fact that they were fighting conflicts in their nations.
So you don't think that the United States, alongside with the UK and Russia, largely saved the world from an evil that, like, if we hadn't got involved, the world would be extremely different?
Of course, I agree with the U.S. involvement in World War II and preventing the Nazis from their rise
And I'm not saying
of
that
power.
I'm not saying it's at the same level, but I do agree that I do believe that toppling an regime in Iran that suppresses almost all their rights. I mean, women are treated like cattle there.
Do you think we should have pulled out of Afghanistan?
I personally have not done much research into Afghanistan, but if you explain
Well,
to
Trump
me a
set
bit
up the
more-
agreement for us to pull out. He gave 5,000 Taliban fighters back to the Taliban specifically to do so. And literally, under your view, that would be wrong.
It's possible.
Because we should be constantly, at this point, under your view, you essentially just want to like annex the rest of the world.
No, absolutely not.
To police it all. I mean, at that point, what's the distinction? You're literally playing world police. So I'm like,
I don't think that we need to go topple Kim Jong-un in North Korea just because he's a ruthless dictator.
Why not?
I think that because he's not threatening the security of the United States like Iran was.
Iran wasn't. Iran quite literally, there was
there was
no U.S. intelligence indicating that Iran was going to attack the U.S.
Okay, but I think that a lot of the nuclear program that they have told us as reasoning for going into this country,
They were willing to give up their enriched uranium. Plus, Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, which was to literally have surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
Right, but they also have missile silos that we have no idea where they are.
Ballistic missiles? They can have ballistic missiles. They can't even send those ballistic missiles to the U.S. unless they have a boat.
Parker, my point is that there's things inside of that country that we don't know.
Oh, yeah, we did. I think there's no evidence indicating that they were going to attack the U.S. That's literally why a top Trump admin literally resigned.
To me, Parker, seeing a country with 90 million people and a extremist religious regime in charge chanting "Death to America" is an extreme reason for concern. And I think that it is a security threat to the United States.
That's not a security threat. People chanting that is not a security threat to the U.S. What the fuck are you talking about?
That is their belief.
Chris, thank you for $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's not an imminent threat to the U.S. What are you talking about, bro? People chanting something is not an imminent threat to the U.S., bro. Get a grip.
Was 9/11 an imminent threat to the United States?
Do you know there's a big difference between saying and chanting something versus literally acting in 9/11? 9/11 is, of course, a threat to the U.S., but there's no evidence specifically that people that were involved in chanting that was because of that. Plus, more people chanted that because of U.S. involvement.
Do you believe that the KKK should have the right to chant death to black people?
Well, that's what free speech allows for them to do. So they can't directly threaten violence towards people because that is against the law. But they can use the free speech to be racist. Like, and I think that that's bad, of course. But like, I do think that
specifically death to black people.
Yeah, if it's directly like an imminent threat, obviously, or even like
that's the same.
here's my view.
Oh,
I think
just hold on.
if you were claiming death to people, you should obviously go to jail for that, specifically in the United States. If you're claiming that you're going to cause death or that you want people specifically to be executed or something like that, I do think that something like that in the United States should lead to them being imprisoned. But the reality of the matter is that we're not the world police. We don't imprison people for that. We don't go to war with other countries just because people in those countries think that. But yeah, if people do think that there should be death to individuals in this country, absolutely they should be imprisoned because of that. That is a threat of violence.
I think that's.
Do you understand that?
Personally,
but the broader point that you were trying to make was that like, should people specifically who are engaging in racism go to prison? Is that your view, or were you trying to say people specifically who are just calling for the death of a country should go to prison?
Personally, yes, I believe that racists should go to jail, should go to prison, but that's not going to happen in our country, unfortunately.
Wait, so then Trump should go to prison?
If he's racist, if he's truly racist.
He is racist.
Biden has also said extremely racist
So
things
then
in the past.
should Biden go to jail as well?
Personally, I don't believe the world has a place for racists. Now you take that into a country.
So then
like
you
the
just said
United-
now you don't want racists to go to prison.
No, I do want racists. I don't think that racists have a place in this world.
So you think racists should be executed? So Trump should be executed under your view?
No, I don't think that they should be executed. I just don't think. I'm not saying that we implement anything to put every single person who said something racist into prison. I'm just saying, personally, I believe that they don't have a place in this world.
Well, I don't even know what that
And
means.
I'm not saying that they die. I just mean like in this society.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
There's nothing. I'm just saying I don't believe that people should be racist.
Obviously, they shouldn't be racist. So why do you support a racist over a non-racist?
As in Kamala, because Joe Biden has said extremely racist things in the past.
Is Kamala Harris racist?
I have no evidence to claim that.
No.
Kamala is.
So why did you vote for a racist over a non-racist?
And why would you consider Trump racist?
Yeah. Well, he depicted Michelle and Barack Obama as apes, right? Literally within a video that was posted recently. He didn't rent to
I'm not
black
gonna
people in the
justify
1970s. He
that.
called
Yeah,
for the
shut up.
execution of the Central Park Five because even though they're exonerated based on DNA evidence, he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black, when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, right? Meaning that he thinks that she wasn't black prior. I can
I'm
go
not gonna
countless more. Those are just a
justify
few.
that. And I think that a lot, like I said, I'm not a fan of Trump, but I mean, I look at things like what's happened in Minneapolis with all the fraud and like these communities who are defending the fraud. Like I saw videos of like, well, Somalians aren't the only people who commit fraud in this country, blah blah blah.
Fraud rates are higher in Florida than they are in Minnesota.
I disagree. I mean, I'm not saying I disagree. I'm saying I think that all fraud is wrong, and there's no justification for any of it.
Fraud is higher in Florida than it is in Minnesota.
Yeah, and the people who commit fraud in
So
Florida,
why are you guys focusing on fraud in Minnesota when it's proportionally less likely to occur? And also, why are you, for example, focusing on specifically just people who are Somali?
I'm not focusing on people who are Somalian. I'm saying
that's what the
bringing up
right
a
wing is
recent-
doing. I was just saying that. And I mean, you just brought that up, so you kind of are.
My point is that I see the left defending people who are committing fraud by pointing their fingers at, like you just did, fraud is higher in Florida, and yeah, maybe
I
it
never
is, but
defend.
I think
How is that defending fraud, dumbass?
Okay, this is what I mean, Parker. You get disrespectful.
Yeah, you just said I was defending fraud. That's a straw man. That's incredibly disrespectful to me. The fuck?
Maybe I took it the wrong way, but it doesn't give you the justification to call me a dumbass.
Okay.
And in fact, I'm gonna leave it there, Parker. You have a nice day.
Oh,
and,
go cry about
this
it,
is
buddy.
a-
Really? You're really gonna get mad that I called you a dumbass? That you're gonna
No, I
leave
just want
after
you to
saying
be
that about me? You just said I defended fraud for no reason, and I said that's a dumb
Okay,
thing
well,
to say, and you got mad at me.
I apologize.
How fucking
if I-
embarrassing that you're gonna run away because of that. Don't be such a
Okay, I'll
snowflake
stay.
that you'll do that. That's ridiculous, dude. That is
Okay,
seriously snowflake mentality, bro. I called you dumb because you did that. That was objectively speaking dumb. Okay.
Parker crashed out.
Don't act like what I
Parker
said there
crashed
was
out.
ridiculous.
Parker crash out.
If it hurts your feelings, that I'm sorry, but that wasn't wrong. I stand by me saying that. That was not just me insulting you. That was
Parker,
just me literally
hey.
calling you dumb for doing something dumb.
Parker,
That was absolutely a
I-
dumb thing to do.
Okay, but dumbass is a little, it's a little disrespectful.
I'm sorry
Have I
that hurts
disres-
your feelings. It was a factual statement.
Okay, let me ask you: have I disrespected you one time this entire debate?
That wasn't meant to be disrespectful. That was meant to describe specifically what you were doing.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, continue with the debate.
Someone unironically just said, I'm being such a disrespectful ass tonight. They just called me an ass after saying it was disrespectful for me to call someone a dumbass. Like, what? That makes no sense. Sorry, I think that's hilarious.
Cry about it, bud.
I'm not crying about it. I have no issue that they did that. But isn't that hypocritical?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, they said that I'm being rude for calling someone a dumbass, but then they called me an ass.
Hey, I think I've been extremely respectful to you this entire time. I just don't think that you need to call people a dumbass.
No, I don't
just
think it's
because-
respectful to say that I support fraud or was defending fraud
Parker,
in that
and I
circumstance.
apologize if I mistook what you said. Okay.
Okay.
Let's move on. Continue. What else will you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, I want you to keep making your point about that. We can continue with that.
About what specifically? I forget what we were talking about.
Yeah, we were talking about fraud. You were trying to bring up like people were defending fraud on the left. How are we defending fraud?
I'm just saying. Who is that? Who is that kid who's been making
Nick Shirley?
videos? Yeah, Nick Shirley. Is that his name? The guy who's been supposedly uncovering the fraud in Minneapolis or whatever. Is that his name?
Say that again.
Is that who has been making the videos supposedly uncovering the fraud in Minneapolis?
Yeah.
Like, to me, I watch these videos, and yes, maybe you're right. There is a higher level of fraud in Florida, and I think that it should all be prosecuted the same way. But you have high level city authorities defending like people who are committing fraud and playing around the bush. Like, what's his fucking name? The governor. Like, to me, that guy is a piece of shit.
Is that disrespectful for you to say that?
I don't think it's disrespectful to call someone who
a
is
piece of shit.
fraud
It's not disrespectful to call someone a piece of shit?
I mean, sure, yeah, it can be disrespectful, and I mean all the disrespect to him. And to me, he just does not seem like a good
Okay. So is it okay if I just say I'm okay with disrespecting you, calling you a dumbass?
Okay, Parker, let's get off of this disrespect.
No, I'm just like, I'm sorry. Like, why is that not a justified thing for me to say then?
Okay, sure, you were justified in calling me a dumbass. Are you happy?
Based upon your own argument? Because you just call them a piece of shit? I think that's a little bit hypocritical. Because the way I was doing it in that circumstance, like, I get, you could say it was disrespectful. It was rude for me to call you a dumbass. That doesn't mean it wasn't true.
Parker, I'm over it. Let's move on.
Okay, alrighty.
We were talking about something else. And I lost my train of thought now. I was saying that I do think that these people are not good people. It's impossible that they did not know, in my view, they did not know the level of fraud that was happening inside of these cities in their own state. And to me, their conduct has shown that they were aware of it. They just either didn't want to act on it or they were involved in it.
Okay, no fraud was justified. No fraud was defended. We went after and tried to find fraud. So I don't understand how this is saying that Democrats are responsible for fraud at all, when Donald Trump has quite literally pardoned fraudsters himself.
I'm not saying Democrats. I'm saying that Tim Walz in the state of Minnesota.
Tim Walz didn't defend it either.
From what I've seen, the videos that I've seen, the way that he was speaking and defending the people committing fraud, that's what it looked like to me.
What did he say in defense of people that committed fraud?
I'd have to look at specific examples. But
yeah, I know. That's all. I'm asking you specific examples, and you're the one claiming that this happened.
It's been like 2 months since this all 2 or 3 months since this all happened, so I'd have to go back and look. But I'm just saying the impression that I got was that either he was aware of what was going on or he was involved. And for that reason, I think he stepped out of the race.
Okay. So you said for that reason, Tim Walz? No, Tim Walz stepped out of the race because of harassment, because of people like who are coming from Nick Shirley's video, like you, that literally believe the random propaganda about him.
Parker,
that he was defending fraud.
Let me get this straight. Don't ever classify me as someone who goes out and does that, because I don't do that. Okay.
It's because of the beliefs that like you have. So you're perpetuating those beliefs right now. Okay? And those beliefs are the ones that led to the harassment associated with Donald Trump, or not Donald Trump, Tim Walz literally not being able to run again.
I don't feel bad for these politicians.
You don't feel bad at all?
I don't feel bad for now.
You don't feel bad for Tim Walz's family getting harassed, for people literally slurring his kid?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Yes. But I would not feel bad for Donald Trump personally getting harassed. And
I
would
wouldn't
not feel
either.
bad for, and I would not feel, yeah. So exactly, I would not feel bad personally.
But Walz did
from
nothing. What did Walz do?
I've told you that I from what I've seen, it seemed that he had some sort of involvement or some sort. He knew to some level the amount of fraud that was going on, and if not Waltz, definitely that mayor in that city, because he's been seen with people who have been committing this fraud, buddy in his elections and whatnot. Regardless, I the whole situation there is extremely concerning to me.
You're not actually telling me anything in specific that was concerning. What did Tim Walz do that was concerning?
Like I said, I have to go watch the videos again and give you exact examples, but from what I've seen and the way that he was speaking about it all, it seemed like he had some sort of involvement.
Nope,
And
not at all.
or if he didn't have any involvement, it was a complete and utter failure of
So you're just
Governor
making claims without any evidence?
Parker. No, I'm not. I'm saying what it seemed like to me, and I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm saying that he was governor of Minnesota, and he had high-level fraud going on for many years under his watch, and he did nothing.
He literally did. They were investigating it under his administration. He's not the one that conduct. What do you want him conducting the investigation himself? What the fuck do you want him to do?
Would you say that Nick Shirley's videos
Oh,
ramped
no,
up that
what should he have done? No, it was already happening prior.
Okay, maybe he was investigating it, but it was not until this fraud in this state, in this city, received national spotlight that shit actually got done.
Okay, so shit was already happening prior. They were already investigating it prior.
Not enough.
What do you think he should have done?
No one knew about this. I mean, maybe they knew about it
Hey, can you
internally,
tell me
like I
what you
said.
think he should have done?
A lot more. Just like any other state who has fraud, he should have done a lot more. He failed.
Okay,
Would you
what should he have
consider-
done in specific?
Parker, would you consider a
What
state?
should he have done in specific?
I can't tell you right now. I don't know.
Okay, so then, like,
I'm
I'm
not-
sorry. Like,
I'm not an
what are you
elected
even
official.
saying, dude? What are you even saying?
I'm saying that he failed as a governor, just as any other governor would have failed. If you're saying that Florida has high rates of fraud, then fuckface down
Florida
there
has
also
multiple times higher rates of fraud than Minnesota.
Yeah, and they're failing if that's the case.
Okay, so then do you want every other Republican person to resign? Why isn't Nick Shirley making a video in Florida?
He should if there's a high level of fraud there.
Yeah, why is he going to California and to Minnesota? Because he's doing a propaganda campaign, okay?
I mean, California is a whole nother story. You talk about all the billions of dollars of investments.
Oh, of course.
in-
You know all about the fucking fraud in California and Minnesota, but none about the fraud in Florida when Florida has multiple times higher rates of fraud. It's embarrassing. Like, this is a propaganda campaign. You are clearly impacted by the propaganda campaign.
No, I know that frauds exist in all levels. I
So
just
then
don't
why
know
do you
who-
only know about it in terms of, like, different scenarios with
I wasn't-
Democratic states but not Republican
I
ones?
wasn't even suggesting that there was fraud in California. You didn't let me.
You just
finish.
did.
No, I said that the billions of dollars that have been invested into homelessness and getting homeless off the streets have done nothing. I wasn't suggesting that it was.
Why have they
fraud.
done nothing?
What do you mean?
Why have they done nothing?
Like, you mean the investments?
Why has the funding done nothing? Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, billions of dollars have gone into getting homeless off the streets in California, and with nothing to show. I mean, you look at San Francisco, LA, these places are fucking riddled.
So where do you think the money went?
I don't know, Parker. I'm not suggesting that it was fraud, though.
It sounds like
I'm
you
just
are.
saying.
When you say I have no clue, it sounds like you're
I'm just saying that
trying to acknowledge it's fraud. So
it
by the
was
way,
failed
you understand that there
legislation.
are housing programs in California to give people access to it, and there is funding given from the state to local communities in the context of California to be able to address this. Are there some of the issues with the funding? Absolutely. But there is absolutely something being done. And what you're not acknowledging is that a bunch of Republican states send people from their states specifically to California because of the better weather and because of the fact that there's significantly more resources for people to get access to, along with the fact that literally in terms of these policies, there has been access to housing that's been
You're
expanded for
accusing
people.
you're accusing Republican states to send homeless people to California. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. That's factual.
Okay, can you get me specific states who have done this?
I would say any Republican state. Texas.
I can hear you clicking.
Texas. Yeah, you want me to not give you specific states?
No, I'm not. I'm just not using ChatGPT myself right now to.
I'm not using ChatGPT. I went to go click and open up a new tab so I could provide you evidence of the claims that I was going to make.
All right, I'm not.
Is that not enough for you?
No. I believe you.
Okay, alrighty. I won't even do that for you now because you think that's too much.
No, I believe you. It's all right. I'm just saying, like, I'm not at the same level. I'm not fucking running a live stream with 5,000 people, and I'm not checking ChatGPT. So excuse me if I don't have all my facts straight.
I'm not checking ChatGPT.
Okay.
Okay, so why'd you just randomly say that?
Because you get frustrated with this is what I mean. You get frustrated with people a little disrespectful when they don't have their facts straight. You should be using your platform to try to educate people. If
it's
you
not just when they don't have their facts straight. Like, I talk to people that don't have their facts straight all the time, and I can be respectful to people that don't have their facts straight. If you just misunderstand something, it's
Okay,
willful
but Parker,
ignorance.
do you
It's
think
how
that
people
I am
act sometimes that lead to me responding that way.
Do you think that I'm disrespectful? Do I sound uneducated to you?
Yes.
In your opinion, you think that I sound
Absolutely
uneducated politically or in general?
Politically.
Okay, my point is that.
Was I wrong?
To me, what?
I'm not wrong with that. Like, I mean, that's true.
That I'm politically uneducated?
Yeah.
I cannot lie that I do not know every single piece of legislation.
I'm not asking for every single piece of legislation. Can you name 2 that Trump likes that he passed?
Let me think on it. I know that recently I don't know the names of it, but he passed legislation to protect women in the Olympics, to prevent transgender persons from participating, which I highly agree with. What are you signing at?
That's the only policy you can mention, really?
In his general border policy, and I can't say that I agree with the extent of the.
No, what specific policy?
I don't have the names. I'm sorry.
That's why I say you're politically uneducated.
Okay, I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Okay. So what about what I was doing? Because, like,
I just think that sometimes you're extremely disrespectful when you don't need to be. Like, to me, like, you have the opportunity. Like, for me, example, I'm in the middle. You have the opportunity to try to tell me why I should be sided with you and I should be voting for the left, but instead you call me a dumbass. This is what I mean. The left is very aggressive in their tactics. And I'm not saying that the right's not either, but to me, like, I continually am disrespected from what I see, people on the left.
So you want a safe space where no one ever disrespects you?
No, I'm just telling you my personal experience as to why I genuinely.
Because me being disrespectful doesn't mean any of my views are wrong. Democrats being disrespectful doesn't mean any of our views are wrong.
Okay, but maybe the way that you're going over trying to get, ultimately,
Yeah,
you
I am
want
not a perfect person. I am not fucking your understanding of Jesus Christ, okay?
ultimately you want
I am not a perfect person. I am not going to be the most optically effective person ever, but I'm going to tell you what's true.
Parker, ultimately you want a democratic president in the office, correct?
Of course.
And would you say that the Democratic vote has been suffering as of late?
Sure.
To me,
I
you
guess not
and the
as of
people-
recently, but I guess like under the 2024 election.
and before that too. Obviously, Biden and Harris won, but in general, the left has had a rough time in terms of the polls recently. Like to me, you and people like Dean have a large platform, and you can use it to your advantage to try to get your policies passed. But instead, you attack people very disrespectfully. And
I do both. I attack you when you're stupid and you do dumb things like what you're doing right now, of course, right? But specifically, I also advocate for the policies I think are better for the country. Why can't I do both?
I'm just telling you my personal experience.
What's wrong about me doing both?
No, nothing's. You're free to conduct yourself however you want, Parker. I'm just telling you, as in getting votes and being more likable, it's not very effective.
Okay. Well, I'm not running for political office. I can be
No, I'm not
disrespectful
saying
when
that
I
you are.
want.
I'm
And
just
of
saying,
course, it might not be the most
you-
effective in every circumstance at changing someone's mind, but I don't think that there's any specific moderate person right now. Okay? This whole idea that you're like in the middle right now is ridiculous. The guy that you support called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. The guy you support tried to undermine the 2020 election, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, called them patriots, held civilly liable of sexual abuse, started a war with Iran on behalf of the state of Israel. None of this is moderate. You are not in the middle. What are you talking about, dude? This whole idea that you're in the middle, that you're just like likely to change your mind really quickly, just if someone's super nice to you is absurd, okay? If I was nicer to you, you wouldn't have changed your mind anymore right now, okay? Sure, of course, I could always be nicer. And sure, of course, people in the audience might be more likely to take that, given that that's applicable. But I don't think for 1 second that if I was nicer to you specifically, that it would have changed your mind any greater. Specifically, just you.
No, if the left as a whole went about it in a better way to try to educate
You
me,
don't give a shit about that. You support Trump, the most disrespectful motherfucker on the planet. And yet you are going to sit there and lecture me on being fucking respectful?
I don't support Trump.
First the galaxy. You do. You say you'd vote for him over Kamala Harris. Who's more respectful, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Sure, I would say that Kamala is more respectful.
Okay,
I also
so if
said
you
that-
even fucking cared about that, you would acknowledge that prior. And you would say that Kamala Harris is the preferable candidate. And that Trump is moving you, the politicians on the right are moving you further away than specifically, but not, Parker and Dean, oh my God, they called you a fucking dumbass.
No, and I also said that policies also play a part of it. And if the left could get their shit figured out when it comes to the border, as opposed to letting in millions of immigrants and then pointing the finger at someone else, maybe they would have my vote.
I think I'm overly too nice to people in most circumstances. To be totally honest with you. I know that you don't agree with that because I'm being direct with you.
No, Parker, I come on your stream almost every day.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever joined your live.
Mm-hmm.
And every day, you definitely get some fucking MAGA assholes in here. I'm not going to lie. The people who come on here and say racial slurs are terrible people. But a lot of times, like people like you and Dean just view anyone who does not agree with you as complete.
It's not
fucking
anyone that
dumbass.
disagrees with me. It's specific types of people and when they engage in specific types of behaviors. I am way too nice to most people. I think I am. And I think that because I am very direct with you, because I'm willing to call you out for your bullshit, it doesn't seem like that to you because I am directing it towards you. because I think
I
you
mean,
do
I
deserve
called
it to
you
be
out for
directed
your
towards you.
bull. I called you out for your bullshit, and you got extremely defensive over it.
Well, me getting defensive means I argued against it. That's what you mean. That's called a debate live, bro. Of course I'm going to debate you on a debate live. I disagree with the way that you framed my behavior. Yeah. I think it was specifically out of spite that you were doing that.
Out of spite for you. I have no spite towards you.
Yeah, you do.
I do not have any spite towards you, Parker. In
You
fact, I think no. I just think that you're very disrespectful.
I understand. That's your spite towards me, okay?
I
don't think I'm that
dislike you as a
disrespectful. I
person.
think in some circumstances I can be, but I don't think I'm that disrespectful. Okay? You making this argument that I'm like that disrespectful is absurd.
I'm saying that I don't dislike you as a person.
Okay? I don't care whether you like me or not, to be honest with you.
Okay, but
Oh, is that
I'm
too
just
disrespectful?
saying
I apologize.
I'm just saying that I don't spite you as a person.
No, you have spite for me. You literally said the reason why you support Trump is because you think people like me are disrespectful. Like,
That's one of the reasons.
yeah, which is ridiculous. That's out of spite.
Okay, Parker. Anything else?
Do you want to engage with the point I just made?
I mean, I would much prefer to debate about politics, but what do you want me to debate? What?
Really? Because you started doing that. Because, like, you were doing this for how long? And you weren't talking about politics. Now that I've given you an argument that you can't respond to, you now say that.
All right, what do you want me to respond to?
What I just said, maybe?
What, that I spite you?
Yes, that you were having spite.
Okay, no, I don't like the way that you conduct yourselves a lot, but that doesn't mean that I spite you as a person.
Yeah, but you said it was one of the reasons why you don't support, or why you support Trump.
Not you specifically. I'm not. I don't look at you and say Parker's an asshole, so I'm gonna go vote for Trump.
Isn't that exactly what you just said I was doing?
No, more broad. I just think that people on the left are generally fucking assholes and dicks to anyone who don't completely agree with their philosophy.
Yeah, but I am not like that to everyone who doesn't completely agree with me.
I'm just telling you what I've observed.
Okay, so you think every single person that comes into my life that disagrees with me, I do that to?
Every time I've come in personally.
Okay. That is so absurd. I feel like that's just so dishonest.
I'm just telling you what I've observed. Maybe I'm wrong.
You are absolutely wrong. It's
Okay.
objectively true that you can watch my live every single day. I am very nice to most people.
Yeah, if they agree with you.
No. Even if they disagree with me.
Okay.
I literally deal with people I disagree with every single day.
Okay. It was good for you, Parker.
So are you just going to keep thinking that no matter what? You're not going to
Thinking-
do the research, you're just going to keep thinking that?
No, like I said, after this, I'm going to take what you said, I'm going to go do some research, and maybe it'll change my opinion, maybe it won't. I try to correct myself if I think wrong.
Okay. Alrighty. You want to mention anything else as to why you support Trump?
No, that's everything off the top of my head.
So there's nothing else you want to talk about?
I mean,
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes.
Such as?
If we launched a full-scale war, like millions of personnel going over to Iran. I mean, right now, there's no boots on the ground.
Million people. You need millions of people to go there for you to say that you don't support him anymore?
Parker, to me, the operation has been a success so far.
So if hundreds of thousands of people went there, that wouldn't be enough to stop supporting him?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So if he does boots on the ground, will you say you won't support him anymore?
If we do large scale, I mean, right now it looks like there might be boots on the ground with a couple thousand Marines soon. To me, that's a little bit questionable, and if that's the extent of how it's going to go, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. But I do think that he overestimated the extent of that regime, like how ingrained it is into the country. But like I said, I don't feel bad for him taking out the top political figures in Iran. I don't. I think that country that regime is fucked up. They hate America. I do see them as a security threat. And at least attempting to do what they did in Venezuela, the same thing, I think that it was worth it.
Okay. Well, there's no evidence it's led to better conditions. Historically speaking, it's led to worse conditions. U.S. involvement, militarily speaking.
And I think that I do think that they recognize that they don't want another forever war. And that's what I mean. If we put thousands of boots on the ground, then it will be a different story. But right now, we're using our technology, and we are, I mean, far superior in every sense. We have destroyed their Navy, their Air Force, their top like 200 political figures.
You're just repeating what Trump said.
I mean, not really. I'm more looking at what our what's his name, Hexa or whatever.
Yeah, you're just repeating what the Trump admin's saying, not like providing evidence for that. Is there any evidence substantiating these facts, or are they just claiming this?
So are you suggesting that we haven't, for the most part, destroyed the Navy and Air Force of Iran? Are you suggesting that?
I would need evidence.
So you're not familiar with what we've been doing in Iran with...
What evidence have you looked at yourself?
I mean, like you said, the info given from the administration. Also,
So what they just said.
There's also plenty of footage online. I mean, other countries are acknowledging this.
Footage online. So he's just saying this because Trump said it. So what countries acknowledged it?
I mean, pretty much the whole fucking world is in a frenzy right now because of
what other countries acknowledged this? Name one.
All of Europe.
So every country in Europe.
What has acknowledged that we have essentially destroyed the Iranian regime?
Yeah. You mean the Iranian Air Force and Navy entirely?
No, I'm not saying it entirely, Parker. I'm saying for the most part, largely.
Okay, well then give me a source that indicates every single European country said that.
I'd have to go find it for you.
Okay, I'll give you time.
And I'm not. I wasn't saying that every.
Go ahead, do it right now. Alrighty. In the meantime, let me thank some people over on YouTube real quick. Let me thank some people over on YouTube. FDR, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, very, very true. Very, very true. As well as Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Said, hey, Snowflake, if you are ill-advised, ignorant, and actively looking away from fact-based arguments on why you should support Trump, don't ask to debate someone you know is going to make you eat every word. Very true. Well, thank you so much, Fit Dad. I really appreciate it. Thank you. CO, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Joshua, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Joshua. Thank you. So when people ask for evidence that Trump is racist, play the clip of Trump in front of Native American Affairs Subcommittee in 1993 talking about quote unquote who looks like INDIANS. That is crazy. That is crazy. To him and how he can racist smear campaign on a native casino competitors. Well, thank you so much for the purchase. That's absolutely insane. I definitely will. Thank you so much. Noah as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fine. Trev, thank you so much. Trey, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gwen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Trevor, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Chris, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. And Fit Dad again with the $50. Thank you so much for what a coincidence. We are currently run by an administration that believes their religious views are superior to any other view. What a hypocritical statement, lol. Well, thank you so much for the appreciate. Thank you. Get some W's for Fit Dad in the comments section right now. Alrighty. Sorry, I was responding to Dean, everyone. Bob, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Justina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. Alrighty, everyone. Just give them a second to find this information, and then I'm probably actually going to get off everyone. I'm going to send everyone over to Dean and post all my videos. And then I'll probably join Dean within like an hour or so. Did you find anything yet?
No, I mean, what I said about all of Europe was probably an overstatement, to be honest. Really, what I've seen is the UK has been one of the only ones that has said much of anything. And then
Okay. I'm just going to get off. All right, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Go over to Dean's Live. Say hi to Neil. Say hi to Neil. I love y'all.